This young man wore an utterly indifferent expression as he stood before the campus beauty. While Chu Qingli kept rambling on about how they were incompatible and had no future together, Fong had already grown sick of it and replied lightly, "Stop flattering yourself, campus beauty or not. I'm very busy." Chu Qingli blushed with embarrassment, while everyone else was baffled. Seriously? He was brushing her off just like that? Just then, dark clouds surged in. Fong, he had only one thought in mind. Chu Qingli, and these people had no idea nor any awareness of the crisis that was about to arrive. Money, academic ability, and the standards of modern society would all be buried in dust. They also did not know that the current him was someone who had been reborn, transported back to the present from a future catastrophe. The Chu Qingli before him now was nothing more than a familiar stranger from his past. Right now, he had far more important things to care about. So what if she was the campus beauty? So what if people judged him? In any case, everything was going to be turned upside down. This story began last night, when a speck of light fell with countless scattered fragments. Within it were images of unpredictable events. While Fong, he was still dazed. A strange voice echoed out. Detected. In 364 days, 11 hours and 59 minutes, spiritual energy will begin its full recovery. Once the recovery of spiritual energy begins, the world will undergo unforeseeable, earth-shaking changes. Social order will be reshuffled, and the era of cultivators will arrive. Strength will become the standard for everything. Fong Yi stared in shock at the light and the countless fragments before him. "Wait, who are you?" The system screen appeared and answered. This system originates from the Supreme Universe and uses the universe's top-level mysterious algorithms. Based on the spiritual objects the host comes into contact with, it can automatically compile corresponding cultivation methods. Current number of cultivation methods possessed, 0. Curious, Fong Yi reached forward. The moment his hand passed through the system screen, a demonic head appeared with its mouth wide open. After a few seconds of fright, Fong Yi looked straight into its mouth and was horrified to witness a complete scene of bloodshed and death. The system continued to warn him. This was once the fate of an ordinary person like you, and also the fate of billions of people on Blue Star. Fong Yi froze. Sweat seeped out, and his heart began to ache. Once, me, memories seemed to flood back into his mind. I remember now. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person forced into desperate survival. Back then, I only wanted to get through it, to escape that catastrophe. But I witnessed my country collapse, and countless people suffer disaster. In the end, I still could not escape the pursuit of mutated monsters. I died in despair, my heart filled with unwillingness and vengeance. I wanted to reach the peak. Perhaps that was why I was chosen by this system and sent back to the present, 1 year before spiritual energy officially recovered. At present, most people still cannot sense anything about the recovery of spiritual energy. Fong, he raised his hand toward the light. During this period, I will make use of every abnormality caused by spiritual energy. The screen displayed. System is conducting a new round of assessment. Fong Yi's eyes shifted into a different color. The system continued to announce, host is bound with this system. New path initiated. Everything in the world can be used as material for this system to compile. Work hard to collect materials. Gather powerful abilities and cultivation methods. Become a mighty cultivator and save the world. The scene quickly shifted back to reality. On the crowded streets, amid the hurried stream of people, the national television station suddenly interrupted its regular broadcast to air an emergency report. The announcer's voice rang out. Humanity is facing an unprecedented situation, an incident beyond all frameworks of modern history. We cannot find answers in the past. We can only rely on ourselves to adapt and survive in the future. At this moment, Fong, he was walking down the street, looking at his phone while thinking, that's right. The system reminded me that everything can be used by me. Doesn't that mean I should go wherever there's an abnormal phenomenon? Suddenly, he read a news headline. Chingcheng University asks students to pay attention to safety and take sun protection measures. The ultraviolet intensity at Chingcheng University has reached its highest level in nearly 100 years. A few people standing near him also read the news and laughed mockingly. Are famous universities exaggerating like this now too? With temperatures that high, everyone would have dropped dead long ago. This is definitely fake news. Did they buy a trending search for this? He raised his head to look at the sky and felt that something was truly wrong. Looking back at his phone screen, the current ultraviolet index was 0. His suspicion deepened. Wait, how can the weather be so different? Qingqing University is only a 15-minute drive from here. There's definitely a problem. The measured temperature in Qingqing was now 74 degrees Celsius. The comments beneath the news were full of mockery. Where's ultraviolet light supposed to come from on a cloudy day? It looks like an edited photo to me. It looks fake at first glance. After reading the comments, Fong merely smiled faintly. In this world, when something abnormal happened, most people did not care and simply treated it as a publicity stunt. Only I know that my first opportunity has arrived. He looked up at the sky, slipped one hand into his trouser pocket, and smiled brightly. Less than half an hour later, at the north gate of Qingqing University, the least crowded entrance, the weather suddenly turned extreme. The blazing heat made the ground steam, and the students passing by could not bear it, wrapping themselves tightly from head to toe. As soon as Fong arrived, he was drenched in sweat, his face flushed red from the heat. His gaze swept quickly across the campus. His intuition told him that this place was far from normal. Only a few seconds later, the young man suddenly discovered something unusual. Right where the sunlight was at its fiercest, tiny golden bubbles were floating in the air, hazy like mist rising from the ground. The sight was far too strange. Without hesitation, Fong immediately crouched down, his eyes lighting up as if he had found treasure. He reached out and gently touched the smallest bubble. The instant his fingertip made contact, the abnormal phenomenon erupted. The system rang loudly in his mind with a rapid string of notifications. Detected powerful yang attribute fluctuation, intense vibration, beginning unlock of yang attribute data. In the blink of an eye, a golden orb of light enveloped Fong Yi's entire body. Spiritual energy surged wildly into him, so powerfully that it felt as though every fiber of flesh and every joint in his bones were being burned from within. The intense pain made Fong grit his teeth, sweat pouring down as if he had been drenched. A dazzling light erupted in the middle of the campus, causing the surrounding students to scream in chaos. Someone widened their eyes in terror. Could he be a real-life superhero? No, I think he looks more like an apostle of destiny. Or maybe they're shooting an outdoor scene for a sci-fi movie? Amid the pain that felt as though it would melt his soul, Fong clenched his teeth and hissed weakly. Is it done yet? I feel like I'm about to evaporate. Only then did the system slowly display a notification. Compilation complete. Host has successfully obtained first cultivation method, Golden Yang breathing method. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Qingqing University, the atmosphere was completely different. A lively freshman welcome event was taking place there. Amid the bustling crowd, Qingli was the center of everyone's attention, leaving people entranced. Classmate, do you need me to help with your luggage? Which building are you heading to? Do you know the way? I can take you there. Beautiful classmate, this is our club recruitment notice. Take a look. If you're interested, leave your phone number. Invitation after invitation, leaflet after leaflet were offered with irresistible enthusiasm. But Qingli only replied coldly, "Thank you, but no need." As she walked, she glanced around and assessed her surroundings. Just then, her gaze met a couple nearby, walking hand in hand, chattering and laughing together. Immediately, Qingli snorted coldly, her face showing clear displeasure. So sickeningly sweet. The other two ignored her and kept chatting. Good thing both of us got accepted into schools in the same city. A half-hour distance isn't that far. That's right. Now we can see each other every day. Just as she was about to roll her eyes on the spot, an explosion rang out from the distance, shaking the entire main gate. The school broadcast immediately sounded. An abnormal high-temperature phenomenon has appeared in the North Garden area. All students are requested not to approach the North Gate. Qingli raised her eyebrows, feeling that strange incidents had become more and more frequent lately. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gritted her teeth. No, I have to go take a look. At the same time, at the North Gate, the golden light created by Fong had gradually dispersed. He stood motionless in the middle of the campus, his body covered in a faint glow. An invisible pressure radiated from him, making others afraid to approach. His eyes were sharp and bright, and his entire aura had completely changed. A line of system text appeared. Condense and gaze upon the blazing sun. With powerful breathing, the newly learned cultivation method can be used to cleanse the body. The cultivation method has been specially compiled for the host. No learning is required. It has been directly unlocked. Editing points received 50. Fong Yi looked down at his slightly trembling hands. His heart was full of doubt. Editing points? What are those? Forget it. I'll deal with that later. Although he did not yet know their specific use, something granted by the system definitely could not be useless. While Fong Yi was still breathing steadily to regulate his aura, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, and the fierce sunlight was cut off midway by rolling black clouds. A sudden chill spread out. Fong Yi closed his eyes and began focusing on circulating the golden yang breathing method. Not long after, the sun emerged again, bright as though nothing had ever happened. But that sudden change could not escape everyone's notice. A group of students came over curiously from a distance, chattering among themselves. Hey, did you feel the sky suddenly go dark just now? Yeah. I even felt it get a lot cooler. It was clearly blazing hot a moment ago. Hey, look over there. There are a lot of people watching something at the North Gate. The crowd quickly gathered closer. But less than a minute later, the principal of Qingqing University personally appeared. His face was flushed red, sweat pouring down as he panted and shouted, "What are you all doing, gathering here like this? Seriously, didn't we already send an emergency message telling you to stay away from the North Gate? If you don't report on time, points will be deducted. Don't blame me for not warning you." That threat immediately made the students retreat in a rush. Each of them lowered their heads, pretending they had not seen anything. At that moment, a woman in a black robe appeared beside the principal. Her face was hidden by a hood, but her voice rang out with authority. "Please establish a boundary and completely seal off the North Gate area." The principal immediately agreed. At the same time, the system also issued a notification. Host Fong, you have completed the purification of the Class A contaminated zone at Qingqing University's North Gate. Contaminated zones are areas formed by abnormal energy during the recovery of spiritual energy. They are usually secretly marked by the government of Xia country as abnormal points and divided into multiple danger levels. Fong Yi was startled. What? The government of Xia country has secretly marked abnormal points too? Could someone besides me have discovered these abnormal phenomena first? Before he could think it through more carefully, an urgent warning sounded beside his ear. Emergency warning. The North Gate is about to close. All students, please evacuate immediately. At the scene, the students began discussing noisily again. Hey, is that person in uniform over there from the military? Is something serious happening? Fang Yi frowned it. He knew very well that the commotion this time had been too great. There was no way he could continue hiding. With no other choice, he immediately turned around and made a tactical retreat from the North Gate area. Not long after, the mysterious person accompanying the principal arrived. It was a woman wearing a wide robe, her movements mysterious. She quietly observed the surrounding area, then bent down and gently touched the ground with her hand. After that, she closed her eyes and lightly brought her fingers to her nose. It was man-made. Could someone have already come into contact with spiritual energy this early? The principal did his best to drive away the students. All of you, leave this area immediately. This is an order. One student still stubbornly lingered, his fingers rapidly swiping across his screen. Teacher, wait a second. I'm posting to my social feed first. After hearing this information, Chu Qingli turned her head and thought, man-made? Spiritual energy? What? Was this terrifying phenomenon really caused by a person? No, that figure just now was definitely Fong Yi. After thinking it over and analyzing it for a while, she gave a self-mocking laugh. Don't be ridiculous, Chu Qingli. That useless ex-boyfriend's grades are so awful. How could he possibly appear in Qingqiang? A while later, at Fong Yi's home, the young man had already returned. In his room, he was sprawled on the bed, sweat pouring down like a waterfall as he kept complaining. What the hell is going on? This heat is clearly coming from inside my own body. A cold shower and the air conditioner are both useless. Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight. Fong Yi suddenly sat bolt upright, as if he had been shocked by electricity. A sense of unease swept over him, making him shiver. This isn't good. I caused such a huge commotion today. What if someone noticed me? I need to check right away. The young man hurriedly grabbed his phone and quickly browsed through the news sites. But strangely, everywhere only mentioned one name, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Fong Yi frowned as memories from his previous life seemed to be stirred up. It seems there was once a mysterious organization that appeared online, specializing in posting strange cultivation rules. Back then, everyone thought it was just a joke, some fantasy made up by novel enthusiasts. But now, having been reborn and personally experienced an abnormal phenomenon, Fong Yi no longer dared to take it lightly. Perhaps that strange woman I met today is a member of that association. Without hesitation, he accessed the association's official homepage. On it, a note appeared. List of cultivation realms was written clearly. First realm, Ghost Mansion. Guide spiritual energy into the body and condense it into divine power. Second realm, Spirit Cleansing. Borrow the power of heaven and earth. Open the divine bloodline and create inner energy for cultivation. Third realm, Diamond Body. Strengthen the flesh, make the bloodline indestructible, and grasp attribute power. Fourth realm, Divine Moon. Break through the limits of heaven and earth, accumulate faith, and give birth to a divine body. Fifth realm, Crooked Sunday. Reach the peak of the universe, manipulate life and death, and dominate a region. Ultimate realm, Transcendence. Surpass life, death, and reincarnation. Create heaven and earth, and grasp the heavenly Tao. At the bottom of the list was a line of text. At present, spiritual energy is recovering at an unprecedented speed. To prevent fellow Taoists from cultivating down the wrong path, this realm chart is being made public. May cultivators compare themselves against it and avoid mistakenly entering the demonic path. After reading it, Fong Yi frowned slightly. The content was mysterious and somewhat dark, but the presentation looked strangely familiar. It even had a watermark. A notice like this should have been issued by the government of Xia country. Why did it come from a mysterious cultivation association I've never heard of? In his previous life, as an ordinary person swept in natural disasters, whenever he encountered abnormal changes, all he could do was run and survive. He never had the time or status to pay attention to mysterious organizations like this. If not for being reborn, I'd probably still be lining up for relief food like everyone else right now. He sighed softly, his gaze darkening. Could this be a hidden signal the government wants to send to those who have the chance to come into contact with spiritual energy early? In that case, I'll follow the instructions and circulate the golden yang breathing method first. Immediately afterward, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and circulated his energy according to the steps described by the cultivation method. In an instant, the spiritual energy inside his body began to flow, pure and fierce. His entire body seemed to be lifted up, gently hovering in midair while emitting waves of brilliant golden light. The first step of the cultivation method was to cleanse and refine the body, transforming it into a vessel for spiritual energy, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, and from there cultivating a divine mansion. Fong Yi became so absorbed that he seemed to merge with the surging flow of spiritual energy. In only a short while, his whole body trembled. A dim layer of light surrounded him, and his aura erupted violently. One-star realm, Ghost Mansion. Breakthrough successful. Host may now use the editing points received. Can the cultivation method data be forcibly overlaid onto any object? Current editing points, 50. Fong Yi was startled. Editing points? I almost forgot about that. What does this mean? The editing data I obtained is the golden yang breathing method with the yang attribute, right? The line he was reading said the following: you may use the editing points you have obtained to forcibly overlay the editing data you have obtained onto any object. Fong, he was still somewhat dazed, not quite understanding. Forcibly overlay it onto any object? What exactly does any object mean? Immediately, the young man reached forward. The system displayed. Do you wish to consume editing points to infuse this object with the yang attribute? Yes or no? At once, the cup floated under his control. Fong Yi similait fainti. I guessed right. Forcibly overlaying and infusing means something like enchanting an object, giving it supernatural power. If I choose yes, this cup will become a cup with a yang attribute. Then what if it were a gun, a saber, or some other weapon? Could it become a special weapon of mine? Judging from the system's meaning, he would not be collecting data for just one attribute. A whole series of custom-designed weapons possessing supernatural power would indeed be very important in the future. The young man turned to look at the gleaming sword placed solemnly nearby. "Why don't I test it on you first? If it works, I can order a real one." Now that he had been reborn again, he had to make absolutely thorough preparations to deal with those mutated monsters. Only one corner of the room still had a light on. Outside, the sky was pitch black, the moon hanging high above. He had no idea that a gloomy thing was standing outside, watching him. Rustling noises sounded, accompanied by a terrifying crimson eye. Strange clattering sounds rang out again and again. He seemed to sense that something was wrong. Sweat broke out on him, and he woke up. He wondered, where did a mouse come from? He sprang up, got out of bed, and immediately circulated his spiritual energy to investigate. However, no living creature was detected inside the apartment. The water pipes were quiet as well. Could it be the neighbors' pets calling for mates? With his hearing, after stepping into the ghost talisman realm, he was more than capable of hearing sounds from the apartment next door. But he quickly realized that the sound was not coming from inside the home, but from the corridor outside. Carefully stepping out and narrowing his eyes to observe, he immediately saw a black shadow moving silently at the end of the hallway. The moonlight spilling down was enough to reflect the distorted shape of that creature. A chill ran down Feng Yi's spine, and he drew in a breath. Damn it, it's that thing, the strange rabbit beast affected by spiritual energy mutation. Although he had lived again, and his memories had surged back, seeing that creature at such close range still made the young man's scalp prickle. In his previous life, this seemingly harmless type of strange beast had torn countless people apart, leaving rivers of blood behind. At the same time, on a high-rise building several kilometers away, a girl in a black cloak was standing on the edge of the rooftop. Under the moonlight, she murmured softly, "That rabbit still hasn't been captured? It really did swallow a dark night spirit fruit. Its speed is terrifying." Beside her ear, the walkie-talkie crackled with static, and then a teammate's voice rang out. After listening, she immediately replied, "Report any new information at once. I'll pursue it immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl bent her knees, and her entire body shot straight down from the rooftop like a black arrow. In midair, the girl suddenly sensed a sinister aura that had just appeared. She spoke urgently into the walkie-talkie. "It's appeared. It's the aura of that strange beast. I've picked up the Dark Knight aura again. The target has run into a densely populated area 20 kilometers away. Coordinates received. We must pursue it with all our strength, or the residents in that area." After finishing her report, she immediately kicked hard against the wall and flipped through the air. The final warning echoed from the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, be careful. It hasn't been long since it swallowed the spirit fruit, so its mutation and evolution still haven't been completed. It may continue evolving and become even stronger. Therefore, you absolutely must not let down your guard." The figure of the girl in the black cloak flew like a ghost. With each leap, she swept across a rooftop, moving from one high-rise to the next. An office worker still sitting there doing overtime happened to look up. He froze, his eyes widening in shock. "I must be hallucinating." He kept rubbing his eyes and muttered, "Working until 2 in the morning, and now I'm seeing people flying around on the 65th floor. The capitalist boss roared angrily. "What are you doing over there? Have you finished drawing the comic yet?" Meanwhile, back at Feng Yi's apartment, the chase had reached its explosive peak. The mutated rabbit finally launched its attack. It rushed over at extreme speed, its forelegs kicking up shrieking gusts of wind, its tiny sharp claws and fangs aimed straight at its opponent in a death bite. He was stunned for an instant, but in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. His eyes lit up, spiritual energy immediately circulated, and his body reacted, flashing to the side to dodge. "My reaction speed really has increased tremendously," he thought to himself. After breaking through to the ghost talisman realm, he could clearly feel the changes. Not only had his hearing and reflexes become sharper, but his muscles had also become many times more flexible and resilient than before. Every movement of the strange beast appeared clearly in his eyes, slow, as if he were watching slow-motion footage. Even so, Yi did not dare to be careless. He frowned and stayed alert inwardly. This damned, mutated, vicious beast actually appeared this early? In the memories of his previous life, these kinds of predatory strange beasts had only appeared after the mutation had spread widely. Yet now, this rabbit had already absorbed a dark night spirit fruit, driving its nature into madness, with both its strength and speed exceeding normal limits. If he did not stop it immediately, this entire building would become a bloody feast for it. Very quickly, Fong Yi turned, gripping its furry tail tightly. The strange beast screamed continuously in panic. Its tail was its weak point. Fong Yi poured all his strength into his arm and hurled it like a thunderbolt through the glass window. In the quiet night, only the crash of shattering glass could be heard. Immediately afterward, Fong Yi also jumped after it. While suspended in midair, his gaze icy cold, spiritual energy gathered into his fist. Without needing any flashy technique, he threw a close-quarters punch straight into the strange beast's abdomen from the front. In an instant, the rabbit's belly was pierced through, leaving behind a large, obvious hole. But matters did not end there. In its dying moments, it desperately absorbed the yang energy from Fong Yi's body. Fong Yi thought to himself, "You dare covet the power of the sun? You're truly courting death." Right after a flash of light, a violent explosion erupted. The light shone into several dark rooms, startling a few sleeping people awake. Was that lightning? A man thought something had happened and tried to look outside, but saw absolutely nothing. Was that lightning? The man thought something had happened and tried to look outside, but saw absolutely nothing. Fong Yi had only just landed. The strange beast was now reduced to fragments. The young man stood there, clenching his fist with an imposing air. That thing just now was like a starving ghost to try to swallow my power. He turned and was about to leave when, unexpectedly, a round object rolled to the tip of his foot. Fong Yi lowered his head. It was the remaining eye of the mutated rabbit. The pupil was still wide open, glowing with a deep red hatred. Without saying a word, he gently raised his foot and crushed that eye without the slightest mercy. Fong Yi frowned and muttered in a low voice. It was clearly a strange beast with the dark radiation attribute, yet it desperately absorbed the yang attribute. It wasn't because it was insane, but because it truly was hungry. That thought made Fong Yi's mood heavy. The mutation had already begun spreading. If he were still an ordinary person who had not awakened, perhaps by now everyone here would have become its dinner. His gaze suddenly became sharper than ever. To fight this threat, I still have to collect more cultivation methods. At the same time, not far from Fong Yi's building, the black cloak girl from the association finally landed at the scene. Her figure was graceful like a falling leaf, but her eyes immediately widened in astonishment when she saw the remaining traces. "It's dead." Not daring to delay, the girl immediately knelt, took out a spiritual energy testing device, and switched on her walkie-talkie to report. "The target is dead. The corpse has been completely shattered. I am recovering the remaining dark radiation spiritual energy." As soon as her hand touched the ground, she instinctively pulled it back. This scorching aura. It's extremely high, like a pure yang attribute. Strangely pure. It's exactly the same as the energy previously discovered at Chingcheng University's North Gate. This absolutely cannot be such a coincidence. She frowned in thought, then added another report through the walkie-talkie. "Headquarters, the rabbit has been eliminated, but not by me. It was another cultivator, apparently someone newly appeared." The other side immediately replied, "You mean both the pollution purification incident at the North Gate and the dark radiation rabbit were dealt with by the same person? Moreover, although this person's aura has only reached the 1-star ghost talisman realm, the attribute is extremely pure, the same yang attribute as the one at Chingcheng's North Gate." The girl confirmed, "That's right." Headquarters began checking. "I confirm that there are no traces of this person in headquarters records. The association must seize the opportunity to befriend a talented pioneer like this." I think so too." After saying that, she put away the remaining spiritual energy. The other side gave an order. "Set aside your recent missions for the time being. The important thing is to find the pioneer's whereabouts and record them in the file. It would be best if you can persuade them to join the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association." A loli was still a loli. She looked cool doing missions, but a lollipop was still indispensable. "I understand, but right now I want to drink a cup of milk tea." As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Yi's figure kept appearing in her mind, that back view scene from behind. She wondered, Just who exactly is this person? In fact, the association was not wrong. Someone with this kind of strength was definitely an expert. She had to make his acquaintance no matter what. The next morning, brilliant sunlight slipped through the window. Fong stretched, took a deep breath, and looked outside with an utterly refreshed expression. A day's plan begins in the morning. The radiant sunlight shone down on him. Getting up early was even more beneficial for his cultivation. Fong put on a shirt, his charming abdominal muscles visible, then sat cross-legged and relaxed on the bed, loosened his mind, and began circulating the golden yang breathing method. He opened his eyes in surprise. After stepping into the ghost talisman realm, every time I circulate the golden yang breathing method, I can sense the current of energy produced by the technique, like strands of thread coiling around the divine mansion. So quickly, I'm about to break through again. He reached out and grabbed an axe, performing a few basic moves. Cultivation was like chopping firewood. There was no overly profound secret manual, only persistence and endless practice. Gripping the axe handle tightly with both hands, Fong poured in all his strength and chopped fiercely into the air. Immediately, the system rang out. Congratulations. You have advanced to the 2-star Ghost Talisman realm. His eyes began to flash with golden light. Inside his body, every strand of muscle seemed to be remade, visibly expanding, and he felt his physique grow stronger once more. It's just that although my advancement speed is fast, it's also because when I previously broke through to 1 star, I still hadn't used up the residual energy accumulated from cultivation. From now on, I'll have to advance steadily, 1 step at a time. However, the phenomena caused by my cultivation should still be done somewhere quiet. In the corner of his room was the sword he had ordered online, still unopened. At the same time, in the office of the Superpower Association, a middle-aged man was sipping a cup of tea, slowly scrolling through his phone, his gaze pensive. Solar energy fluctuations have been detected again. Is it him again? Elsewhere, Fong had quietly found a small lake, remote and deserted. He drew out the new sword, still smelling of fresh lacquer, and held it upright. When the system rang out, "Do you wish to consume editing points to merge the yang attribute into this object?" He immediately answered, yes. Fong recalled that he had previously tried using a model as a weapon. Although the editing had succeeded, it seemed unable to withstand the power of the yang attribute. It seemed not every prop could become a weapon that suited his hand. This time, he could clearly sense that this saber had the same source as the power within his body, merging with it in a wondrous way. Just then, a notification appeared. Editing successful. Fong looked extremely excited and pleased. Good kid, let me test how powerful you are. After a few basic slashes, Fong froze on the spot. The sword still looked majestic and radiant. Good heavens, just a few slashes and the lake water nearly evaporated completely. Sweat poured out as his expression grew tense. Good thing I didn't start a forest fire. The commotion is still too big. With smoke this thick, I've definitely been discovered. Time to run. Time to run. He had only just left when the black cloak girl for the previous night hurried over. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I only took a little time to use a coupon to buy a cup of milk tea, and I was just a little bit short again. It must be Mercury retrograde. Definitely Mercury retrograde. Wait, a hot spring. What exactly happened to this Buddha statue? At this point, she could only cry helplessly. Oh my God, where am I supposed to get this repair now? Who should I find to restore it to its original state? The aftermath department is going to scold me to pieces again. Ever since that person appeared, nothing has gone smoothly. When she glanced back, the girl was suddenly startled. Wait, that's impossible. Last night, his aura was still at the 1-star Ghost Talisman realm, and now he's already at 2 stars? Not only that, there's also an extremely strong aura mixed in here. Is it a spiritual weapon? A spiritual weapon, as the name implied, was created by merging an attribute into a weapon, allowing an ordinary weapon to unleash power far beyond normal. However, spiritual weapons were extremely rare. Even the association had only 2 of them, not to mention that currently, the spiritual energy cores were still incomplete, their functions limited, and they could not yet be widely popularized. How could this person have one? I must be mistaken. Forget it, I should deal with this wreckage first, starting with cooling down the spring. Elsewhere, Feng Yi was still walking while lost in thought. Right now, my weapon already carries the Yang attribute, but the system didn't clearly say whether it can only use the Yang attribute. After all, the system previously mentioned that I could edit all kinds of different cultivation methods. Then if I obtain other attributes in the future, can I merge them into this weapon too, stacking them on top of the existing attribute? Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message. When he opened it, he saw a message from an unknown sender he had not saved. Hello, may I ask if you're also a cultivator? Sorry, I looked through your browsing history and saw that you've been especially interested in the recent anomalies, and you even save an article about the realm rankings. I have a few friends who are cultivators too. We often gather together, and we also happen to be looking for more like-minded people. Fang Yi Sikit. I forgot to set my privacy. He continued reading the message. There are 3 of us. After the mutation happened, we've always relied on each other. As for the current situation, those who understand will understand. We're just hoping to find a few fellow cultivators online and make friends. Fang Yi replied, I've only just entered the path. The other person continued messaging. That's great then. Brother, how far have you cultivated? Have you entered a realm yet? That divine talisman condensation really is difficult. But I heard rumors that even the big shots in the national team are currently only at the ghost talisman realm. Looking at it that way, we're not really that far behind. Feng Yi answered, then you're pretty strong. But in his heart, he was silently comparing. The official team is only at the ghost talisman realm. The other person did not give him time to think and immediately sent another message. Haha, then let me tell you another piece of news. A new polluted zone just appeared. Want to form a team and go together? The more people there are, the safer it is, and the resources will be split evenly. Hearing this, Feng Yi was rather surprised. A new polluted zone? He typed another message. Send me the address. I'll take a look. Less than a few seconds later, an attached file was sent over with a striking title, Collection of Information, Dark River Molten Dragon. Feng Yi opened the file. Illustrations appeared on the screen, along with detailed annotations. The polluted zone was called the Dark River Molten Dragon. It had once been an underground river formed from groundwater fissures. But after the upheaval of heaven and earth, the original water flow had been replaced by surging lava, turning the place into a natural furnace deep beneath the earth. After reading it, the young man thought to himself, it has a Yang attribute like mine. Looks like I'm definitely going to gain quite a lot this time. He immediately replied as well, I can join the team. The next morning, in the New Woods district, where the forest was lush, the mountains were majestic, and mist drifted everywhere, a group of people had gathered before the entrance to a gloomy cave. One man asked impatiently, Old Lee, when exactly is that friend you mentioned getting here? Lee scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Soon. He'll be here soon. Xiaoya, thanks to the map and the detailed information you prepared, I was able to find this place so quickly. It really was flawlessly thorough. The person he mentioned was named Zhang Xiaoya, and she merely smiled modestly. It was nothing. I should be thanking all of you instead. If everyone weren't coming with me, I probably wouldn't dare enter this place alone. Once we go in later, remember to support one another. Xiaoya was an employee directly under the cultural department of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Although she was smiling brightly, inwardly she sighed. What a pity. It seems I won't be meeting any outstanding forerunners with potential this time. I was planning to see whether I could recommend someone to the association. Many forerunners had no idea that the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association was, in fact, an agency under the government of Xia Country. The requirements for becoming a truly official employee were extremely high. Normally, only people with strong connections could find a way in. The reason she had been able to join was because she had passed round after round of strict assessments. Of course, her family had also owed quite a few favors because of it. Sigh, if I don't gain anything this time, I'll probably be forced to work overtime again. Just then, someone recognized Feng Yi and immediately called out his nickname from the chat. Ah, has Fan arrived? Feng Yi also smiled brightly and introduced himself. Im Fan. Nice to meet everyone. Zhang Xiaoya immediately took notice of Fan and looked extremely surprised. So young. If I'm not sensing wrong, he's at the 2-star Ghost Talisman realm. Strange. His aura is very strong, but it doesn't have the oppressive feeling other experts give off. On the contrary, it even feels warm. Once the whole group had gathered, the cave entrance was opened. Everyone's here now. Let's go. Feng Yi took the initiative and stepped forward. Let me walk in front and lead the way. Help shine the light for me. Xiaoya nodded and replied naturally. All right. After they had walked for a while, several people spoke up again. Fan, slow down a little. Watch out for the loose rocks under your feet. I thought all the water in here had turned into lava. A drop of water just fell down and nearly scared me to death. Strange. Does anyone else feel like it isn't as hot as they imagined after coming in here? Yeah, could it be because we haven't reached the center of the polluted zone yet? If anyone gets tired, just say so. Everyone's safety is still the most important thing. Fong, he remained silent. That was simply his manner, but in truth, he was secretly evaluating everything. Although I arrived the latest, everyone treats me like one of the group. Whether it's because they're easygoing or because they truly want to find a reliable teammate in these chaotic times, this feeling is very sincere. At that moment, before the group's eyes was a surging lava waterfall pouring through the darkness deep in the forest. We're here. Is that really lava? Fong, he said nothing and immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoya's heart suddenly tightened and she shouted anxiously, Hey, it's dangerous up ahead. Don't act recklessly. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Hurry and pull him back. Xiaoya's cries echoed throughout the cave, but before anyone could react, the ground suddenly shook violently. The blazing red lava lake churned and roared like a monster awakening from sleep. The whole group instinctively retreated together, their eyes full of panic. System notification. An anomaly of heaven and earth has been detected. Analyzing inner flame. Activating maximum computational capacity. Compilation begins. You have obtained the skill, Crimson Annihilation Force Art. The system continued to display inner flame, extremely high internal heat, possessing an explosive attribute. Its destructive power is terrifying. Crimson Fire Saber Art. A saber is required to unleash its might. Every slash roars like raging fire, the blade covered in a burning layer, erupting into a violent stream of lightning-like flame. The deeper the cultivation, the more battle intent is stimulated, releasing enormous energy. Without hesitation, Fong Yi reached through the surging lava and grasped the saber hilt. In that instant, saber and man seemed to merge into one, resonating completely. He was calm, his gaze utterly unwavering. It'll only consume a little strength. I'll implant the inner flame attribute into this Tang saber. In the distance, the group was still staring in a daze. Then cheers rang out. Everyone look, he's fine. Not only that, his weapon is absorbing the power of the lava. One person let out a sigh of relief. Looks like Fong has recovered. What happened just now was probably only a small accident during cultivation. At the same time, the spiritual energy around the cave began to stabilize again. The air suddenly became much lighter, cool, and fresh, carrying an unusually comfortable feeling. Fong, he spread his arms and smiled with ease. I can feel it now. The spiritual energy has changed. I can absorb it smoothly. The young man beside him could not hide his joy either. I can feel it too. As long as I cultivate a little more, I'll be able to officially step onto the path of cultivation. Xiaoya smiled gently. I mainly came here to collect materials. Everyone, just cultivate at ease. I'll help keep watch over the surroundings. The whole group shouted in unison, Thank you. A moment later, several figures suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Xiaoya glanced back. Other forerunners have arrived. As soon as these three burly thugs arrived, they put on an arrogant attitude and started throwing their weight around. Where did you little nobodies crawl out from? Hurry up and get lost. This place belongs to us brothers now. While everyone was still focused on cultivating, Xiaoya broke out in a cold sweat, looking worried. This is bad. All three of them are at the 1-star Ghost Talisman realm. The enemy is strong and we're weak. Even if everyone joins forces, we can't possibly beat them. We can't provoke them. She had no choice but to maintain the gentlest and calmest attitude possible as she negotiated. Sorry, but we arrived here first. My friends have already begun absorbing spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you can absorb spiritual energy together with us. The leader still raised his voice and shouted, Little girl, have you even entered the Ghost Talisman realm? What's all this everyone and we nonsense? Hurry up and get lost, or else. Xiaoya pondered inwardly. Under the premise of spiritual energy's revival, the current world follows the principle that the strong prey on the weak. In this wild period of growth, weak foreigners are not worthy of possessing resources to become stronger. However, Xia country will not allow this situation to continue forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. Before this bullying of her teammates could go any further, he found it too irritating and stepped in directly, even letting out a sound of surprise. Then he stood face to face with the red-haired leader. You're so tall and strong, yet all you know how to do is bully a girl? While a man was still staring blankly, not understanding what was happening, He drew his sword in one swift motion. The energy was so powerful that the other men immediately told one another to retreat. The few people sitting quietly in cultivation suddenly felt the entire cave shake and had no idea what was happening. Fang Yi's gaze was thoughtful and cold. It is precisely because too many cultivators worship the law of the strong, preying on the weak, that irreversible tragedies are caused. There was no telling what cause had produced such a strange backlash effect on his strength. The man who had been so arrogant just now could only turn deathly pale. The instant he decisively drew his sword. Another massive explosion occurred. At this point, they knew they would lose their lives if they stayed. The three men shouted in panic, scared out of their wits. A seconde explosion. What the hell is this? What kind of monster is he? Run! After witnessing that incredibly cool scene, the people in the group could only exclaim in admiration. Big brother, you're amazing. That saber strike just now was way too cool. He pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head. Not at all. Not at all. They were just going too far. One cultivator said, that was pretty good, right? Want to call it a day? Once everything was over, Shaya turned to the others and said, the polluted zone here seems to have no spiritual energy left. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, the young woman looked thoughtfully toward Fang Yi. Her eyes narrowed. If that saber strike had truly landed just now, then only a few charred corpses would probably be left here now. He is definitely a heavenly aperture forerunner with a high-grade attribute, and he even has top-tier talent. I must report this to the organization. At the office of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, a female employee received a call. Xiaoya, you mean another forerunner with a high-grade attribute has appeared? Xiaoya asked in confusion. Another? Just then, behind the female employee stood a man so imposing that he nearly scared her out of her wits. Nothing. I've recorded it. If there are any developments, notify me immediately. As soon as she hung up, the female employee turned to the man and looked extremely excited. Teacher, could it be that we've gotten lucky? 2 forerunners with high-grade attributes have appeared one after another. With a solemn expression, he replied, what do you mean, lucky? Among those who currently possess high-grade attributes, not a single one lacks a noble status. They receive special importance, and in the future, they will all become figures standing at the center of power. This really is troublesome. Thinking about it makes me want to resign on the spot. The sun was high in the sky when he finally showed himself outside, looking extremely listless and sleepy. As soon as he walked out, he was surrounded by murmurs and discussions. Look, that person cosplaying Brother X is so handsome. That prop saber looks way too real. Wearing it on his back makes him look unbelievably cool. I want to ask where he had it made. He really is a man among men, a ruler, the peak. In truth, he was pretending to be a cosplayer, but he stood out so much that he attracted everyone's attention. The young man opened his phone, and his expression immediately turned pensive when he read several news lines. Cultivation novel becomes reality. Brilliant golden light and eastern purple cultivation energy appear outside a 1,000-year-old stone cave. There was even a photographer who had captured footage of a gigantic dragon flying past. According to an anonymous source, they had once encountered an isotribute beast of supreme quality, and this very person had appeared and driven them away. Fani thought to himself, this was all caused by the inner flame. I was too careless. It released heat as high as 2,000 degrees Celsius. It would be strange if it didn't create a new anomaly. The person who leaked my traits shouldn't be Old Li or Zhang Xiaoya, right? After absorbing so much yang-attributed spiritual energy, I feel like I only need to circulate the golden yang breathing method one more time to break through. He decided to ignore everything else and quickly moved toward the back mountain. 5 minutes later, at Fang Yi's home on the back mountain, a girl named Su Qingying, known as a gardening expert, was enthusiastically digging and shoveling before letting out a sigh. Finally done. As soon as she turned around and looked back, Qingying was so shocked that she nearly stopped breathing. What a domineering aura. This person is in the mountain. No, who is it? Could someone be about to break through to the 3-star ghost talisman realm? Unable to wait any longer, she immediately rushed off. Can a ghost talisman realm cultivation base really cause such a huge disturbance? This has far exceeded the scope of a prodigy. No, I have to hurry and take a look. Is it that guy? It can't be. I will definitely catch you. The power radiating from Fong Yi formed an extremely powerful vortex. Every motion of his hands was executed in an instant. The aura within Fong Yi's body was being released with increasing intensity. From the lower viewing angle in particular, it appeared more ferocious than ever. As Qingying ran, she lifted her eyes to look. He's trying to mobilize the divine mansion. I never expected he could control spiritual energy so steadily. Could this person have been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? Old memories suddenly flashed through her mind. Back when I failed to break through to the 3-star ghost talisman realm, I was knocked back by the pressure of the divine mansion. I coughed up blood and was bedridden for an entire week. I really don't want to remember that. Even someone with my physique failed. So where exactly did this monster come from? Witnessing the current scene, Qingying truly had to admit it. Abundant spiritual energy, precise control, mobilization of the divine mansion. Every strand of spiritual energy seemed to have been refined thousands of times. Someone like this was no longer merely a prodigy, but truly in existence like a god descending to earth. Not only that, she also saw it clearly. Moreover, most forerunners become impatient and eager for success the moment they sense a breakthrough. But this person advances steadily step by step. His mindset and courage are both extremely seasoned, just like a hidden expert. Before long, the power above underwent a transformation. The divine mansion is moving to the east. Meanwhile, Fong Yi was still focused on releasing his power. In the very next second, terrifying energy radiated from his entire body. Breakthrough. 2-star ghost talisman realm. At that moment, Qingying suddenly braked hard. She breathed heavily, exhausted from running too fast. But now, before Qingying's eyes, there was not a single person in sight. That made her extremely anxious. Too late again? It's only been 30 seconds. In truth, Qingying had already calculated it. If my guess is correct, he has discovered that I'm following him. If this continues, won't I never be able to recruit him? At that moment, Qingying realized something. Wait. Then she raised her voice and asked, Senior, you probably haven't left yet, have you? At the same time, Fong Yi was standing up high, observing her. It's her. She's been following and investigating me for the past few days. Qingying politely made her offer. I'm the captain of the Firefly Squad, a team directly under the Xia Country Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. At the same time, I am also a forerunner. On behalf of the association, I sincerely extend an invitation for cooperation to you. To avoid causing a misunderstanding, she explained, I have been tracking your movements over the past 2 days only because I hope you can officially join the association. I hope you won't form a bad impression of the association because of that. Also, although our association has not yet announced itself widely to the public, all our regulations and official documents are complete. Although she spoke boldly, Qingying could not help feeling worried inside. He won't feel offended, right? He also won't think I'm harassing him, will he? I have to be careful with my words. My tone has to be gentle. Only after a while did Fong Yi respond in a low voice. Why? Qingying's voice unconsciously rose. Because right now, she was extremely flustered. What should I do? Should I tell the truth? Someone like him probably won't be easy to fool. What meaning would there be in saying fake words of flattery? Fong Yi had already understood the whole situation clearly. Because Xia Country wants to find and unify the Forerunners, gradually bringing their activities under proper order, while also giving Forerunners an additional layer of protection. At present, Forerunners are developing spontaneously and chaotically. I understand that joining an association may be a form of restraint for you, but in the end, we still have to face the revival of spiritual energy together, as well as the unknown enemies of the future. Then he asked in return, what if I say I don't agree? Right now, I still can't fully trust you. Fong Yi's words left Qingying embarrassed. Even so, she still mustered up her courage and introduced herself. My name is Su Qingying. Before the revival of spiritual energy, I was an athlete. Qingying also raised an identification card as proof. I don't know whether you have any impression of me, but these are my credentials. Please trust me. Glancing over the information on the person before him, Fong Yi silently assessed her. I do seem to have some impression of her. He remembered once seeing Qingying receiving an award on television. As expected, people with outstanding innate qualities are more likely to become forerunners. No wonder she runs so fast. However, at this point, Fang Yi's mood darkened. However, judging from the situation in my previous life, Xia country ultimately still failed to achieve its wish. All of humanity was destroyed. He hesitated somewhat. Since I have lived again and even have the system's assistance, I will definitely become part of this, but not now. The time is not yet ripe. Finally, Fang Yi responded, I do indeed have an impression of you. But then he said, how about this? Let me think about it for a while. Fang Yi added a condition, but for the time being, you must keep my whereabouts secret from your side. Because he himself knew that, judging by Su Qingying's behavior, the Spiritual Energy Association currently did not dare offend forerunners like him at all. With that, Fang Yi had already prepared a plan. He could conveniently use her to serve his own purposes. Qingying immediately agreed. I can cooperate with you, but the anomaly you created while breaking through has already been detected by the association. I still have to report it. Half true and half false. How about that? Fang Yi accepted. Do it that way. Suddenly, Su Qingying whipped around and blurted out, wait. Before she could even see his face clearly, Fang Yi had already vanished. That made her extremely frustrated. I failed to catch him again. How many times has this been now? He's deliberately avoiding people, and I have to work so hard cleaning up the traces this big shot leaves behind. My life is really miserable. The person on the other end replied, all right, put that aside for now. Actually, I think you're going out on missions now can be considered a good thing. That person reported a piece of news. Recently, abnormalities had appeared. Su Qingying was somewhat surprised. They've appeared again. Her mood instantly sank into gloom. Those brutal variants. I will never forget them. Su Qingying still remembered them vividly. Some were gloomy and evil, while others were mad and savage. They relied on the energy in polluted zones after the revival of spiritual energy. Some mutated into strange beasts and aberrant forms that devoured humans. Others disguised themselves as disastrous phenomena, endlessly killing people, occupying and dividing up territory. And she would never forget that they ultimately promoted the formation of new polluted zones. If they were not eliminated, they would carry terrifying attributes of destruction and continuously erode the human world. Streetlights shone on the road amid the torrential rain. Along with them came powerful bolts of lightning that seemed to tear the sky apart. Someone's foot stepped into a puddle on the road. An announcement echoed throughout the city. Red alert for severe thunderstorms and heavy rain. Residents, please do not go out unless necessary. Pay attention to your safety. The Jade Emperor Scenic Area in the city is a high risk of flooding. The area has been sealed off. Please do not go there under any circumstances. The people inside began discussing it one after another. It's been decades since we've seen a thunderstorm this terrifying. Which mighty expert is undergoing tribulation here? Only Fang Yi still wore an icy expression as he walked along the street, and he silently assessed it. The thunder attribute is extremely dense. It is both majestic and violent, but the center of the thunderstorm is. Fang Yi immediately moved toward the doorway. After stepping through it, he could clearly see the mountain enveloped in lightning. Over there, after confirming the right target, Fang Yi did not hesitate and jumped straight down. He landed with extraordinary lightness and safety. The system said, polluted zone detected ahead, approaching Jade Emperor Peak. Not only that, it also provided information. Jade Emperor Peak, 1,545 meters high, covering an area of 25,000 hectares, is one of the city's key scenic areas. Pollution level, undetermined. Yet Fang Yi showed no fear at all. He walked straight into the forest. At that moment, he had just discovered something unusual. The bolts of lightning suddenly converged into one and struck Fang Yi directly. Someone was watching the news on a large screen. According to the results of the spiritual energy density measurements, the danger level of Jade Emperor Peak is trending upward. The other person replied, Jade Emperor Peak must immediately be sealed off and established as a new polluted zone. The president explained the severity of the matter. This happened suddenly and is extremely serious. I originally sent Su Qingying out on another mission, but now she must also be urgently recalled. Su Qingying, you speak. Hearing her name, Su Qingying stood up and reported, at present, Jade Emperor Peak can no longer be approached. Thunder attributes spiritual power is showing signs of erupting. We are temporarily assessing this area as an A-rank polluted zone. With the information she had, she added further. Based on the current situation, within the next hour, Jade Emperor Peak could very well be raised to S rank. The emergency plan must be activated immediately. However, according to all the files on the Forerunners, there is no Forerunner in my region with enough ability to approach this area, myself included. Su Qingying revealed in particular, even for a 3-star Forerunner of the Divine Mansion, the projected result gives a death probability of 100%. Han Li solemnly proposed. Then begin the lockdown from the foot of Jade Emperor Peak. Send people to patrol 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from going up the mountain. The president shared the same view. Agreed. Cut off the danger at its source and completely seal off the mountain. The polluted zone has just formed, and spiritual energy is erupting violently. No one is allowed to approach under any circumstances. Wait until the spiritual energy density drops before conducting further investigation. On the mountaintop now, lightning had already struck the ground. After taking the full force of that lightning strike, just now, Fong Yi was still safe. Fortunately, I have the Golden Yang breathing method to strengthen my body. Even so, he advanced forcefully, but this still isn't enough. To extract the purest thunder attribute, I have to enter the center of the lightning, which is the summit of Jade Emperor Peak. And Fong Yi understood very clearly that during the era of spiritual energy revival, humanity not only gained few benefits, but was even at risk of being pushed backward on the food chain. They would fall to the very bottom if they kept standing still. Setting aside the changes in the weather and the world itself, even small creatures like rabbits and mice could threaten humans. With his far-reaching vision, he was certain that in the future, things even more terrifying than strange beasts would appear, to the point that even cultivators could easily be defeated. Although I currently possess the Golden Yang breathing method and the Crimson Fire Saber art, which respectively represent the Yang attribute and the Inner Flame attribute, it is obvious that I am still far too lacking. Funny thought back. Previously, I spent editing points to inlay both of these attributes into the Tang Saber. The Yang attribute increased the Saber's defense and endurance, while the Crimson Fire Saber art increased its destructive power in attacks. But if I rely too much on a weapon, I will expose quite a few weaknesses. Only when I myself am truly powerful can I suppress those vicious and cunning creatures, and thereby seize the advantage. From that, Fong Yi could be certain that the thunder power here was an excellent opportunity for him to once again temper and strengthen himself. He urged himself onward. If I want to keep becoming stronger, I must know how to seize opportunities amid the changes of heaven and earth. Not only that, Fong Yi understood the consequences very clearly. Otherwise, the only thing left is to wait to die in natural disasters. Precisely because of that, his hand clenched the thing in it tighter and tighter. Fong Yi used all his strength and smashed downward with tremendous force. Even he had to admit, the resistance is too strong. Instead of giving up, Fong Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. He once again gathered momentum and smashed out, tearing everything apart with one strike. Because he used too much strength, Fong Yi coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He gnashed his teeth as he had to accept the truth. This extreme thunder attribute is fundamentally the brutal power of divine punishment. Fong Yi realized something. It is constantly exerting pressure, enraged that I dare step into its forbidden zone, wanting to force me to kneel at its feet. That made him rack his brain. But how can I make it submit and become my power? In this situation, Fong Yi could only remind himself, calm down. Think carefully. The system once reminded me that I have to come into direct contact with the original spiritual power. Only a few seconds later, he had chosen a suitable move. Here it is. Golden Yang breathing method. Circulate at full power. While the lightning in the sky was still striking Fong Yi fiercely, he stubbornly resisted and released all of his ability. That surge of power was gradually overwhelming the painful lightning bolts. Fong Yi endured the pain, determined to succeed no matter what. The will inside him grew stronger and stronger. I have to hold on first and reach the peak ahead. After that, I'll risk my life to survive. The ground beneath Fang Yi's feet showed signs of cracking. He could clearly feel the bone-piercing pain. Thunder's spiritual energy is truly tyrannical and dense. Just breathing makes my muscles go numb. It wants me dead. But Fang Yi's eyes had completely turned golden. The bolts of lightning gathered together and shot toward the mountaintop. At that moment, the system announced, "Extremely powerful thunder attribute detected." Analyzing. Somewhere else, the people in a room were all discussing it. I've never seen a lightning bolt that huge in my entire life. Is some great god from a higher dimension undergoing tribulation? Why do I feel like I saw a human figure in the sky? If that lightning strikes the city center, what will happen? Don't tell me it'll pierce straight through my house. A moment later, the system updated. You have obtained 100 temperings of divine thunder. Guide heavenly thunder to temper the physical body. When the physical body becomes divine, receive 50 editing points. Now Fang Yi had passed through the difficult stage. The thunder attribute is a powerful high-level attribute specialized in attacks, different from the yang attribute. The thunder attribute can temper the body and transform the body into thunder. Whether attacking or defending is overwhelmingly tyrannical. It was once said of ancient cultivators that when spiritual energy was abundant and cultivation methods reached the heavens, they would all draw thunder into their bodies and bear it over a long period. Their bodies became like mountains, undying and indestructible. Before long, Fang Yi had fused his own power with the lightning. Thunder is both my spear and my shield. His body had undergone a tremendous change. I can feel it. The power of thunder is not merely destruction and annihilation, but also cleansing and rebirth. I can sense it honing and strengthening my muscles, bones, and meridians. During this tempering process, there is not the slightest pain. The system appeared again. This is pure thunder of judgment. It punishes all evil and can inflict 300% critical damage. Do you wish to consume editing points? Fang Yi was somewhat puzzled. So I should merge it into the Tang's saber? From what he saw, although merging the thunder attribute into it would make it sturdier, it would also destroy the purity of the yang attribute, wouldn't it? Fang Yi considered it from another angle. Besides, if too many attributes are merged into it, I'm afraid this Tang saber won't be able to withstand it. In the end, he made a decision. I've got it. Merge it into my right hand. The system presented a choice. Do you wish to merge the thunder attribute into this object? Fang Yi answered decisively. Yes. In an instant, a new surge of power merged into his body. The next day, at Jade Emperor Peak, Su Qingying spoke up and reported, "Major Han, the situation is not as we predicted. Within 3 hours, the polluted zone at Jade Emperor Peak has reduced its spiritual power concentration from its peak down to a mild pollution level. However, a large amount of electrical charge still remains in the air." Army Major Hanli took one look and immediately confirmed, "Someone has been here." It was a forerunner. Su Qingying asked anxiously, "What? Another forerunner? Is that person still alive?" As she placed her hand on the ground to investigate. "I can't sense his attribute or the time he left. Perhaps too much time has passed. In addition, last night's storm wiped away all traces." Hanli interrupted, "It was probably around 8 o'clock last night. That person left safe and sound." Su Qingying still did not understand. "What?" Hanli analyzed. "The anomaly began around 6 o'clock last night. We sealed off the foot of the mountain at 7. He probably went up the mountain before that. Otherwise, we would definitely have discovered him. He was also very sharp. The peak of the thunderstorm on Jade Emperor Peak was at 7 o'clock last night. Didn't you also use the associations tool to predict it? By dawn, the pollution level on Jade Emperor Peak should have reached S rank. But after 8 o'clock, the concentration of raging spiritual energy dropped." Hanli added, "Furthermore, I can sense that this person probably also possesses lightning attribute abilities. That is why he could withstand those lightning tribulations. This anomaly was instead a great opportunity for him." From those points, he said, "Therefore I speculate, and I cannot help but be suspicious that this person is not only alive, but this anomaly also changed because of him. Otherwise, it would be far too much of a coincidence. Did this person happen to encounter an opportunity by chance? Or did he actively come into contact with the phenomenon of heaven and earth one step faster than us?" However, he then lowered his assessment of the target's moral certainty. This kind of person is the most frightening. We don't know which side they stand on. If he harms society, the disaster will be no less severe than an anomaly. We must find him as quickly as possible. In the corner of his home, Fang Yi was sneezing repeatedly. On this side, Hanli ordered, "Next, we must find this person as soon as possible at all costs. His temporary code name will be..." He read the name aloud and clearly. "Tyrant," Hanli said. "I also hope the association can recruit Tyrant as soon as possible. Our side will also block the news and conduct an investigation quickly." The person opposite him confirmed, "That is only natural. However, our side also has a high-level forerunner whom we are trying to contact." Hanli immediately instructed, "Little Su, report briefly to Major Han." Su Qingying received the order and replied seriously, "Yes." She tried to remain calm as she reported, "Here is what happened. He is the forerunner who previously purified the abnormality at the A-rank polluted zone at the north gate of Qingqing University." She could not help feeling anxious inside. "Oh no, please, absolutely do not let anything slip." Su Qingying continued, "Recently, I have been trying to make contact with him, but unfortunately, this person's movements are extremely mysterious. I once discovered the corpses of mutated rabbits that he had killed. If my guess is correct, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I will do my best to approach him and clarify how he purified the north gate of Qingqing University." She could not stop her fear inside. "Dear ancestor, I've done my best. Information that is half true and half false is what makes people believe it. If I say nothing at all, I'll only get into trouble." When Hanli heard this, his expression suddenly became solemn. "The Yang Flame attribute?" Then he spoke gently. "Understand, little Su, you have worked hard. We need talented young people like you. People who keep moving forward and carry on after the previous generation, like the endless surging waters of the Yangtze River." Su Qingying jumped in alarm and assured him, "Major Han, you flatter me. This is my responsibility. I will definitely continue to work hard." In addition, Hanli said, "We will also release some smoke screens about natural disasters to cause interference. That will be all for now. Actually, I do not entirely agree with you posting news about spiritual energy online that can easily be exploited by people with malicious intentions." The president was somewhat hesitant. Well, behind him, Su Qingying secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over." At this moment, at Feng Yi's home, another heavy rain appeared in the sky. Inside, Feng Yi was using magic to dry his clothes. Golden Yang breathing method. In only an instant, the white shirt became clean and dry. Feng Yi immediately put on. After the thunder attribute had been infused into him, he could still feel a clear change. Now he could clearly sense that his right hand seemed to have undergone a physical transformation from the thunder attribute, becoming the toughest part of his entire body, with a massive increase in strength. Not only that, Feng Yi also noticed something different. Right now, I seem to feel as if I am advancing closer to the threshold for another level up. But what surprises me most is that the thunder attribute is originally extremely violent, yet after being implanted, it has become as gentle as a little kitten and can be controlled with perfect ease. A flash of pain appeared in his mind. When I unlocked the Yang attribute and used the Golden Yang breathing method for the first time, that pain really is something I can hardly bear to remember. And Feng Yi thought, after being absorbed by me, it probably won't weaken, right? The system reminded him that this thunder attribute also had a 300% critical damage bonus against abnormal evil creatures. He truly could not wait to test it out. At that moment, his phone screen suddenly lit up, drawing his attention. Feng Yi picked it up to check. What happened now? After this incident, Feng Yi immediately set all news and forums to special notifications so he could monitor them closely. He looked at the red alert displayed on the screen. At present, the world is in a time of great chaos. In order to protect the safety of the people to the greatest possible extent, the Xia Country General Association will always issue danger warnings at the earliest possible moment. Feng Yi had already made up his mind. However, these warnings hide opportunities, and for a pioneer like me, that is an extremely powerful temptation. Even if I have to risk my life, I must go there once and try my luck. Just then, something unusual caught his attention. The hottest news at the moment was an explosion has occurred at a chemical plant. No casualties have been reported so far. An explosion has occurred at a chemical plant, causing pollution in the city. The cause of the explosion is currently under investigation. This explosion occurred exactly during a shift change, so there were no casualties. Citizens are urged not to panic and must pay attention to ensuring their own safety. After only reading through it, Feng Yi immediately noticed something suspicious. En explosion, pollution. A large-scale incident like this makes it very hard not to suspect that there is something shady behind it. Comments continuously popped up. "Oh my God, my house is right near there. I won't hide it from you all." The feeling at that moment was really strange. I don't even know how to describe it properly. +1. Was it a gloomy and evil aura? That's right. It was exactly that gloomy and evil feeling. You described it perfectly. Amazing. Are the two people above going mad from cultivation deviation? It's just a factory explosion, and you people can still come up with supernatural stuff? There was a chemical plant explosion where I live too. At most, it was just a nasty smell. You're making it sound too scary. Terrifying. But looking at the picture, it really does look gloomy. It gives me chills. Is this a movie shoot? Is that so? This stirred a feeling in Fong Yi. This gloomy, evil scent. Why did it feel so familiar? A moment later, he finally understood. He remembered now. It was that terrifying evil thing from his previous life. That day, the giant bamboo knight kept walking toward him, and Fong, he did not even dare breathe loudly, much less move. With its keen nose, it soon caught the scent of humans. Bamboo Knight's face was extremely ferocious. It had already taken a posture to destroy its prey. Back in the present, Fong Yi speculated, could it be them? It was like an obsession for him. Those things especially liked appearing during the gloomiest and darkest moments. At first, they might only be ordinary animals or plants, but after mutating, they could possess intelligence, and their strength became savage. Their observation, capture, and instant kill abilities were all enhanced to an extremely bizarre degree. Fong Yi clearly realized this is 100 times more dangerous than that mutated rabbit from before. I have to set out tonight and stop them from continuing to survive and evolve. He solemnly prepared for battle. It's time to test my 300% critical strike boost in real combat. The rain grew heavier and heavier, pouring down like buckets of water. The entire straight road was slick with water. A vehicle had just sped across the road, leaving a trail behind. It belonged to a squad currently carrying out a mission. Headquarters, the Annihilation Team, is tracking anomalous entity file number 7, Bamboo Knight. We have temporarily lost the target. Bamboo Knight's known ability is to blend into darkness and conceal its form. The squad captain gave an order. When it approaches, it will emit faint hissing sounds. It has a preference for eating humans. Please quickly provide supplemental file support. He said, in weather like this, it's definitely about to start hunting. The captain warned in a stern voice, we absolutely cannot allow that to happen. The personnel in the digital technical zone replied, understood. Supplemental data for file number 7, Bamboo Knight, has been sent. One member of the group reported, the request for encirclement and extermination has been raised to B-rank priority. It is expected to be handled within the next 12 hours. They instructed, Annihilation Team, please continue the pursuit mission. You must prioritize ensuring your own safety above all else. Everyone accepted the order and acted together. Understood. The captain took this mission very seriously. 12 hours. It isn't exactly fast, but it's already the greatest support headquarters can provide. Xia country is vast, and mutations and revivals are happening everywhere. Headquarters is stretched beyond its limits too. Just then, someone updated the information. Wait, in the area you are approaching, personnel from our Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association are currently stationed there. That person said, Squad Captain Su Qingxian is currently carrying out a Forerunner observation mission. We can send her a message and have her temporarily assist you. Hearing this, the whole team felt as if they had found a lifeline. Good. Thank you very much. Please have her come assist as quickly as possible. I've heard of her real combat achievements before. As soon as the other person finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Since when did I become that famous? Both the captain and the people behind him looked up in confusion. Qing Xian, wearing a rain cloak, spoke in a cold voice. It's you people? Are you calling me in for overtime? The captain immediately questioned her. Su Qingxian, this time we're dealing with an anomaly. Bamboo Knight specializes in devouring human flesh. This isn't about whether or not it's overtime. Qingxian was very displeased. Is this the attitude you use when asking for help? Then she turned away decisively. It seems the extraordinarily capable Annihilation Team doesn't need anyone to work overtime and help, does it? In that case, Firefly Squad will excuse itself. The two girls beside her even deliberately mocked them. Wow, boss, you're so bold. What if they really get eaten? Then that's their problem. They say it as if our mission isn't dangerous too. The captain hurriedly stopped them. Please wait. Now he had to lower himself. I am sorry. I was a little too impatient just now. I hope you can still assist us in investigating its traces. I'm sure you all understand how formidable Bamboo Knight is. Without your search and location abilities assisting us, not only might we get eaten, but all the citizens in the city may not survive either. Hearing this, Qing Xian replied coldly, All right, enough joking. I never meant that I wouldn't help you. Only then did the expressions of the Annihilation team members relax, and they looked up at her with some relief. Qing Xian continued to reassure them. This species is inherently cunning. It only likes moving in the dark and hides itself without making a sound, so it is very hard to catch. But once it has eaten humans, it becomes uncontrollable and extremely disgusting. We will do our best to assist you in capturing Bamboo Knight. Elsewhere, Feng Yi stood deep in thought amid the heavy rain. He was also wearing a cloak that covered his head, and his voice sank. I smell it. This is the scent. Quite far from where Feng Yi stood, a dense aura of deathly energy rose. He was somewhat worried. This isn't an ordinary amount. Has it already developed to this extent? In the end, the two teams cooperated on the mission. Qing Xian only took a few minutes to investigate. Found it. This way, she immediately sent a small amount of power in that direction. File number 7, Bamboo Knight. Preferences, darkness, humidity, and flesh-eating. It was gnawing on something inside a cave. The captain quickly shouted, Understood. Annihilation team, begin the operation. The entire group leaped from their positions at the same time, drawing Bamboo Knight's attention. It had been waiting for exactly that, and immediately began hunting. The captain warned, The target has discovered us. Annihilation team, deploy formation quickly. Bamboo Knight suddenly braked hard, creating clear friction marks on the ground. The Annihilation team members entered ambush positions. East, for people surrounded it from all sides in succession. West, south, north. They shouted in unison, full encirclement. Not only that, but another person was diving down from directly above Bamboo Knight. His hand had already gathered power for the attack. Go! The captain slashed once, instantly leaving a deep wound across Bamboo Knight's body. Yet it still stood firm and even glared at him with hateful eyes. Red patches were bulging up across Bamboo Knight's flesh. It roared wildly while charging forward ferociously. Watching from above, Qing Xian hurriedly warned them, Watch out for the sound wave. Dodge now! Bamboo Knight's cry resounded through the area, even blasting away the people around it. One member of the group immediately asked, Are you all right, Captain? At this moment, the captain had to accept the truth in pain. As expected, Bamboo Knight is very strong. If we hadn't retreated in time, just now, we might have been torn to pieces by now. With such terrifying destructive power, along with that frightening darkness attribute, if it continues to remain in the city district, it will definitely cause a disaster. Bamboo Knight was not only attacking savagely, it was now even stronger than before. It drew a breath and spat out a mass of sticky green fluid. Then it seized the chance to use its corrosive teeth on the ground. Seeing this, Qing Xian grew extremely anxious. It's planning to dig underground and escape. The girl beside her hurriedly stopped her. Captain Su, this is a darkness attribute with corrosive properties. As soon as it touches an object, it can immediately destroy its structure. We don't have a high-level countering attribute to deal with it. Down below, the Annihilation team was also warning one another. Even if it can corrode the ground, it still can't instantly create an escape passage and burrow out. So don't break the Annihilation team's formation. Our main role is still to collect information in time and command tactical adjustments. Everyone, be careful. One team member's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Right in front of him were Bamboo Knight's crimson eyes. It charged ferociously and sent the person in front of it flying. The other members refused to let it go. Don't let it escape. Chase it. Wherever Bamboo Knight went, its mucus trailed behind. From her position, Qing Xian saw clearly. Wait, the abnormal spiritual energy concentration here seems to have suddenly increased sharply. You two wait outside. I'll follow them in. The two girls replied in unison. Understood. Several members of the Annihilation team were bewildered. Is this the inside of an abandoned factory? Qing Xian said, "Let me check the spiritual energy concentration here first." Looking at the device Qing Xian was wearing on her wrist, the captain asked in confusion, "Is this a new support device developed by the Council's research division?" She confirmed it and explained, "That's right. The watch shows that the abnormal spiritual energy concentration threshold a squad can handle is 50, while Bamboo Knight's abnormal concentration just now was 48. At that moment, the watch turned bright red. Wait, the threshold has exceeded 80 and is still rising at a terrifying speed. There probably isn't only one anomaly here. Everyone nervously looked up. The sound of rapid running came closer and closer. The captain panicked. This is bad. There really is another anomaly. That Bamboo Knight must have deliberately lured us into a trap. Realizing the problem, Qing Xian shouted, "Retreat quickly. We can't stay here long. First, we have one obstacle. We'll head toward the exit. If it wants to block us, it won't be able to hide its traces. With the few of us, we can definitely work together to reopen the main door." Qing Xian quickly opened a path. This way. Suddenly, her entire body unexpectedly stiffened. Immediately, Qing Xian collapsed to the ground. My senses and my body are both being invaded by poison gas. She tried to speak, asking as if no one was answering, "Is everyone all right?" Even so, Qing Xian was still clear-headed enough to realize that no one responded. It was as if she were the only person inside this abandoned factory, but they were probably still nearby. It was just that she could not sense them, and they could not answer her. She endured the pain and reasoned, thinking back, Bamboo Knight led us into the factory, but this place is actually... No, it's the territory of another anomaly. Just now, I vaguely sensed it for a moment. It's very likely a giant python. Following that line of thought, Qing Xian analyzed. Unlike Bamboo Knight's darkness attribute, this black mist is poisonous. We were poisoned the moment we stepped into the mist, but now her entire body was gradually weakening. This poison gas can paralyze our senses and accelerate the consumption of spiritual energy if we use spiritual energy to attack. That will only exhaust us faster. And now, my spiritual energy is almost depleted. Without spiritual energy protecting my body, I'll probably become a soulless corpse before long. Qing Xian lay powerlessly on the ground. What kind of anomaly is this? It has combat intelligence and even possesses such heaven-defying abilities, tossing us around like this. Is it going to end like this? At that moment, a ray of light shone in through a crack in the roof. Qing Xian opened her heavy eyelids slightly and looked ahead. Someone's figure was descending from the ceiling. But by now, Qing Xian no longer had the strength to identify them, and her eyes closed tightly. That person was none other than Fong, charging into the fray. He landed on the ground extremely lightly. Right behind Fong, he was a black serpent. So it's an anomaly with the darkness attribute. It opened its enormous mouth, intending to attack, but Fong quickly dodged. It seemed there was only one, but Bamboo Knight suddenly charged over from somewhere and attacked. Yet Fong remained very calm. So that's how it is. There are two anomalies here. Even though Bamboo Knight was biting his arm, he still assessed the situation calmly. One is responsible for luring prey, and the other is responsible for harvesting. Pretty nimble, aren't you? No wonder the spiritual energy here is so abnormally dense. You like biting people that much. Fong immediately released the new power inside him. Then take your time savoring the taste of lightning. With just one strike, he inflicted a visibly deep wound on the black serpent. Next, he targeted Bamboo Knight. Your turn. Are you afraid of fire? The black serpent charged forward again in hatred to attack. Fong, he only needed a single flip to dodge it easily. Not only that, he also reversed the situation and seized the initiative. Look here. While the black serpent was still dazed and had no idea what was happening, Fong, he swung his hand in a terrifyingly powerful slash. It instantly made the giant python cry out in pain and spew all the mucus from its throat. On the other side, Fong stood and waited to see what would happen next. The black serpent's mucus gave off an extremely disgusting stench, but afterward it recovered. Fong had expected this long ago. Sure enough, it was still hiding a move. A current of lightning flowed along the black serpent's face. It roared madly, and its body reacted as fast as lightning. In response, Fong only curled his lips slightly. He still stood calmly and observed. Good thing I sensed in advance that this giant snake's dark aura was even denser than Bamboo Knight's. Fong, he prepared a new move. Just now, when I used the saber path, at the moment I activated the power of inner flame, I controlled the power and withdrew the inner flame, using the saber as a medium to gather and guide the lightning power in my hand into the snake's body. He burned the black serpent in a sea of fire. As an anomaly with dark power, Bamboo Knight was indeed strange and terrifying, but its strength was comparatively weak. It was bloodthirsty, but the number of humans it could harm was only 1 or 2 at most. It was far from having evolved to the level of this snake. Only now did he notice the sharp pain in his shoulder. Snake scales. This time, Fongy was truly surprised, as expected of an anomalous creature. Even its intelligence is higher. A hidden shot is truly hard to guard against. Then he healed himself. The poison in this thing carries a paralyzing effect. It silently takes lives without anyone realizing it. The wound is gradually closing, but I can still feel a sharp pain. Is it thanks to the circulation effect of the golden yang breathing method? Fong, he realized something. The yang flame attribute can dissolve poisonous substances. The golden yang breathing method protects and heals the body, and the power of lightning purifies. When these two react to the invasion of poison, they can also produce a clear sense of pain, warning me of an enemy's attack. Then he looked at the current situation. But for the other unlucky ones, even if they have some body-protecting ability, I'm afraid they're beyond saving. Thinking about how this snake could silently grow so large, aside from having at least the strength of the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, it was certainly also related to this kind of surprise hunting method. Following that, Fong analyzed. Not to mention, combined with Bamboo Knight, it really is the perfect method to trap elite Forerunners. It must have eaten quite a few people. I'm afraid many Forerunners were killed before they could join forces with the government. And he concluded, in the end, no matter how sinister and vicious it is, no matter how unwilling it feels, it can only vanish into ashes. Fong, he had a question. This firepower is very pure, but the triple critical power of lightning is indeed still more outstanding. I feel that my current practical combat skills can be considered quite good among Forerunners now. He unconsciously stood still, watching the black serpent burn to nothing. After that, Fong slowly approached the black serpent. He was just about to make contact with it when he realized there was still someone there. Fong instantly became highly vigilant. Qing Xian was waking up. Because of the thick smoke, she coughed a few times. She looked very haggard now, and her legs could barely hold her up. Fong, he still remembered the person before him. It's her? That person from the association, the one named Sue something. He spoke in a low voice. Hey, no need to pretend anymore. Fong yi sit harkoldi. Your way of playing dead is pretty bad. Qing Xian was exposed, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Oh no, how awkward. So the person just now really was him. The girl wanted to explain. I was awakened by the scent. I wasn't pretending. Fongy commented, you're fairly strong. Your teammates have all exhausted their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, but you still retained a bit of protection around your body. If you hadn't held on to your will, you wouldn't have been able to smell the scent of blood and burning. Qing Xian replied, thanks for the compliment. In her heart, she was very puzzled. I really did keep a little spiritual energy protecting my body, and he even discovered that. But I have absolutely no idea how he defeated Bamboo Knight, much less that giant snake. At this moment, Qing Xian was so embarrassed that she did not dare open her eyes. She did not dare open them at all. Seeing this, Fong reminded her, you don't need to keep covering your eyes. As long as you guarantee you'll be honest and won't reveal my identity, that's enough. He sincerely remarked. Besides, this person's attitude is much friendlier than last time. After that, he turned and left. It's getting late. Since you and your colleagues are no longer in mortal danger, I'll leave first. Hearing this, Qing Xian hurriedly called after him. Hey, wait. But Fong, he was very decisive. No need. It's hard to talk with so many people around. I'll leave this place to you to handle. After getting out of that place, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she didn't see me just now, trying to touch it to collect the darkness attribute. Fong, he did not want to think back on it. That uncomfortable, cold sensation truly made one feel disgusted. So he guessed that perhaps it was because the dark attribute's spiritual power had been dispersed by him, combined with the body's instinctive resistance. that it had failed. The system did not react either. Forget it. He would analyze it again after going home. At this moment, Su Qingxian was still sitting dazedly in the warehouse. What a pity. She had not even seen his face clearly. It seemed she still could not completely let down her guard against the association. Then she went over and woke the captain. "Wake up. It's over." Only after some physical stimulation did he slowly open his eyes. The captain belatedly realized, oh, we were ambushed. The whole team began paying attention to the remains that Fong Yi had just destroyed. The captain was bewildered. What was going on? Where did this pure yang attribute aura come from? Su Qingxian said, "As you can see, a foreigner came to help us." She suddenly recalled, perhaps he is the target of my mission. My original mission was to identify a forerunner carrying a pure high-level attribute, which is this yang attribute. The captain spoke. Then Su Qingxian interrupted, "I still haven't completed it. His identity remains a mystery even now. In fact, I was even being monitored by him in return. He knew what I was doing. But this time, he was the one who protected us instead." A member of the Annihilation team was extremely excited. He took down Bamboo Knight and that giant serpent all by himself. I never expected such a powerful existence to appear. The captain was shocked. "Now that you mention it, where's Bamboo Knight's corpse? We should deal with the scene first and submit these remaining materials to the association." After that, he used magic to clean up the remnants. The captain had only accidentally stepped on a fragment of the black serpent's corpse, yet a current surged into him. Startled, he blurted out, "What kind of energy is this violent?" The whole team truly could not believe it. "Captain Su, you just said he was yang attribute, but this residual electrical charge is far too powerful, isn't it?" Su Qingxian came closer to examine it. "Is this Bamboo Knight's remaining corpse? The purity of the attribute on it is indeed very strong, and it is also a high-level attribute." That made the captain extremely curious. Could it be that two high-level forerunners appeared here one after another, one eliminating the black serpent and the other eliminating Bamboo Knight, then leaving together afterward? Only Su Qingxian knew the truth. "No, that's not it. What should I say? Actually, only he appeared here." Even saying it out loud sounds unbelievable. For one person to simultaneously possess two pure high-level attributes, having just one of them would already make him an unparalleled genius. The entire atmosphere instantly fell silent. Only Su Qingxuan's thoughts continued. A dual high-level attribute forerunner. This is truly a one-of-a-kind existence. And she knew that move very well. Yang Flame Forerunner. As for the other one, it could not have been more familiar, Thunder Tyrant. Even Su Qingxian could not help wondering, just what kind of monster is he? In the dark night, in front of a building, two trucks stood silently waiting with their headlights shining brightly. Good thing I arranged for teammates to wait outside the factory beforehand. If I stayed inside for too long, they would immediately report to the association. The association assessed the situation and sent an investigation team to the scene. At first, it was meant to collect our bodies. The Firefly squad members sat down, hugged Su Qingxuan's leg, and wailed, "Boss, thank goodness you aren't dead. I thought we had lost our captain." The teammates beside them also kept lamenting. "If you had sacrificed yourself, what would I even do?" One person opened a tablet and checked the readings on it. Staff members in protective suits were inspecting and investigating the long traces left on the ground. But now their main objective had shifted to scanning the residual spiritual power. They analyzed the traces to reconstruct the entire battle. The association's investigators scanned the area, then would compile the results and report them back to the association. The staff member reported, "Captains, based on the analysis of the traces remaining at the scene, both the attack habits and killing methods indicate that the one who killed these two creatures." Hearing this, the Annihilation team captain's expression tightened, looking grave. In contrast, Su Qingxian remained very calm. That was almost 99% likely to be the same person. He thought, so it really was a forerunner with dual high-level attributes. Earlier, I even thought we had made a mistake. That makes sense. With these two anomalous entities, just one of them would have been enough to wipe out our entire team. The Annihilation team member standing beside him also agreed. Suddenly anxious, Sweat streamed down his face. That's right. This expert only made one move and dealt with them in an instant. We are all in the ghost talisman realm, yet the gap is this huge? Su Qingxian reported through her mic. The target I am monitoring has just appeared. The data has been updated. I need to report to the higher-ups. The bright moonlight of the night shone down through the holes in the roof as her steady voice rang out. The monitoring results are as follows. Both the Tyrant and the University City Northgate are targets I have been monitoring. The president sat in a room, holding a cup of hot tea, and replied, I understand the situation now, little Su. Suspend your mission for the time being. Su Qingxian listened to his instructions with a serious expression. The other party saved you, eliminated the anomalous entities, and protected this area. That shows he bears no hostility toward the association and is not our enemy. In any case, my opinion differs from old Hans. For your safety, and also to leave a good impression of the association in that tyrant's eyes, do not make contact with him for now. She immediately answered, understood. But I have another theory related to what happened earlier on the back mountain when the tyrant was about to advance. The president's eyes sharpened as he asked urgently, what is it? Su Qingxian hurriedly said, I once sensed an extremely powerful aura in the area where he was active. At the time, I suspected that he possessed a spirit weapon, but I still felt that it was unlikely. But if it has been confirmed that he possesses dual attributes, then the president's gaze suddenly became grave, and a bead of nervous sweat quietly rolled down. He has a spirit weapon, but less than 3 seconds later, he dismissed it. Impossible. No matter how outstanding his talent is, it is impossible for him to possess a spirit weapon without any resources or support. Furthermore, the investigation team did not detect any traces of a third type of energy belonging to a spirit weapon at the scene. Su Qingxian said solemnly, when I made contact with him, the spiritual power of the spirit weapon I sensed carried the yang attribute. Hearing that, the president also lowered his voice and continued, so that's how it is. If the attribute of the spirit weapon originally came from his own yang attribute, he imagined the scene of Feng Yi leaping up from the cracks in the ground, surrounded by immense power. If he were a venerable expert in the spirit creation realm, then theoretically, he could indeed do that by himself. Su Qingxian suddenly widened her eyes and thought inwardly, spirit creation realm. In the current world, experts who have reached the spirit creation realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. There are no more than 10 of them. A glowing figure standing among the crowd, far more prominent than the others, appeared through the president's description. But if this person truly possesses spiritual power of a third attribute, it will change the entire current situation and shake the entire foreigner world. His eyes narrowed, revealing the wrinkles on his forehead, and his steady voice rang out. Because according to research, spiritual powers of different attributes repel one another inside the body. It is extremely difficult for them to coexist. At present, there has never been a forerunner in the world who could possess multiple types of attribute spiritual power at the same time. The scene shifted to Feng Yi standing beneath the shower, letting water run down over him as he sank into thought. He knew nothing about the doubts others had about him. If he truly possesses a spirit weapon, then the fact that we did not discover a third attribute may not necessarily be a bad thing. I only hope that such a powerful foreigner will not become an enemy of humanity in the future. Feng Yi dried his hair while opening the door and walking out, his mind filled with countless tangled thoughts. There is less than 1 year left until the official revival of spiritual energy. Yet now heaven and earth have already changed. Strange phenomena are appearing everywhere one after another, and the anomalous entities have also begun to act violently. He raised his hand and used his own power to dry his hair. Suddenly, Feng Yi paused as he remembered one eye. After pondering silently for a long time, his gaze drifted into the distance. Forerunners like me have already stepped onto the path of cultivation. After opening the connection point between the body and the world of spiritual energy, they can sense the changes in heaven and earth more keenly than ordinary people. Just like those people discovered in the underground river before. Even if they cultivate on their own and have not been officially recognized by Xia country as forerunners, most of them have already reached a certain level in the ghost talisman realm. He turned and casually grabbed the shirt on the chair. At present, Xia country is showing goodwill toward wild forerunners like me. This also shows that both official forerunners and independent forerunners are currently in a relatively stable exploratory stage. Fang Yi's expression darkened as he thought of Su Qingxian. The anomalous entities are still within the government's range of control, and no major conflict have broken out among the forerunners yet. Fang Yi stepped onto the floor, closed his eyes tightly, and put on his shirt. However, even though the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association has been established, the government still has no intention of making this organization public. The scene shifted to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Outside, the night sky was surrounded by red alarm systems. Now, everywhere, citizens could be heard discussing the unease and unpredictable mutations taking place around them. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. It can be seen that the government is trying both to protect humanity and to provide early warnings about potential dangers. Fang Yi stood outside, raised his eyes, and muttered, "But that is also where the problem lies." The tall building in front of him was gradually being burned, the scene devastated and chilling. Fang Yi said, "I can sense that the government does not have enough confidence to open an era of universal cultivation. The population is too large. Once all the information is made public, the first thing that will happen is the decline of order and internal chaos, leading to large-scale disorder and casualties. Looking at the current situation, the recognized forerunners still do not have enough ability to maintain stability in the face of simultaneous upheavals, riots, and invasions. That would only cause the current situation to collapse even faster." He said to himself, "Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the government's current moderate approach. After all, the human heart is more frightening than ghosts and gods." Images of demonic beasts flashed through Fang Yi's mind. "The only thing that worries me is that the growth rate of the anomalous entities seems to have exceeded my predictions." He stared intently at the system panel, unconsciously raising a hand to support his chin in thought. "The creature I encountered today is a typical example of mutation caused by contamination from the dark attribute. After touching the black mist, I realized that it actually belongs to a sub-branch of darkness, the shadow attribute, the nemesis of forerunners." The system panel stated, "Shadow attribute, a branch of darkness, nemesis of forerunners, currently cannot be collected." Fang Yi analyzed it in his mind for a long time. These anomalous entities possess intelligence far beyond ordinary anomalous beasts. They not only like to take humans as food, but the bodies of forerunners are also great nourishment to them. They even know how to cooperate with each other to set traps and eliminate forerunners. He lowered his head, his expression unchanged, completely focused. Although they definitely cannot compare to the dark attribute anomalous entities I encountered before. Just one of those could destroy an entire country or even a continent. The ravenous, anomalous beast clenched a girl in its mouth. But if I had not followed things to the end today, that small team and the person who once wanted to recruit me would probably have died. Fang Yi stood between two opposing powers, one side crimson, dark and gloomy, the other blazing brightly like sacred flame. Just a branch attribute is already this gloomy and disgusting. The true dark attribute is far too great a threat. But if it is only temporarily unable to be absorbed, doesn't that mean that once I meet the system's conditions, I will be able to absorb it? The dark attribute has such a powerful ability to restrain humans. If it could become my power, nothing could be better. It might even be the key factor in turning the situation around. He flew into midair, his entire body radiating flames of power, and a golden sword even formed in his hand. At present, I possess the golden yang breathing method with the yang attribute, 100 temperings of divine thunder with the thunder attribute, and the crimson fire saber art of the inner flame attribute, a sub-branch of the yang attribute. These are not merely high-level attributes. More importantly, I have suitable cultivation methods that are completely compatible with me. Add to that my 3-star Ghost Talisman Realm strength, and I am afraid there are very few forerunners who could be my opponent. Blue electricity coursed over Fang Yi's body, and his eyes visibly lit up. But this is still not enough. The scene shifted. The phone on the table suddenly rang as someone called. Fong Yi picked up the phone and looked at it, unable to hide his surprise. "Aunt, why so sudden?" Fong Yi's aunt called and asked cheerfully, "Little E, have you been well lately? Your cousin will be going over to your place to study for a while soon. I don't feel at ease letting her stay alone in a hotel. Can you let her stay with you for a few days?" He replied in a puzzled tone. "My cousin?" Fong Yi thought inwardly. "My only impression of her is that she is a bookworm obsessed with studying. I have almost forgotten what she even looks like." As soon as he finished thinking, he agreed without hesitation. "Yes, then just have her come over. There is still an empty room at home. When will she arrive?" Fong Yi's aunt hurriedly waved it off. "No need, no need. I will send her the address and let her go by herself." The scene shifted, her words intertwined with the image of someone's small hands sitting there typing on a keyboard. "I will have her bring you some local specialties." Fong Yi politely replied, "Thank you, aunt. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Fong Yi's aunt continued, "Your cousin should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you." He said, "It is no trouble, aunt. I still have something to do, so I will hang up first." On the girl's computer screen appeared a string of messages from multiple anonymous people. "Spiritual energy revival. Change name to Marshall Path 7. I will arrive this afternoon. Feng Xiaoziu. Glamorous 81-year-old beauty. Are we meeting in person, or should I go straight there? Neither. I'm going to stay at my cousin's place. Need to deal with something first. Feng Xiaoziu. Scammed out of 5 cents in an online romance. Cousin, we will see when the time comes. I'm logging off first. Feng Xiaoziu." Fong Yi's aunt said goodbye. "Then go handle your own matters. Remember to visit your aunt next time." The girl moved the mouse on the desk and clicked something. An article appeared on the screen with the headline, "Minor leaked news. Popular internet town, renamed Death Trap Town. 3 more people dead." The girl's voice rang out, both unfamiliar and curious. "Yangfire Town?" Fong Yi's aunt opened the door and asked cheerfully, startling the girl, "Have you finished packing your luggage?" The girl turned around and replied, "I'm done. But actually, I still don't want to trouble my cousin. A hotel will be fine too." Fong Yi's aunt immediately reassured her. "No, compared to you staying outside, staying at your cousin's home is safer. Your cousin is someone Mom can trust." Even as her daughter pushed her out, she still tried to give a few more instructions. "Since you're going to someone else's home, don't cause any extra trouble. If there is anything you can help with, help as much as you can. Understand?" The girl did not seem to pay much attention. "Don't worry. I know." She slammed the door shut. In a dark room, she leaned against the door, panting repeatedly. Her glasses gleamed faintly, and a calculating look appeared in the girl's eyes. She pulled down her hood and thought, "I will just clear one stage at a time. Compared to those strange phenomena, nothing my cousin says can be as scary." The scene shifted outside, beneath a clear blue sky, with crowds bustling back and forth. A small girl slowly pulled a suitcase as she walked along the road. She opened her phone, and the map app announced, "You have arrived." Lin erased her eyes, looked up, and muttered, "This should be the place, right?" Fong Yi slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing him, Lin Yi looked surprised and called out, "Cousin." His eyes widened in confusion. "You are Lin Yi? I completely didn't recognize you." The girl froze in place, silent and saying nothing more. The two of them entered the house and sat down. Fong Yi asked awkwardly, "So, you came here to attend a summer camp?" Lin Yi only replied, "That's right." He said, "If you need anything, just call me." She continued, "Yes. Thank you, cousin." Fong Yi turned and handed the girl a key, reminding her, "This is the spare key. Then I will go back to my room first. Your room is right across from mine." Lin Yi took it and answered politely, "Yes. I will be troubling you for these next few days." The girl watched Fong Yi's back as he walked into his room and thought to herself, "It seems cousin is quite easy to get along with and doesn't interfere too much in my business." Fong Yi stopped in place and secretly glanced back, his brows furrowing as suspicion arose in his heart. Did I sense it wrong, or did she not hide it well enough? When she was sitting on the sofa earlier, I really did sense a faint trace of strange spiritual energy appearing and disappearing. Could she have also become a forerunner? A stream of blue light emanated from around Lin Yi, cutting Fong Yi's thoughts short. So, she came here claiming it was to attend summer camp. Could it be because of this? Lin Yi quietly opened her phone, intending to message someone. The screen showed her anonymous account chatting with several other anonymous users. "Every wind falls into the ditch. Her cousin seems fine too. It looks like he won't interfere with my activities. When do we act? 81-year-old beauty, don't rush. Let's keep a low profile. This area has been rather chaotic lately, with many contaminated zones. But there are always forerunners fighting to get there first. Lost 5 yuan to an online dating scam. I heard about that too. Last time, at the underground river, that was exactly what happened. 2 teams ran into each other, and in the end, there was an insanely powerful expert. They said he slashed out sunlight with a single sword strike and forced the other side to retreat. 81-year-old beauty. Slashed out sunlight with a single sword strike? Are you serious? Then it must have been an ultimate grade Yang attribute. That Forerunner's attribute is really high. It's true. I heard the same. Every wind falls into the ditch. That's why we have to be extremely careful this time. Spiritual energy hasn't revived yet, and everything is still hidden in the dark. Heaven knows how many monster-like forerunners are hidden in Xia country. We absolutely cannot stand out too much. 81-year-old beauty, +1. Lost 5 yuan to an online dating scam, +1.086. Every wind falls into the ditch. All right, I'll wait for news from you too. Lenny had no choice but to put it aside. Forget it. Since this was her first time here, it would be best not to cultivate yet. If her cousin discovered it, it would be hard to explain. 3 days later, after the girl finished bathing and came out, she saw Fong Yi sitting there in silence, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. He felt that living with his younger female cousin had indeed brought quite a few problems to Fong Yi's cultivation progress. His meditation and breath regulation could be interrupted at any time. His whole body, seated on the bed, emitted a powerful glow. Cultivating the Golden Yang breathing method also carried the risk of being seen by others. As Fong Yi cultivated, he worried. It's so bright. Could I be discovered? Why didn't I notice before that the Golden Yang breathing method was this conspicuous? But the most terrifying thing was still when Lin Yi went into the kitchen and painstakingly prepared a delicious meal for Fong Yi. Cousin, dinner is ready. Tonight we're having tomato braised beef, cucumber salad, and corn pork rib soup. He slowly walked over to the table and sat down, then added, "All right, you're being too polite. I'll wash the dishes." The girl quickly replied, "It's fine. I'm staying here for now, so these are things I should do." She was far too courteous and considerate, faultless in every way. When doing housework, she was like someone obsessed with cleanliness and compulsive order. As Fong Yi thought this, he picked up a beautifully caramel-colored piece of braised meat and placed it into his rice bowl. It was just that. The two of them sat across from each other, neither saying a word. I'm not stopping her from doing this, so she can truly lower her guard around me. Fong Yi continued, acting normal. Only like this could he probe out her secret. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was not thinking anything at all. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, "What is it? Did a friend come looking for you?" A hint of fear flashed across the girl's face, and she hesitated, unable to answer at once. Fong Yi immediately stood up and left. "Then you two can talk. I'll go back to my room first." Lin Yi wanted to stop him, but her throat tightened and she could not speak. As she opened her phone, she quietly raised her eyes and watched him leave. Lin Yi spoke over the phone. "What did you say?" "The great change of heaven and earth will appear again tomorrow." "What time?" 3 in the afternoon? "Don't worry. I'll definitely be there." She immediately agreed with the person on the other end of the line, seemingly unaware that Fong Yi had already flown up and was standing outside the window, eavesdropping. "All right, then we'll meet at the entrance to Yangfire Town. We won't leave until we meet." She wondered to herself, Yangfire Town? Isn't that a famous town in the suburbs? It's only an hour's drive away. The blue aura drifting out caught Fong Yi's attention. Sure enough, his younger cousin was also a forerunner in the era of spiritual energy revival. He quietly peeked inside and saw Lin Yi sitting upright, practicing her method. Thank goodness. Based on her current strength, she probably can't detect me. A powerful energy emanated from around the girl. Fong Yi silently sipijulatit. But she's still a high school student, and she's already reached 2-star Ghost Talisman realm. There are even signs that she's about to rise another star. Could it be because her talent is so high that her personality is somewhat strange? As the glow of the setting sun gradually faded, his gaze darkened. In that case, my younger cousin's claim that she she came to attend summer camp is only a cover. The great change of heaven and earth is the real reason. She must have obtained news about the great change of heaven and earth from somewhere, so she made up an excuse to come here. Fang Yi's fingers trembled slightly as they dug into the wall. Every great change of heaven and earth was an opportunity, allowing him to obtain a kind of technique and increase his strength. He smiled faintly in silence, wondering, I wonder what attribute will appear in Yang Firetown this time. After that, Fang Yi had no choice but to let it go and immediately leave. Forget it. Suddenly, Lin Yi opened her eyes wide, sensing something strange. How odd. She looked toward the wide-open window, where bright moonlight shone in, and wondered, was I imagining it? Just now, it felt like someone was watching. The scene shifted to Yangfire Town, where rolling hills surrounded rows of closely packed houses. Outside the town gate, a voice called out loudly. 5 Mao ran over, put an arm around the girl's shoulders, and winked as she asked, You've been staying at your cousin's house these past few days, right? How is he? Is he handsome? Her anonymous username was Lost 5 Yuan to an online dating scam. Linny raised a hand to prop up her chin and replied coldly, he's pretty good. As for looks, he's just average. Ordinary appearance, famous handsome guy type. Anyway, he's not the kind of famous handsome guy you like. Hearing this, 5 Mao sighed helplessly, sounding a little disappointed. Suddenly, number 81 came closer, crossed her arms, and smiled faintly. Her sharp voice rang out. Don't forget, Yi once evaluated herself as an ordinary part of the crowd. Her online nickname was 81-year-old Beauty. The uncle sitting farther away saw this and announced, All right, everyone is here. Let's get to the main matter. Linny suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion, Right, that person isn't coming this time either? He replied, It's still just the 6 of us this time. She isn't coming. Number 81 hurriedly urged them. She's always been that mysterious anyway. We're used to it. Let's go. From above, Fang Yi sat and observed the group walking forward. His expression did not change as he thought. It seems my younger cousin's team also has enough strength to move discreetly. Fang Yi immediately saw the strength of each person. Even the weakest was already stable at 2-star Ghost Talisman Realm, while the man who had just spoken had even reached 3-star Ghost Talisman Realm. For what they said, there was also a powerful person in their team who was often absent. His eyes narrowed as he sat in silence for a long while. On the mountain above this famous town, his sharp gaze revealed a calculating look as he stared into the distance. The scene shifted as a voice rang out in introduction. Suddenly, a vine appeared, hanging down from the sky, just like the beanstalk in the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. That vine was extremely tall, and when it touched the ground, its roots spread over a vast area. The vine appeared randomly around the Yangfire Town region, and the timing of its appearance was uncertain. This differed from the information foreigners had previously known. It surpassed everyone's understanding and cognition, and it was clearly a great change of heaven and earth. Yet it had nothing to do with weather, nor was it the collapse and reconstruction of the Earth's surface. It was a strange object appearing out of thin air, drifting everywhere. It caused no damage and did not release thunder, lightning, or burning sunlight like rare phenomena. It only moved silently and appeared fleetingly. Their group of 6 slowly entered the mist around the mountain range. Number 81 was startled and cried out, My God, is that it? They were standing very close to the vine. It emitted an enormous power. If one did not see it with one's own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Suddenly, 5 Mao suggested, Wait, we better not keep going forward. Linny found it strange and asked why. 5 Mao's whole body trembled. Her hands clutched the straps of her backpack tightly. Her lips were pressed together, and her eyes widened in fear. She stammered, Only after actually seeing it do I feel how abnormal it is. My whole body has gone cold. She asked, Have all of you seen the rumors on the internal forum? 5 Mao covered her mouth with one hand and spoke in fear. Actually, I had a friend in that team. When the vine appeared last time, they tried to approach it. They were all foreigners much stronger than me, and their realms were not low. She recounted, but after they came here, all of them disappeared. The more 5 Mao spoke, the more her voice trembled, and her face visibly turned pale. Holding her head with both hands, she said, I have a feeling that we'll end up the same way. Even so, the 6 of them still resolutely stepped inside. Only 5 Mao's warning continued to ring out. We'll die without even a burial place. 5 Mao stood trembling, her frightened face drained of all color. She held her head with both hands as mysterious energy seeped from her entire body. Her mouth kept muttering complaints. At first, she had thought she could easily accept the risks of a forerunner's adventure, either returning with victory in hand or being smashed to pieces. But when she actually saw this thing, she suddenly felt instinctive fear. Her intuition told her that what they were facing this time was a high-level type of anomaly of heaven and earth, a powerful, unknown, and completely new mutation. She bit her lip hard, and tears unconsciously fell in two streams. I still don't want to bury everything here. I want to retreat. Number 81 froze at this, her throat tightening, not knowing what to say. Linny grew worried and agreed. You're right. In fact, all of us can sense it. The girl looked up at the vine and spoke in a solemn voice. Within this wood attribute vine, there's a desolate aura. I don't know how to describe it. It's the feeling of sinking into the flow of time, of all things perishing and vitality being exhausted. That is why it makes us feel such intense unease and discomfort, as if it wants to devour our lives. Suddenly, Lin Yi grabbed Five Mao's hand, startling her, and emphasized, but the girl clenched her hand tightly and shouted, her face resolute. This is the martial path of a forerunner. From above, Fang Yi watched and thought to himself, what a gloomy, deathly aura. After seeing so many phenomena of heaven and earth, aside from the Ina tribute anomaly, the vine here was the thing that made people feel the most uncomfortable. His gaze sank as he stared at the group. They had decided to cultivate here. Their courage was truly commendable. The massive vine trunk before Fang, he had already turned a blood-red color. There were even people hanging limply from it. He thought to himself, it is clearly a plant symbolizing abundant vitality, yet it brings a gloomy feeling. It doesn't seem alive. It's more like a dead thing pretending to be a living creature, already drained of all spiritual energy. Standing high up, Lenny urged them firmly. Everyone, we don't have time to think too much. Since it's dangerous, we'll comprehend it from right here. Standing on a branch, the girl advised, everyone, stay within sight. Don't go too far. The others immediately sat down and focused, replying, all right. Lenny observed them once, and then felt slightly relieved. This way, they should be a little safer. After that, the girl also immediately sat down on the branch and began focusing on practicing her method. A vast energy surrounded her. A faint breeze drifted around. Fang Yi stood with his arms crossed, watching, and could not help sighing in admiration. Not bad. She's vigilant, sensing the power to cultivate from a distance that's neither too close nor too far. As expected of an outstanding student, she calculated the position that maximizes benefits, neither acting rashly nor retreating. Lin Yi's sphere of power expanded outward in an instant. Fang Yi silently watched the light shining down in the forest and releasing powerful energy, wondering, is she about to rise another star? She's already touching the threshold of 3-star so quickly. This younger cousin of mine really does have extraordinary talent. Seeing Lin Yi's sphere growing stronger and stronger, Five Mao shouted, 3-star goes Talisman Realm. Number 81 also kept praising her. Yi's amazing. She could hardly believe her eyes. Actually already. The roots of the vine also began to glow and move continuously. The uncle found it strange and instinctively turned to look back. He shouted in fear, warning everyone, not good. The vine is charging toward us. Number 81 asked anxiously, what? How did it detect us from so far away? 2 people among them were quickly caught in the vine, desperately crying for help. Save me. Five Mao hurriedly fled. Run, run, run. Run quickly. If we don't run, we'll definitely die here. Everyone panicked and shouted. Only Lin Yi remained sitting silently inside her sphere of energy. Yi's breakthrough had caused too much commotion. They absolutely could not let the vine coil around them. Once caught in it, the desolate aura would immediately wrap tightly around their bodies, and they would dissolve in an instant. A vine branch struck heavily against the sphere of power, causing several cracks to appear in it. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Number 81 grabbed Five Mao's hand and declared firmly, no, we can't leave yet. Something will happen to Yi. Five Mao's expression darkened, and she asked urgently, what do you want me to do? Use spiritual energy to protect her? She was the one who decided to cultivate here, and then she ignored the danger herself. Is she trying to use my life to become stronger? Unexpectedly, the uncle also said coldly to number 81, calm down. Life and death are decreed by fate, wealth and honor by heaven. If we don't leave now, all of us will be buried with her. You're still too young. Don't let emotions rule you. Everyone here just happened to meet on the road. He was immediately slapped hard across the face by her. Number 81 shouted furiously, driving them away. Then all of you get lost. I will never abandon a teammate. From above, Fong watched and thought to himself, perhaps my cousin still doesn't know her current situation. He asked himself worriedly, after all, she is still only a student. The power of this vine is terrifying. I don't even know whether my current strength can save her. But I'm afraid time is about to run out. The sphere of power protecting Lin, he was gradually being entangled by the vine. Fong, he prepared to draw his sword. He muttered, I promised her that I would take good care of you. A promise made cannot be swallowed back. Number 81 leaped up, determined to fight the vines to the end. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and a vine seized her, binding her body tightly. The vine continued trying to pierce through Lin Yi's sturdy membrane of power. Fong Yi, weapon in hand, sprang forward. Number 81 called out anxiously, Yi. 5 Mao cried as she turned back to look. A blaze of powerful flame shot straight down toward the vine with tremendous destructive force. A foot slowly landed. Fong irradiated a dazzling aura as he rose amid the chaotic scene. The uncle and 5 Mao could not help exclaiming in surprise. The vine. It retreated. It stopped attacking. The flame gradually burned the tendrils of the vine. Fong Yi's entire body emitted an enormous energy, defeating all the vine's attacks. The blinding light forced the uncle to raise a hand to shield his eyes, and he wondered inwardly, is this also a forerunner? Number 81 also wondered, it's an ultimate yang attribute, that's right. Only an advanced attribute like that would dare to be so reckless. It actually forced back the desolate vine. The uncle gritted his teeth. On what basis? He considered himself extremely talented, having reached 3-star Ghost Talisman realm in only a short time. Presumably, across the entire country, the number of foreigners with such speed could be counted on one hand. He looked up with a jealous, unconvinced gaze. Not counting that mysterious monster, Lin Yi's talent should only be roughly equal to mine. But, Fong Yi swung his sword to the side. The uncle stood below opposite him, countless thoughts surging through his mind. If there are still people like this among forerunners, then what are we? Are we merely stars meant to set off the bright moon? He has crushed me. No, he has crushed all of us forerunners. Fong Yi's cold face and sharp gaze appeared and disappeared within the surging power. What kind of existence is this, exactly? The system panel announced, Ultimate Wood Attribute detected. Automatically recording. Recording successful. Fong Yi's whole body rose among the vines, which kept growing and multiplying. It could instantly absorb all growth and vitality in the surroundings, rapidly healing his own injuries. This wood attribute cultivation method is too powerful. As long as there is life force nearby, it is no different from a perpetual motion machine that recharges itself. The vine branches were continuously emitting light and stretching outward while the attribute was being extracted. Fong Yi closed his eyes tightly, and the vine gradually wrapped around his body. The system panel announced, Desolate Attribute extracted. The desolate attribute can instantly stir up desolate aura, corroding all surrounding vitality. Suddenly, Fong Yi opened his eyes wide, green light shining within them. He thought to himself, no wonder this vine can only grow in this rugged terrain. The aura around him gradually dispersed. Fong Yi looked around and analyzed the situation. If it grew somewhere else, the vitality within several dozen miles would probably be sucked dry by it. He glanced behind him, watching the vine branch withdraw upward with an icy gaze. Plunder. Lethal. This desolate attribute is truly too tyrannical. It forcibly seizes the vitality of others. Unexpectedly, a sweet voice rang out, startling Fong Yi and drawing his attention. Thank you for saving our lives, Big Brother. Number 81 was wounded all over. She forced herself to use what little strength she had left to move closer and said breathlessly, Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, we would definitely be dead. What can we do to repay you? Fong Yi hurriedly waved his hand and left. No need. See you later. In his heart, he thought, I only managed to get here and obtain such abundant vitality brutality and desolate attributes because I followed their information. To be honest, I'm actually the one who benefited. Uncle and Five Mao said nothing, only staring after him. Fong Yi thought to himself, as for the conflict between those people just now, I should pay more attention to how the cousins act in the future. He gripped the gleaming blade firmly and sprang upward. When people encounter danger, their true nature is most easily exposed. A loose team will not be safe when a major crisis descends. Five Mao widened her eyes, looked up, and blurted out, "He left so quickly. What should we do now?" Uncle questioned her coldly. "What, are you regretting that you didn't save anyone just now?" He turned toward Lin Yi, who was sitting inside the sphere of power. Now that the threat was gone and Lin Yi had reached the third rank, their best choice was to try their hardest to remain in this team. The girl slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and unfocused. Lin Yi suddenly stood up. Number 81 anxiously called out, you're awake." Uncle, however, thought, now we have to see whether she is rational enough not to let our feelings fracture. Rather than paying attention to these matters, it would be better to think about that mysterious person. Lin Yi looked worriedly at the people lying motionless on the ground and wondered, what happened and what about them? Beside her, the vine body was still burning faintly. Lin Yi's expression turned fearful as she thought. The residual yang attribute is so powerful. Even from this distance, I can feel its scorching, overwhelming heat. Uncle walked over and suggested softly, "Let me tell you what happened. It went like this." Lin Yi slowly walked back toward Fong Yi's home, her mind in turmoil as she wondered, could there really be someone that powerful? Uncle had already planted the idea in her mind that this was no different from a monster. He recounted the scene of Fong Yi using his own immense power alone to stop the massive vines. Those vines that we couldn't cut through no matter how hard we tried were forced back by a single slash from him. "Did you see? That vine trunk gradually withdrew into the sky." Uncle said sadly. "Now that vine has actually retreated all the way into the sky, shrinking back and not daring to approach us at all." As Lin Yi quietly opened the door, Uncle's words still echoed in her ears. That is the shocking power of that person. Even after that person left, the vine remained as obedient as a chicken, completely losing its roaring manner from before. The moment she stepped inside, Fong Yi was already sitting there waiting. He hurriedly asked with concern, "You're back?" He looked up worriedly and asked, "You don't look very well." Lin Yi awkwardly lied, "I went to school, so I'm just a little tired." Then she hurried back to her room while Fong Yi kept giving reminders. "You worked pretty hard. Go rest. We'll order takeout tonight." The girl only replied indifferently, As soon as she entered her room, Lin Yi leaned against the door and panted, exhaustion clear on her face. Breaking through had consumed too much mental energy. Every time she controlled spiritual power to activate divine judgment, she had to concentrate intensely. It was truly more exhausting than staying awake for an entire month. The girl collapsed onto the bed and opened her phone to check it. Fortunately, I'm no longer an ordinary person. Staying awake for a few days won't kill me. Trying my hardest? But this cultivation is the fate of a forerunner. Heaven and earth have already begun to undergo a great change. While Lin Yi was still tangled in her thoughts, Fong Yi quietly left the house. The life of an ordinary person like my cousin is impossible for me. Suddenly, something on her phone made Lin Yi's eyes widen in surprise. The phone screen displayed, Jialan, if there are any more traces of that expert, inform me. The girl suddenly realized that this was the first time Jialan had spoken in this group. The screen showed the messages between Lin Yi and the person with the nickname Jialan. Jialan, if there are any more traces of that expert, inform me. One move of wind and river. All right, Jialan. Also, I have a question. Do you all think the person who saved us could be the one who became famous at the Dark River Molten Dragon before? If it really is that great expert, then why would he act to save us? Countless pieces of breaking information began spreading online, discussing Fong Yi's strength. Breaking news, breaking news. A high-level Yang attribute god has reappeared. That sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun. The light of the sky was completely swallowed by vast white radiance. I once saw it in the Dark River Molten Dragon pollution field. It was exactly that light, accompanied by an explosion of flames that forced us out of the cave. I dare say it with absolute certainty. In Xia country, no forerunner of the same level would dare face him. If you see him appear at a great change site in the future, everyone must be careful and keep your distance on your own. When night fell, someone stopped a bicycle by the roadside. Fang Yi got onto the bicycle and secretly made up his mind. Good. Lin, you should be less guarded against me now. If I go out, she won't suspect that I'm following her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can think of a way to absorb the desolate attribute. The desolate attribute is closer to plant-type things. As he rode, Fang Yi recalled the white skeletons still remaining on the vine's body. But in any case, this is an evil-type attribute. Its essence is corrosion. If I place it on myself, there might be adverse reactions. Another worry rose in his heart. Moreover, it might conflict with the thunder attribute I already possess. Fang Yi secretly thought, therefore, the best way is to have something similar to that strange, monstrous tree. The vine descended from the sky because it sensed dense, revived, spiritual energy. Precisely because it chose to evolve on its own, it gave birth to the desolate power attribute. He smiled in satisfaction and muttered to himself, I know where to go. Fang Yi gradually approached the rolling hills under the bright, moonlit night. He parked his bicycle right in front of the city forest park entrance. Fang Yi slowly walked closer to a cluster of wildflowers growing in the grass. I need to choose a plant that can create the greatest spiritual energy resonance with me, while also showing a sense of closeness, and use it as my lucky one. His eyes closed tightly as he tried to sense something. Power surrounded him, and Fang Yi spread his arms in midair, releasing spiritual energy. That stream of spiritual energy gradually made the small flower stem sway. So this is how plants react to spiritual energy? He thought, it's very strong, but the level still isn't enough. I need something stronger. Fang Yi spoke aloud to control his power. I need it even stronger. Suddenly, when he sensed something, his eyes snapped open. A small flower was swaying gently. Fang Yi stared at it for a long while, then wondered, is it this one? He moved closer and was about to reach out to touch that flower. The clustered petals clung tightly to Fang Yi's finger, sucking greedily. After it had eaten its fill, that flower became extremely full of vitality. Fang Yi similит genti. Very spiritual. This wildflower is clearly a plant, but when it encounters spiritual energy, it's like a greedy little puppy. After absorbing the spiritual energy, it even comes over to rub against my finger. He gently stroked the flower. It also stretched out its clustered head into his palm. Fang Yi spoke gently to the flower. In this entire forest, only you reacted most strongly to my spiritual energy. You're very suitable for attaching the desolate attribute too. Then I'll choose you. Are you ready? Then he reached out, maintaining a certain distance, and power surged up, surrounding both him and the flower. The flower quickly appeared in Fang Yi's palm. The system panel asked, do you wish to attach the desolate attribute to this object? He immediately replied, yes. Fang Yi's power erupted fiercely, shooting straight upward as if it wanted to tear open the night. Suddenly, he noticed something strange right before his eyes. The flower had bloomed even more. It no longer had only the original 5 petals. That white flower carried a mysterious beauty, shining within the dark forest, brilliant as though it contained miraculous power. Fang Yi stood silently, observing the power radiating from the flower. He looked up at the devastated, withered scene around him and thought, the desolate power is truly terrifying, like the hand of a demon. It's only been 3 seconds, but it has nearly drained an entire circle of the city forest dry. It's far too domineering. It's still spreading wildly. In a vast forest, only the place where Fang Yi stood emitted an immense stream of power. The flower swayed softly and gradually grew larger. Without thinking further, he casually plucked the flower and took it away. Forget it. If this continues, it will attract people from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Before leaving, Fang Yi did not forget to look back again. After all, this is the central urban area. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association will definitely pay attention to this place because of the revival of spiritual energy. These plants are all dangerous. After I entered the garden, I really did discover more surveillance cameras, and the surroundings had also become very deserted without any visitors. He tightly held up the flower and wondered in confusion. It still hasn't stopped absorbing? It can survive even without roots? Fang Yi lightly touched the petals and smiled gently. But compared to how it absorbed without any restraint just now, its absorption has become much gentler now. It's truly miraculous. Even after being pulled out of the soil, its spirituality hasn't diminished at all. Before I chose it, it was only an ordinary wildflower. In his heart, he wondered, could it be that after an attribute is attached, this plant also begins to evolve, as though some evolutionary shackles have been unlocked? Suddenly, a red light sounded a warning in the quiet space. Warning, abnormal value exceeds threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded. Fong Yi anxiously ran away at high speed. Not good. Did it still trigger the monitoring system? Go! The system kept ringing. Warning, abnormal value exceeds threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded. At the plant research department for the revival of spiritual energy, everyone cried out in panic. The abnormal value is surging sharply. What's going on? A voice ordered, everyone put on your wristbands. Enter the park immediately. Isolate the park and forbid outsiders from entering. The watch screen displayed the number 30 and beeped. One team member exclaimed, "This is terrifying." Previously, the north gate of Green City University only fluctuated between 8 and 10, and the Dark River Molten Dragon was 25. Another person walking beside him also agreed. That's right. If an abnormal spiritual energy concentration exceeds 10, it will be taken over by the military. This park's spiritual energy concentration didn't even reach 10 at first. A team member took out a device to check. He turned to the others and said, "How strange. Everyone look at this. Air humidity, surface humidity, temperature, everything is normal. Solar radiation is also no problem. But the trees here seem as if all their life was drained away at the same time within a few seconds." That person abruptly stood up and wondered, what attribute of spiritual power caused this? I feel we still need to go a little farther forward. That place is the true center. Unexpectedly, from behind, the researcher shouted to stop him. "Don't get any closer." He stated sternly, "Absolutely do not touch it. This is the desolate attribute." A member of the Annihilation team continued in a puzzled voice, "The desolate attribute?" The researcher questioned, "Do you know about those vines hanging in the sky?" The two members of the research team cried out in surprise. "You mean that demon-like vine has been classified as an A-rank mutation?" He lowered his face and explained in a deep voice, "That's right. It was classified as A-rank because it is extremely dangerous. The reason it was so vicious and caused so many people who went before us to be smashed to pieces was ultimately because it possessed the desolate attribute, a powerful attribute capable of drawing away the vitality of surrounding living beings and seizing everything for itself." Hearing this, the member of the Annihilation team was so frightened that he bit his lip tightly, sweat streaming down his face. Another member spoke up. "Teacher, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in?" The researcher nodded and replied, "Around plants that have awakened the desolate attribute, it can be said to be a dead zone. Anyone who steps inside will have their life force devoured." He continued, "I once read information about another plant in Xia country that possessed the desolate attribute. It is the forbidden ancient tree in Commerce City. That rotten ancient tree polluted the forest and turned it into a forbidden land. Any living creature that approaches it will be pierced through." The researcher unconsciously raised a hand to support his chin, seeming thoughtful. His steady, mysterious voice rang out in the quiet mountain forest. "Under the great change of heaven and earth, plant mutations also cannot be underestimated. According to the current known situation, the desolate attribute is the strongest type of attribute that plants can awaken. Now, aside from the ancient tree and the vine, another desolate has appeared." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. "I've already heard about the situation." Han Li placed a hand on the researcher's shoulder, startling him into shouting, "Majil Fan," he immediately ordered. "All researchers present, quickly change into protective suits and follow us into the polluted area." Everyone quickly complied and changed into new protective gear. In the night, feet moved silently across the barren earth. The member in front reported, "We have not discovered the source of the desolate." Didn't they say only that vine could move around everywhere? Could it be the desolate aura is decreasing? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25. Hanley turned around and suggested solemnly, "Let us investigate a little." Qing Ying immediately agreed. All right. The two of them crouched down together, preparing to use their power. In the blink of an eye, the two of them shifted far away from everyone. Qing Ying's eyes eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, fear flashed through them. Wait, this is... Hanli also looked extremely shocked, cold sweat breaking out. He stated, the source has been dug out by someone. The researcher was so shocked that he stammered for a long time before forming a sentence. Dug out? How is that possible? Hanli lowered his face, full of gloom. If someone truly could dig the source out from within a desolate forbidden zone, then that person's identity is worth careful consideration. Qingying hurriedly spoke up. Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there are no remnants of that great expert's spiritual power at the scene. He seemed unconcerned and simply opened a device, saying, based on big data screening and analysis, we found this person's file. This person's movements coincide with the locations of both mutations. She picked it up, looked at it, and muttered the name, Fangyi. Hanli stated coldly, I will transfer all of his files to you. This person is very likely the one you came into contact with before. I'll leave the rest to your association. Qingying stood frozen in place, silent for a long while before finally replying, understand. 2 hours later, the scene shifted. He held the newly picked flower pot in both hands. He smiled and gently stroked each petal. It's my first time growing a flower. How could I not even have a flower pot? This is the little home you chose for yourself. Don't keep clinging to my hand anymore. Obedient little white flower. This fellow has obtained the desolate attribute, so will also continue cultivating nonstop. It could be considered a capable assistant I personally nurtured. That white flower pot still emitted a blue-green light. As Fangyi looked at it, he thought, the desolate attribute is rather special. It can help a lot in battle and might even have many unexpected effects, right? Moreover, it looks just right and doesn't stand out. If Lenny happens to see it, it will be hard for her to suspect anything. In battle, an ordinary appearance is also the best disguise. In an instant, his face became serious. In actual combat, strength is only one part. What matters more is who has more trump cards. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The screen notification showed that Old Wong from next door was calling. He picked it up and wondered to himself, Old Wong? Isn't this my childhood best friend, the one who went into the army for 3 years and hasn't met me since? He recalled his school days. Old Wong's full name was Wang Liang. He was Fangyi's neighbor, and from elementary school to middle school, they had always been desk mates. Logically, when they entered high school, they could have continued being desk mates, but that kid slapped his butt and said he wanted to join the army. Fangyi answered the call and immediately asked, You brat, you're back? Wang Liang immediately replied, That's right. Want to go have a drink? Let's meet at the old place. He asked in surprise, so sudden. Wang Liang awkwardly scratched his head and continued, That's right. I have an important secret I want to tell you. Don't faint from fright after you hear it. After that, Wang Liang immediately put the phone down on the table. Sitting in front of him were Qingying and Jialan. Wang Liang spoke up, reporting, Chief, I've done as you instructed, but I'd like to suggest that if he isn't the person we're looking for, can we ensure his safety? Jialan slammed her hand down on the table. She folded her arms and said sternly, Carry out your mission properly. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he isn't that person, then just treat him as a friend and give him a few words of advice. Fangyi and Wang Liang clinked their beers and drained their glasses together. Fangyi cautiously took a few small sips of beer, secretly guessing to himself, judging by Wang Liang's appearance, he must have had a hard time in the army. That silly fool Wang Liang has become much more mature. After draining the beer in his hand, Wang Liang began to sigh and speak from the heart. These past 3 years, I've felt a lot. Life in the army. What about you? He smiled faintly and replied, Not bad. I got into a junior college. That's pretty decent. Hearing that, Wang Liang let out an oh. He glanced down his beer glass and smiled quietly. He remembered his previous life, the chaos of war, the ruined and devastated scenery, with only smoke, dust, and the remnants of riots left behind. Now that I think about it, in my previous life, I never had the chance to meet Wang Liang again. In that age of turmoil, let alone getting news, as a soldier, he may very well have died at some unknown time in some nameless battle. This time, can I change the future of an old friend? Suddenly, Wang Liang asked with concern, I want to ask, have you run into anything strange recently? Like in the movies, zombies, monsters, that sort of thing? Suspicion rose in Fangyi's heart. This guy, right? It wouldn't be strange for the army to know about the revival of spiritual energy. These questions of his, could he be probing me? Fangyi asked back coldly and bluntly, What exactly are you trying to say? Wang Liang looked uneasy and carefully reminded him, If you haven't, then good. Actually, I came today to tell you something. I'm not comforting you, I'm warning you. In the near future, maybe in a few months, maybe in a year, the diplomas and assets we value now will become the most worthless scraps of paper. Everything will be rearranged from the beginning. Hearing this, Fong Yi froze, unable to say another word. A thought flashed through his mind. Ordinary soldiers must have been ordered to keep things secret and sign binding agreements, forbidding them from revealing even the slightest bit about the awakening of spiritual energy. That means I've actually been placed on the military's list of suspects, and my movements are being monitored. Wang Liang was sent to sound me out because he's my best friend from childhood. Wang Liang hurriedly raised his hand to reassure him. Don't worry. As long as you don't reveal even a word of what I told you today, nothing will happen. But because Fong Yi had played dumb and refused to cooperate, Wang Liang had still kindly warned him to be careful of the changes, even though it might violate discipline. Suddenly, the phone beside him vibrated repeatedly, drawing his attention. The voice on the other end shouted a grave order. Wang Liang, within 10 minutes, emergency assembly. Proceed to the target location. Without thinking too much, Wang Liang immediately replied, understood. After that, he left Fong Yi sitting there and quickly ran off. Sorry, brother. Emergency mission. There's nothing I can do. You hurry back first. I won't be able to see you off. Fong He immediately sprang to his feet and suggested, is it related to the revival of spiritual energy? Let me go with you. Hearing this, Wang Liang suddenly froze. Fong Yi hurried forward, patted Wang Liang on the shoulder, and said with a smile, take me with you. This meeting with me, was it also an instruction from your superiors? Wang Liang asked anxiously. How did you? Fong Yi immediately reassured him, relax. Although I'm not sure what information your superiors gave you, I know you won't hurt me. When night fell, Fong Yi stood solemnly off to the side, observing everything in the forest and secretly analyzing it. Besides, I want even more to know what matter the military has to handle. It must be related to the changes of heaven and earth. He and Wang Liang entered the military's restricted spiritual energy zone number 19. The sky was pitch black, with thick gray clouds. But since there was already the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association to deal with abnormalities, then what is the military responsible for now? This is the perfect chance for me to probe the truth. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Spiritual energy at this concentration has even surpassed that of a polluted zone, hasn't it? The two of them walked up to a squad that was already standing neatly in formation. Wang Liang shouted in report. Wang Liang, reporting for assembly. Fong Yi casually followed him in. Verification successful. Enter. Suddenly, a massive explosion appeared in front of them, causing everyone to recoil in shock. A powerful military unit gathered their strength together to suppress the demonic beast. The demonic beast immediately spat out a red surge of power with tremendous destructive force, sending several soldiers flying. Fong Yi froze, his eyes widening in confusion. This is a fused attribute. Jialan, standing beside him, answered through gritted teeth. That's right. An abnormal fusion of the dark and flame attributes has made this dog especially ferocious and brutal. Several soldiers have already been severely wounded. Jialan, military officer, 3-star Ghost Talisman Realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she called out loudly, Wang Liang. Wang Liang struck his hand against his chest and shouted back, present. Jialan reprimanded him. Bringing an unrelated person into the restricted zone without permission, Wang Liang stammered, trying to explain. No, she angrily cut him off. Forget it. The situation is urgent. You're the only one missing. Get over here and form the countermeasure formation. Wang Liang shouted. Understood. Jialan pressed her lips together and glanced back slightly. So he's Fong Yi? I can't see anything special about him. The spiritual energy around him is only slightly active. Could he not be that person? But now isn't the time to think too much. She reminded him in a low voice. Since you're Wang Liang's friend, I won't say much. This place is a restricted zone. Once you enter, you bear responsibility for your own life and death. Everything you see must be kept secret. Fong Yi immediately replied, I understand. Jialan picked up her weapon and called out, Zhang Mi Liu. The demonic beast emitted an ever-expanding power with tremendous destructive force. She raised her gun, aimed straight ahead, and fired. A flame burst to life above the demonic beast's head, making it howl in pain. The demonic beast opened its terrifying mouth wide, its eyes glowing crimson as it let out a resounding roar. Someone shouted, "Its mutation level has become even more severe." That person warned when they saw the demonic beast swing its claws, about to attack Liu. "Liu, be careful." Liu froze and raised her hand to block. Jialan ordered with a solemn expression, "Don't be careless. Pay attention and keep your distance from it. We must deal with it before it fully evolves." Liu was labia understood. Watching from afar, Fang Yi smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. A well-trained team, comrades who trusted one another, discipline and excellent coordination. Each person was indispensable. When combined, they could unleash power far beyond what any one individual could achieve alone. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he noticed something. Fang Yi shouted, "Run! You're no match for it." The demonic beast released a powerful aura that devastated everything near it. Jialan hurriedly ordered, "Raise your guard. Increase the mutation level of the restricted zone. Everyone, no one is allowed to retreat." Wang Liang immediately ran forward in obedience. Understood. The enormous demonic beast stood opposite him, forcing Wang Liang to step back. "Watch out." The evil hound had completely fused with the dark attribute and fully mutated. Its blood-red eyes shone with terrifying intensity. Wang Liang froze, then gritted his teeth, fear clearly showing in his eyes. Jialan called out anxiously, "Wang Liang." Fang Yi clenched his teeth and thought, "Damn it." The demonic beast slammed its hand hard into the ground. Fortunately, Wang Liang managed to dodge in time. Jialan clenched her fists and shouted, "Everyone listen! In Restricted Zone 019, the Class C anomalous evil hound has fully mutated and evolved. It is now upgraded to Class B. Update the battle plan." Fang Yi stood at the side, solemn and silent. Suddenly, Wang Liang coughed up blood. Fang Yi hurried over and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Wang Liang trembled and forced a smile as he replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I added spiritual energy to the collar binding it, and then suffered backlash." Wang Liang used what little strength he had left and struggled to say, "You don't need to worry. All the soldiers of our restricted zone, number 19. Fang Yi's eyes lowered and sorrow flashed through them. Jialan slammed her gun hard into the ground. She ordered, "Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods you use." Everyone stood up together, facing the enormous demonic beast. "Even if we must sacrifice our lives, we absolutely cannot let a Class B anomaly leave the restricted zone." Fang Yi said nothing. He only quietly pushed off, about to leap forward, drawing Jialan's astonished attention. Just as he gathered power in his hand to release a move, she hurriedly shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Fang Yi leaped up, carrying a surge of power like a violent cyclone that destroyed everything. His eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth rising in a savage smile, his tone provocative. "Very arrogant, are you?" The demonic beast also sprang up to confront him head-on, its eyes blazing red as it bared its terrifying fangs. He soared upward and unleashed his move, then let this divine thunder. Fang Yi brought that surge of power down hard onto the demonic beast's head, leaving it no time to resist. Temper you. Lightning, fire, and electric arcs erupted violently, increasing in power as if they wanted to tear everything apart. The ground exploded and shook, and the others could barely stand steady. Zhangmi could not believe his eyes and shouted, "Am I seeing things? This is a Class B anomaly that even Chief Jialan can't handle alone." Wang Liang's eyes widened, and he stammered urgently, "Chief, could my brother really be?" Jialan's brows furrowed, and she nodded in reply. "None of us are seeing wrong." She emphasized in a firm voice, "He is indeed the tyrant." Fang Yi stood before the flames that were gradually burning the enormous demonic beast. His gaze became sharp, and his voice was cold. "Still not completely dead? Then I'll have to do this." "Chief, O Wang, both you step back quickly." Jialan and her troops stepped forward. She thought to herself, "We need everyone to form a formation, coordinate, and be ready to sacrifice ourselves to deal with a Class B anomaly. Yet he alone can do this much." Her brows furrowed deeply, creases appearing as countless thoughts ran through her mind. What kind of power is this? The moment Fang Yi raised his hand, a surge of lightning power surrounded him. Witnessing this, Jialan had to admit inwardly, "I have to acknowledge that this is the most ultimate lightning attribute. Even in the current Xia country, it is a peak-level existence. If we wait until spiritual energy fully revives. She noticed the power he was summoning, frowned, and wondered just how terrifying will he evolve to become. A huge vortex formed in the sky, and lightning connected downward, stabbing straight into the earth. Jialan stood frozen at the sight. Fang Yi walked forward with imposing majesty. Behind him, he swept his hand down, making that power smash the ground apart. He truly was worthy of the 2 words, the tyrant. His eyes flashed with a murderous blue light, and his face exuded a cold, arrogant air. Liu frowned and complained, "Watching this makes my neck feel cold, and my head is buzzing too." Zhangmi stood beside her, trembling all over, his mouth stammering. Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times more terrifying than the dark attribute? I could still endure being corroded, but being struck by lightning? I can't take that. Fang Yi slowly walked out and announced, "Old Wang, it's over." Wang Liang hurried over and lightly scolded him. "You brat, you scare me to death." He casually slapped Fang Yi on the head and teased him with a laugh. "I didn't expect my good brother to be this amazing." Fang Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Repaying kindness with resentment, are you? I beat the dog, and you beat me." Wang Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I knew you might be a foreigner. Military orders are absolute. I ended up dragging you into this." Fang Yi lightly tapped his chest to comfort him. "What's this? We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and now you're acting so distant with me? Don't I know what kind of person you are?" From a distance, Jialan approached, making Fang Yi glance back slightly. She reached out her hand, smiled with satisfaction, and spoke first. "Fang Yi, thank you for your help." Hearing that, Fang Yi smiled faintly, and his gaze also became gentler. Fang Yi shook her hand and said kindly, "It's nothing. Just consider that I did it to save my friend." Jialan continued seriously, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jialan, in charge of guarding Restricted Area 019. You saved Restricted Area 019. I hope you can leave your contact information. I need to report this." Hearing that, Fang Yi immediately agreed. "No problem." Seeing this, Wang Liang secretly rejoiced. "What kind of experience is it to see my chief salute my childhood best friend?" Jialan praised him. "Fang Yi, your strength is far greater than many forerunners specially invited by the military. Therefore, I very much want to invite you to join the ranks of the Xia country military. However, an invitation from a mere officer guarding a restricted area like me probably does not carry enough weight." Her gaze lowered slightly as she thought to herself. What is even more shocking is that his realm should be the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, but he has already reached, no, it should be said that he has far surpassed, the level of a spirit creation realm venerable. Fang Yi immediately asked in confusion, "Chief Jialan, you mean you feel you're not qualified to invite me?" Jialan answered without the slightest hesitation, "That's right. I don't think there is anything to deny or be ashamed of about that." Jialan softened her voice and said frankly, "This time, we were also following instructions from above and wanted to learn about you. We had no intention of dragging you into this anomalous incident. I think they will personally come to invite you." Fang Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's not that serious. Not that serious. Actually, I respect all of you very much. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. In the past, I had never personally witnessed soldiers fighting. What you all did just now, how should I put it? It moved me a little." Hearing this, she froze for a long while before replying, "Thank you." Fang Yi placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, "So, if there's any trouble in the future, you can call me over to help, just like what all of you have done for us ordinary people in peaceful times. Of course, there is one prerequisite. You must not interfere with my personal cultivation, nor restrict me." Jialan clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat surprised, a hint of astonishment flashing through her eyes. After that, Fang Yi waved and left. "It's getting late. I should take my leave." She immediately agreed. "All right, Wang Liang, and I still have to handle the mutated dog's corpse. I'll have someone send you back now." Fang Yi walked step by step with an imposing bearing, thinking to himself, "Now I understand the role of the military." Behind him, the military was still watching him. The garrison fortress was surrounded by mountains and forests, where spiritual energy gathered. Countless thoughts surfaced in Fang Yi's mind. The military is stationed in dangerous areas with dense spiritual energy. On one hand, it allows soldiers to cultivate in places with abundant spiritual energy, ensuring the military's combat strength takes priority. On the other hand, they also create a warning boundary, separating ordinary people from anomalies. Just as he turned to leave, Jialan said, "Wang Liang, This friend of yours can no longer be described with just the words "not simple." What happened today was only a very small part of his strength. However, even that much is enough for us to be unable to keep up. For a forerunner to reach this level so quickly shows that he possesses unprecedented details. In him, fortune, courage, and ability. He cannot lack even one of the three. Wang Liang turned and suggested, "Chief, if that's the case, can't we really raise the treatment even further? If you feel you're not suitable to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, go." Jialan immediately turned and pressed his head down teasingly. "All right, you brat. Hurry up and follow me to clean up the scene." Wang Liang could only accept. Understood. The scene shifted. When night fell, the entire building had gone dark, and only Feng Yi's home still had its lights on. He sat in his room, focused on cultivation. Although I exposed my identity in this battle, I still haven't revealed any power other than the lightning attribute. Moreover, judging by their attitude, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Feng Yi recalled today's experience. At least I now know that this lightning attribute is extremely rare, even almost unique, and it can also restrain the dark attribute. So this is something the military greatly desires. Then he lowered his head and let out a weary sigh. To win me over, they not only won't threaten or pressure me, they'll instead give me a voice, as well as the fastest path to becoming stronger and the most advanced information channels. Besides, I've also come to understand the functional distinction between the military and the association. Jialan and Qing Wang stood back to back in two different teams. Feng Yi calculated silently in his heart. The military, the annihilation team, the sword in the shadows, the nation's solid shield. They do everything they can to ensure the current stable lives of the residents. On one hand, the authorities use restricted zones to protect ordinary people. On the other, they release signals that spiritual energy is about to recover, advancing on both fronts. Along with his thoughts, beneath the bustling market streets and streetlights, the authorities used restricted zones to protect ordinary people on one hand and release signs that spiritual energy was about to recover on the other, advancing on both fronts. This was also to buy ordinary people more time, so that they would not be invaded by anomalies right from the start, their families destroyed, forced to wander far from home. A stream of golden light spiraled deeply into the center of Feng Yi's abdomen. He raised his hand to hold the orb of power, as expected of a restricted zone filled with spiritual energy. Subduing the desolate power still hadn't made me feel like I was about to break through in advance. Yet after staying in the restricted zone for only a short while, I could already feel the spiritual energy inside my body overflowing. That power blazed brightly and erupted with force. Feng Yi's eyes turned golden. This is the sign that I'm about to break through. Lin Yi carried a bag of groceries as she walked along the road, wondering to herself, I wonder if cousin has come back yet. The girl quietly walked alone down the street. If he has, I can let him try my cooking and see whether I've improved. Suddenly, before Lin Yi's eyes, a surge of power shot upward and tore through the sky. She froze in place, her eyes widening as she stammered, "This is..." In Lin Yi's eyes, there was only the figure of that surge of power. Is this the fluctuation caused by advancing to the Ghost Talisman realm? It erupted powerfully, even spreading an aura that enveloped the entire city. No, that's not right. This terrifying aura. In an instant, that surge of power went berserk, forming a massive vortex in the sky. Lenny wondered, could it be that a senior is about to break through to the spirit creation realm? Lin Yi stood frozen as she watched a vast layer of power that seemed as if it would tear the sky apart. It moved. Wait, this isn't the Ghost Talisman realm. This immense power is... The finger of power pointed forward. The spirit creation realm. The girl widened her eyes, staring in disbelief as she repeatedly questioned herself. Such a powerful foreigner was actually right beside me? The system panel inside the office sounded an alarm. Warning, warning. Anomaly index has reached 99. Anomaly index has reached 99. Spiritual force magnetic field fluctuation located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Hanley shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. What's going on? Everyone, urgently enter the target area. Qing Wang widened her eyes in worry. Such a powerful anomaly. Why has it never been detected before? This index is enough to destroy an entire city. The soldiers standing around watched the model of light power exploding above the city. Has a new spirit creation realm forerunner appeared? In other words, this place is about to face a world-shaking catastrophe. It's also possible that both are true. Han Li anxiously ordered, "Request support from headquarters immediately. Aside from large-scale destructive weapons, send all the most advanced equipment and resources." Someone ran in and reported in panic. "Major Han, the alarm has been lifted. The anomalous phenomenon has been ruled out." It was a forerunner advancing in rank. The scene shifted. Fang Yi sat in the room and let out a sigh. The boy calmly murmured, "1-star spirit creation realm. I didn't expect the breakthrough to be this easy. Aside from my body feeling lighter, that it doesn't seem to be much of a difference." Fang Yi opened his phone and saw a message notification from someone. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. Wang Liang. The screen showed the conversation between the two of them. "Liangshan hero, Liangshan hero. What? A huge fire of unknown origin has appeared at Qingqing University's sports field. Hot news. Hey brother, take a look at this." Insider information has confirmed that this is an anomaly originating from a polluted domain. Moreover, this is already the second time. You mean the abnormal high temperature at the North Gate last time? This time it turned into a campus sports field catching fire. Liangshan hero. So you already know about this too. I heard that a forerunner once purified the polluted area at Qingqing University before, but for some unknown reason, the anomaly has appeared again. Don't tell anyone I told you this. Got it. I'll go find your leader right away. Liangshan hero. Hey, Liangshan hero. Speaking of this, brother, I have to remind you of something. Your power is already too great. Even my superiors said it can't be controlled. I can't cover for you anymore either. From now on, when you go out, you must be extremely careful. As Fang Yi read, he affirmed it to himself. Wang Liang is right. This is also the reason I've always been wary of the military and the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Living too conspicuously doesn't always bring good things. That is also why I've always held back the strength of my Yang Fire attribute in Crimson Fire Taoist art. He replied with a reassuring message. Don't worry, I'll be careful. This brother still has a trump card. Just then, Lenny gently opened the door and walked in, announcing, I'm back. The girl asked softly, Cousin, have you eaten lunch? I brought food back for you. Okay, Fang Yi immediately said, gratefully, just leave it there. I'll eat it later. Cousin, a trace of frustration flashed across Lin Yi's face. The girl sighed inwardly. My cousin has very good character and doesn't have any bad habits. His only problem is that he's lazy. He stared at his figure as he focused on his phone. He only likes lying around at home, and he doesn't even bother going to college. Every day, he just clings to his phone. Although whether he studies or not won't matter much in the future. Still, foreigners like us are busy running around everywhere all day. We have to search for opportunities of heaven and earth, and we also have to pretend to hide our identities in front of ordinary people. Yet Cousin's life is so leisurely and carefree. Before entering her room fully, the girl didn't forget to glance back at him once more. Then he flopped down on the bed to rest. In this very same area, an earth-shaking spirit creation realm venerable has even appeared. The forerunners who sensed this fluctuation will definitely spread the news soon. Forget it. When the time comes, I'll protect Cousin as repayment for staying here. Outside, Fang Yi was still focused on rewatching the video of his own fiery power breakthrough. First it was high temperature. This time it's a fire. Could it be the Yang attribute again? In the footage, the flames could be seen erupting extremely quickly and violently. He thought to himself, the trees and flower beds around the sports field have all been burned to ash. It has already been sealed off now. People were commenting, damn, with a fire this big, did someone in the dorm cook hot pot and burn out the whole circuit? The fire is huge. As expected of Qing Bei, so noble. Just a random fire, and even special forces come to the rescue. So scary. Am I seeing this right? Even special forces came. But is this really under the jurisdiction of special forces? Fang Yi's face carried a hint of worry as he wondered inwardly. The video is too short and cuts off abruptly. It looks even more serious than the situation at the North Gate before. I wonder what will be different about the Yang attribute this time. If I want to make a trip there myself, I still have to contact her first. The next day, outside the school gate, many people had gathered, holding up their phones as if waiting for something to happen. Chingcheng University. I heard the university caught fire. Is that true? May I ask if there were any casualties? Why isn't there any news report about such a major incident? Amid the constant noisy discussions, a pair of feet quietly stepped forward. This matter concerns the safety of the students and the flammable materials inside the school. When Jialan and Fong Yi walked inside, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Who are those two? They look so imposing. They were still wondering. We're being kept outside, so why can they go in? The two of them stood there with an imposing air. Jialan voiced her doubt. For it to burn to this extent, is this what they call fire punishment? Fong Yi asked in return. Fire punishment? She told him that's the name given by the government. At night, bright flames blaze up and spread across all the paths on the mountain. There are no warning signs at all. The fire erupts suddenly and cannot be extinguished. We can only wait for it to devour everything it wants. Isn't the name very fitting? Jialan turned and asked, Fong Yi, I'm going to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me? He quickly answered, You go. I'll stay here. She didn't forget to remind him, then be careful. We'll meet again later. Fong Yi walked around and observed. He lowered his head to examine the soil. The scorched ground had gone completely cold. Is there really no heavenly fire, spiritual power left at all? Then naturally, there's nothing to collect. Looks like I thought too simply. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, startling Fong Yi. Fong Yi. He turned around and couldn't help being surprised as well. Zhu Qingli, Qingli asked in confusion. It really is you? Why are you here? Qingli's friend turned and asked, Fong Yi? Is he the ex-boyfriend you once mentioned? The one who only got into a junior college? She only nodded silently. Qingli's friend patted her shoulder and mocked him with a smile. Buddy, I know you may still have some lingering feelings for Qingli, but the gap in reality is already very clear. You should just give up. Fong Yi's expression didn't change as he asked coldly, lingering feelings? For her. When the people around saw this, they immediately began discussing noisily. Isn't that Chu Qingli? Why is there a male student with her? No idea. Probably another pitiful pursuer trying to court school beauty Chu. Never seen him before. Is he not from our school? What's wrong with the school security? Didn't they say surveillance had been strengthened? How can they casually let people in again? So annoying. These types who come here to ride on the attention. Qingli's friend stepped forward and criticized him. Qingli is our school beauty now. I advise you to think carefully. Do you know how many boys more outstanding than you are pursuing, Qingli? You have no chance now. Go back. This isn't a place you can come to. That's right. And one more thing. Our school is currently under lockdown. How did you get in? If you don't explain clearly, I'll call the police. Qingli said nothing, only turned her face away shyly while feeling self-satisfied in her heart. Didn't I say before that I wouldn't regret breaking up? Then why has he come here now? His mouth says one thing, but his heart says another. Jialan suddenly appeared and questioned him. Fong Yi, are these your friends? Fong Yi answered coldly, high school classmates. Not exactly close friends. She continued, so they're only classmates. Jialan even curled her lips into a smug smile at Qingli. Qingli and her friend shrank back in fear. Such a powerful aura. Who is this woman? How does she know Fong Yi? Jialan turned to him and said, I just spoke with the principal for a bit. The fire punishment incident is more serious than we imagined. It's hard to explain clearly for now. The principal of Chingcheng University will lead us to the initial ignition point. Your identity here is that of a consultant invited by the military, so you have to go too. Fong Yi agreed without hesitation. No problem. The principal of Chingcheng University appeared, accompanied by an escort, who shouted orders. Everyone, disperse. While the sports field is sealed off, no one is allowed to approach. Qingli was so shocked that her mouth fell open as she stammered. Principal. As she looked at the principal's solemn appearance, she thought to herself, the principal is usually occupied with countless affairs and so busy that no one ever sees him. I heard that even the vice principal has a hard time meeting him once. There are even rumors that no one in the entire school has ever seen him smile. Did he come here because of that woman and Fong Yi? Qingli's friend awkwardly folded her hands and said politely, Principal. The principal actually appeared. Could it be that he brought people to arrest these two intruders? The principal stood opposite Fong Yi and Jialan. He shook Fong Yi's hand and said to him with a cheerful smile, Hello, sir. You must be Consultant Fong, recommended by Captain G, correct? Recently, because of the anomalies at the school, I've been so worried I can't think straight. I was afraid the students would be injured by the fire. It is truly wonderful that you have come to resolve this. The principal even bowed his head and asked Fong Yi for help. Regarding the matter of the sports field, I must trouble you, sir. Seeing this, Qingli couldn't help widening her eyes in astonishment. The bodyguards shouted orders. Unrelated personnel, all of you step back. No more gathering around to watch. Step back. Some students also couldn't believe their eyes and began discussing noisily. Am I seeing this wrong? The principal is already so old, yet he's treating that young man like this. Amid the noisy crowd, he must have some special identity. No wonder he could enter our school. Look at that bearing and the way he's being treated. Only Qingli still hadn't recovered from her shock. The others even turned to mock her, causing her to lower her head in humiliation. Who was it just now who said he was Qingli's pursuer or ex-boyfriend? Qingli's eyes gradually blurred until she could no longer see clearly. How could this be? Even if she pursued him, she might not necessarily be able to get him. She stood alone amid the whispers, all their barbs pointed at her. Didn't you notice? Throughout the whole process, that young man never paid any attention to School Beauty Chu at all. Outside, at Qingchun University's northern district, the environment was surrounded by steep mountains and forests. The principal of Qingchun University led the group, including Jialan, Fong Yi, and several junior soldiers. After the golden light at the academy's north gate dissipated, I originally thought the situation was nearly over. Then, a few nights ago, a stadium suddenly caught fire. Even the fire trucks couldn't extinguish it. Fortunately, there were no students there at night. We also sealed off the scene in time. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth in frustration. But after that, Stadium number 2 and Stadium number 3 as well. If one stadium caught fire, we could still explain it. But with anomalous phenomena occurring one after another, I personally saw fire falling from the sky. Crimson flames hung in midair for no clear reason. The principal of Qingchun University stopped in place, raised his eyes, and lowered his voice. Fortunately, the flames in the later stadiums were all extinguished. Only that one. Fong Yi also looked over, trying to sniff the air. He evaluated inwardly a strong burning smell. When he looked at the basketball hoop engulfed in flames, he asked in confusion, "Is this basketball hoop the starting point of the fire?" The principal of Qingchun University did not hesitate and immediately answered, "That's right. Only the flames here cannot be extinguished." Jialan raised a watch that displayed the number 11. Fong Yi asked in confusion, "What is that?" She explained softly, "You can understand it as a basic detector for abnormal spiritual power. If the threshold exceeds 10, the area must be sealed off from ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are extremely fragile. An anomaly on this level, to them, means a disaster from which they can hardly escape." The device vibrated, and the number gradually rose to 60. Jialan's voice trembled as she cried out, It's that high." She shouted, "This is bad. The threshold is too high. If we let it continue, I'm afraid not only Qingchun University, but the entire city will be affected. We must immediately mobilize 3 3-star Water Mansion warriors and 7 2-star Water Mansion warriors to form an array against it. They must be the ones with the purest spiritual power and the most stable realms." Hearing this, Fong Yi instantly risked his life and jumped inside, ignoring the people calling after him, "Consultant Fong." There was even a sign outside warning that entry was strictly prohibited. He didn't hesitate to throw himself into the sea of flames. The watch screen beeped continuously, and the displayed number soared to 110. Jialan shouted loudly in warning. The flames are continuing to burn fiercely. It's rising again. A threshold of 110 can already be listed as a Class S anomaly. He went inside. What should we do next? She hesitated in front of the eruption of enormous flames. How does he dare to venture in alone? Even the strongest soldier king in the restricted zone right now. Fong Yi's tall, imposing figure stood still, faintly visible within the sea of fire. He slowly advanced, inspecting everything. Last time, the Yang attribute helped me resist the thunder and lightning. This heavenly fire can naturally be resisted as well. But while protecting my body, I can't touch the source flame, and I also have no way to activate the ability of the spell method. The heavenly fire stood before him, surrounding the basketball hoop. So, I have to get as close as possible to the source flame. Then, the heavenly fire opened its mouth wide and surged upward, intending to attack. Fong, he did not flinch at all. With a solemn expression, he reached out his hand to block it. The two clashed head-on. Golden Yang body protection. Strike. The heavenly fire opened its enormous mouth, and he struggled to stand firm before its immense power. Fong Yi endured with effort, gritting his teeth, his brows tightly furrowed, cold sweat pouring out. The system panel announced, extremely powerful heavenly fire attribute fluctuation detected. He gritted his teeth and gave a cold laugh. As expected of heavenly fire, it was even more willful and powerful than the desolate force of death. But I must absorb you. Although wounds had already appeared on his face, he still endured it. The system panel announced, you have obtained a dragon-type heavenly fire attribute technique, sealing art. 9 dragons heavenly fire, exorcising evil and destroying demons, sealing all wicked forces. Fong Yi raised his hand and sent the heavenly fire flying into the sky. The system panel announced, the technique you have compiled does not require study. It has been unlocked, extracting heavenly fire attribute, beginning further differentiation. His eyes lit up as though he had activated another power. His eyes were still tightly closed, and traces of power began to appear on his face. He had obtained the heavenly fire attribute. Fong Yi clasped his hands together. He opened his bright red eyes and shouted, 9 dragons heavenly fire sealing art. Fong Yi's entire body emitted a mysterious red glow. From the heavenly fire, chains now appeared, winding around and binding his body. Both the principal of Qingcheng University and Jialan were shocked when they saw that vast power growing stronger and stronger. This was a sealing aura. I've seen high-level military forerunners seal restricted zones before. That person's method was different from Fong Yi's, but the sealing aura was extremely similar. Fong Yi raised his hand and shouted an order at the chains. Go! They gradually twisted together and wrapped around his body. The flames and the chains rapidly shrank. Fong Yi took hold of the chains. The seal was successful. He lifted them into the air as he walked outside. The principal of Qingcheng University said with obvious joy, I will temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. For now, do not lift the seal on the stadium, do not repair it, and do not allow anyone to come near this place. That way, at least the heavenly fire will not continue to spread. Please rest assured, the seal on the stadium will not be lifted. After all, the university has more than just this one stadium. Jialan merely stood silently and watched, her brows furrowed, clearly displeased. Fong Yi praised. Qingcheng is truly generous. It actually has 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal said loudly, well, Consultant Fong, you really do have a sense of humor. If you have any needs. Before he could finish, Jialan interrupted him. Principal, I still have some matters to discuss with Consultant Fong. The principal nodded and continued smiling. No problem, no problem. Please, Mr. Fong. Fong Yi raised his head and asked, what is it? Jialan stepped closer and said quietly, Fong, you've hidden yourself very well. He replied calmly, it's nothing special. This heavenly fire is very powerful and rather difficult to deal with. Her gaze sharpened and her words became firm. Stop pretending to be clueless. You know I'm talking about how you concealed your divine abilities in your realm, don't you? Fong Yi listened to her words while smiling calmly. Forget it. It's normal for a forerunner to have secrets, especially someone as powerful as you. Fong Yi, although I'm not qualified to demand anything of you, I hope you will listen to what I'm about to say. Outside, the cityscape had become devastated, with smoke and flames rising everywhere. This was a crucial moment in Earth's great transformation. Xia country desperately needs top genius figures like you. Let me put it this way. When spiritual energy fully revives, you will be equivalent to the nuclear deterrence of the present day. Fong Yi remained silent as he faced Jialan's reasoning. Therefore, whether it is the military restricted zones or the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, they will all compete to obtain you. It is even highly possible that forces from other countries will come to invite you and offer extremely generous conditions. She closed her eyes and continued softly. Of course, I won't deny that I have my own considerations. If you could join the military, then for our restricted zone, it would also count as gaining one more friend and one more path. So I suggest that you start thinking about it from now on, so that when the time comes, you won't hesitate. Hearing this, Fong Yi was silent for a while before speaking. There's something I'm very curious about. Why is it that neither you nor Wang Liang wants to pull me into your restricted zone, and you even feel that you aren't worthy? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jialan's face. She hurriedly replied, "Of course it's because that legendary military restricted zone is so powerful that they're practically abnormal. That's why I think you would be more interested in them." He asked with a faintly mocking smile. "That level?" She quickly answered with absolute certainty, "Of course, but I haven't met them many times either. I heard they've been very busy recently." He thought to himself, the top military forces of Xia country have been so busy recently that even officers in other military districts have heard rumors about it. Jialan waved her hand. "All right, no more talk. Let's go." The principal said he wants to treat us to a meal at Qingqing University's cafeteria. Fong Yi followed along, thinking to himself, it seems they are also facing considerable trouble. Countless forerunners appearing wherever the city was in danger showed that some extremely terrifying anomalies had emerged, and their abilities far surpassed the current strength of most forerunners. Judging from Jialan's tone, these forerunners were definitely in the spirit creation realm like me, or even stronger. Fong Yi's brows furrowed, cold sweat breaking out as worry showed on his face. He thought to himself, it sounds like the revival of spiritual energy really is approaching. It feels as if our preparations are still far from enough. He slowly walked out of the massive flames. How should I make the most of the heavenly fire attribute it just collected from the stadium? Heavenly fire spreads without pattern, burns indiscriminately, and leaves nothing behind wherever it passes, like an endless wildfire. It is very suitable for dealing with anomalies that reproduce endlessly over a wide area. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Fong Yi's eyes widened and lit up. "I've got it." He thought to himself, isn't this a perfect 100% match for my Crimson Fire Saber art? Enchanting, it would be like adding flowers to brocade. The more, the better. On a quiet morning in the mountain forest, range after range of mountains stretched into the distance. Behind a mountain, this place was. Fong Yi gripped the weapon in his hand and stepped forward. He stood before a sign that read, "This mountain is dangerous. Please do not climb." Doubt arose in his heart. Why has the mountain been sealed off when no anomaly has appeared here? However, information from the military shouldn't have arrived so quickly. If anyone knew that I would cultivate and test things behind the mountain, it could only be the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Fong Yi unconsciously raised a hand to his chin and smiled cunningly. Has this plot of land been given to me for testing? If that's the case, then it would be impolite to refuse. Suddenly, something strange made him stop for a long while. Fong Yi stood frozen in place and observed his surroundings. His expression darkened as he thought to himself, wait, why are there evil spawn sneaking into this mountain too? This aura is exactly the same as what I encountered at the factory before, but not as dense. From a high tree branch behind Fong, a beast tail and paws dangled down. The demon beast hanging from the branch stared ahead with an icy gaze. Fong Yi stroked the sword in his hand and smiled as he thought, it already has intelligence. Is it weighing the enemy's strength to decide whether or not to attack? The system panel announced, Heavenly Fire, also known as Supreme Flame, possesses a powerful light attribute and specializes in exterminating evil. Do you wish to attach the Heavenly Fire attribute to your saber path? Yes. He raised the sword that was emitting immense energy and answered, yes. A golden flame of tremendous power erupted from his sword. Heavenly fire blazed, eternal and inextinguishable. Fong Yi's eyes burned with golden flames as he curled his lips. This undying heavenly fire, combined with my crimson fire saber art, what effect will it produce? He swung the sword fiercely down at the ground. 2 heavenly fire dragons flew out as he shouted, I'll use you to test my saber. Seeing this, the demon beast panicked and shrank back, gritting its teeth as fear flashed in its eyes. The flames burned like a violent whirlwind, chasing closely after the demon beast and frightening it into fleeing in a hurry. As the flames gradually faded, Fong Yi stepped closer and smiled brightly. Very good. The energy of this flame is one level higher than the original Crimson Fire Saber art. No, perhaps even 2 levels higher. Moreover, this energy has no effect on me at all. He touched the still brilliant blade lightly with 2 fingers. Fong Yi's gaze lowered as he murmured, "Cold. Then let's chase after that evil spawn and see what happens." The scene shifted to the same forest, where a phone was live streaming. A voice rang out, "Everyone, I'm really not a scammer. Do you understand what it feels like to have been super lucky since childhood?" The streamer cheerfully raised 2 fingers in a cute pose to attract viewers. "Although this is my first day live streaming, content just comes to me on its own." Viewers with various online nicknames began commenting. User 1234556. Fishing for views? Spicy urban legend. Stop showing off. If you're capable, go straight to the north gate of Chingchun University and film that high temperature. I'll send you a slipper. The end. Everything else is boring. 5,000-year professional fake debunker. Is the person upstairs on a 2G network? The hottest thing right now is the heavenly fire at Chingchun University Stadium. All the videos have been taken down. It's definitely not fake. It looked terrifying. If the streamer can film the heavenly fire, I'll do a handstand and eat dirt. Streamer Chin widened her eyes when she noticed something strange ahead. From behind, the demon beast lunged over and pinned her down, and the phone slipped from her hand. The phone slammed hard onto the ground, cracking its screen. The scene of the streamer groaning in pain as the demon beast strangled her and pressed her to the ground was also captured on camera. Everyone now had even more to discuss heatedly. Spicy urban legend. What's wrong with the streamer? Did she run into a ghost? 5,000-year professional fake debunker. Damn it, this act started way too suddenly. The special effects looked so fake. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with despair as she choked out, "No." The demon beast still refused to let go. It opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of snow-white fangs. Suddenly, heavenly fire flew in from behind and came to the rescue. Seeing through the screen that the demon beast had left, everyone could hardly believe their eyes and began commenting. "Holy crap, what is that? A fire dragon. Awesome. Top-tier effects." A notification appeared on the screen. Viewers, 13,054. The female streamer sprang up and asked in a trembling voice, "You are?" She quickly reached out and grabbed the phone. The streamer laughed loudly, hurriedly raising the phone to film the blazing power of the flames as she shouted with joy, "I got it. There's someone. There's someone standing in the fire." The phone screen showed Fong Yi's figure faintly visible within the brilliant golden flames. "It's definitely an immortal. An immortal saved someone." His image was posted across news sites and media platforms, and people began discussing it nonstop. Multi-light flow. A ginseng flame appears. 1/ splits the azure sky. An immortal descends to save the world. Heavenly fire. That's nothing. Mysterious man with 1/ of heavenly fire. The sovereign ruling over flames creates a forest of fire. Views, 13,596,254. Popularity, ranked first on the trending list. Qingli's friend sat in front of the computer and called out excitedly, "Qingli, come take a look. A heavenly being descended to save someone. A true cultivation expert really exists. Heavenly fire is real too." Hearing this, Chu Qingli folded her arms and dismissed it indifferently. "Don't believe that kind of thing. Everything online is acting and special effects." Suddenly, something caught her attention. Chu Qingli immediately leaned close to the screen and looked, stammering, "This is?" Qingli's friend smiled and continued, "How is it? I told you it was real. He's so cool. Qingli, Qingli." Chu Qingli's expression darkened. She clenched her teeth, cold sweat breaking out as though she could not believe her eyes, and insisted, "This video is absolutely fake. It's all special effects." She thought to herself, impossible. This definitely isn't him. His build is just a little similar. If it really were him, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. If it's real, will he take the chance to get revenge on me? Damn it, I will absolutely not bow my head. The scene shifted. Number 81 turned on her phone and showed it to Linny. Doesn't this person look familiar? He looks a lot like the forerunner who saved us from the vines before." The girl immediately replied, "I think so too. Also, I recently learned that a great expert who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives right near my house. Could these 2 people be the same person?" At the same time, in the forest, Yia also turned on her phone and said to Old Li, look, is this Fong? He feels much stronger now. He smiled and continued, my goodness, that saber-swinging posture is exactly the same. Back then, we really did manage to cling to a very powerful supporter. The scene shifted to outside a tall building beneath a clear sky, with sunlight shining brilliantly. A voice spoke. The city's crisis is gradually approaching, while our forerunners are not strong enough to handle it. The association president hurriedly spoke during the meeting. I heard the military has had an in-depth exchange with Fong Yi. Little Su, Qing Wang said sternly, confirming without hesitation, I believe he will help us. The scene shifted to another meeting room. Jialan began. He advanced to the spirit creation realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is this? Even anomalies tremble when they see him. Moreover, just how many high-level attributes does he have? Hanli answered in a low voice. 3, or more than 3. With potential as powerful as his, our influence is no different from clowns. Drawing him in is the only way. She asked in confusion. You mean the people above have also decided to go personally? He closed his eyes and slowly explained. They have decided, but it seems the higher-ups still aren't ready to lower their status and make contact with Fong Yi. After all, the top forerunners of the past all appeared in the military. After that, Hanli lowered his head and left, not forgetting to instruct them, see what Fong Yi still lacks. Newly researched weapons and equipment, as well as information on locations suitable for cultivation. These can all be given to him. In addition, this livestream video and the videos that have already been posted must be dealt with. Qing Wang looked up worriedly. The entire spiritual energy world of Xia country has noticed him now. That kid, Jialan lowered her head, closed her eyes, and gave a faint smile. He truly makes one look forward to what he will show next. A heart monitor beeped in the quiet space. A soft voice whispered, Teacher, it seems Xia country has a new hope now. Jialan sat beside the hospital bed and spoke sadly from the heart. With someone of such strength appearing, the chance of you waking up has increased a little more. One day later, outside a building surrounded by trees, rays of early morning sunlight filtered in. Fong Yi sat quietly in the kitchen eating breakfast, troubled by countless thoughts. Yesterday's rumors caused such a stir. Who would have expected that a streamer would sneak into the deep mountains to livestream? For fame, people really are reckless. As he thought, he lightly bit into a slice of bread. However, by now, that video could no longer be found anywhere online, and the livestream room had also been locked. It was probably handled by the military or the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Fong Yi opened his eyes, noticing something. He looked toward the door of Lin Yi's room and wondered worriedly, wait, Lin Yi didn't come home all night, and she didn't send me a message either. What's going on? Even if she was on a mission. Fong Yi hurriedly picked up his phone and called her. Why do I feel like something is wrong? That girl shouldn't be that unreliable, right? But the only response he received was a few words from the automated operator. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently outside the service area. Fong Yi's face could not hide his fear. He told himself inwardly, this is bad. I have to go find her. Lin Yi and number 81 walked through a fog-filled forest. The girl whispered, 81, how long have you been trapped here? Can you roughly calculate it? Number 81 replied wearily, forcing herself to continue. Roughly, probably around 10 hours. I don't remember clearly. I am sorry. I drag you into this. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary ghost shadow. She coughed a few times in pain. Lin Yi immediately continued, all right, stop apologizing. In the end, it's still because I'm not strong enough. Remember, stay alert and conserve your strength. The girl looked ahead with a solemn gaze and silently wished, if only I could be like that great expert. Behind the two of them, a giant demon with crimson eyes appeared in the cold night, yet they did not notice. As soon as the girl turned around, she saw a black claw lunging toward her, only inches away. Lin Yi shouted, Jadeful. A mark of blue spiritual light spiraled up, shielding her companion. The girl gathered her strength and shot a pillar of blue light straight into the descending claw. A figure flashed past, and Lin Yi knocked down the swarm of black shadows. Number 81 said, "Are these the people who were trapped here and died?" The girl said, "Now they have become anomalous living corpses. It is playing with us and wants to assimilate us too." Number 81 said, "Not only do our attacks have no effect at all on this black fog, but our spiritual power is also being consumed very quickly. Moreover, we have absolutely no idea where that anomaly is." She continued, "It seems to be waiting for us to exhaust all our spiritual power, and then it really is treating us like insects to wear down. Here, it seems to be invincible." Number 81 frowned and stared ahead, silent, as if deep in thought. She screamed in terror when she saw a red glow, like an opening eye, appear within the black mist. Yee! The red mass pulsed, as if alive, droplets seeping from its lower edge and falling with soft patters. Tiny red rings separated from its body and floated within the black vortex. Her steps slipped half a beat, and she poured strength in her hands, blocking the slanting current that came flying at her. Number 81 said, "Get lost, you damned thing." "Lin," he spoke up, "that thing is starting to lose patience. Don't be careless." The killing intent sank silently into the depths of her eyes. The corner of her eye trembled slightly, then she quickly calmed down. A glare flashed behind her, and a red beam of light pierced through the smoke. The girl tilted aside and hurriedly dodged. Countless eyes surrounded Lin Yi. The girl thought to herself, "Am I about to die?" She lifted her face toward the faint light, her hair brushing very softly across her cheek. Lin Yi continued thinking, "I can't hear 81's voice anymore. That makes sense. We've both been swallowed by the darkness." The girl drew a breath deep in her lungs and blinked very slowly to suppress her trembling. Lin Yi thought, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own and been so overconfident. I thought the two of us alone could complete this mission." "That's right. The path of cultivation has always been full of danger. I had also imagined that one day I might disappear in some nameless corner." The girl reached out as if she wanted to cling to something. "It's just that, when that time comes, what will the world become? What role will the Forerunners, now hiding underground, play? The magnificent tide, after spiritual energy recovers. Perhaps I will never get to see it again." The corner of Lin Yi's eye trembled once, and a tear broke free from her lashes. The girl looked ahead in surprise. Lin Yi tried to reach toward the violently erupting blue halo. Branches of light spread out, illuminating the entire space. Fong Yi charged straight into the blue light, pressing his palm tightly against the blazing core. His blue eyes flared like cold blades. He blurted out, "I almost didn't make it." Lin Yi shed tears when she saw Fong Yi. The girl called out loudly, "Cousin." The blue halo he formed exploded into cracks, blasting Lin Yi's body out of the center of the light. Fong Yi stood upright in the dark space, his hand clenching the still trembling blue light. The girl thought to herself, "As expected of my cousin. So he really isn't an ordinary person." Lin Yi screamed in alarm, "Be careful. The anomaly's true body is behind you on the right." He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, and it shone with a dazzling glow. Fong Yi thought to himself, "Perfect. Let me test what effect heavenly fire has against the dark attribute." He turned, his fist bursting with orange flames as it swept horizontally. Behind him, the red monster roared. Fong Yi shouted, "Crimson Fire Saber Art." A stream of blazing red fire rushed straight at the monster. Lin Yi looked ahead, silent as if deep in thought. Number 81 spoke up. "E, are we about to die?" She continued, "Damn it, what kind of sea of fire is this? Did we go to hell together with the anomaly?" The girl reassured her, "Calm down. Look carefully. We're still alive." Number 81 said in surprise, "We're alive? Wait, you are?" He spoke up, "It's dealt with, dealt with. I haven't even had breakfast yet. You too also." Lin Yi smiled as she looked at him. Number 81 stared intently at Fong Yi, her eyes widening as if she had suddenly remembered something. She stepped closer and said, "It was you, wasn't it? Back then in blazing Suntown, at that place with the deadly vines, you were the one who saved us." He said awkwardly, "Was I really that easy to recognize?" Lin Yi asked, "Wait, you're saying the powerful fire tribute expert who saved us before was my cousin?" Number 81 said excitedly, "Oh my God, the super boss is actually your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was very ordinary?" Fong Yi raised a hand and scratched his head, standing there with a silent smile. She put her hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, shook her, and continued, "This is our life-saving benefactor, the person who swept an entire wasteland clean with a single slash. He made even that 3-star Ghost Talisman Realm uncle's defensive line collapse, and even caught Sister Jialan's attention." The girl thought to herself, so my cousin is that high-level fire tribute expert? But just now, cousin clearly used an extremely pure lightning attribute to destroy the Black Bone anomaly. A high-level dual attribute, super genius, with both lightning and fire auras far surpassing my abilities. Wait, could the great expert who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our residential district be my cousin? His glowing hand raised one finger upright, energy gathering at the fingertip. Fani spoke up. All right, it was me. I still have something I want to ask you too. You both know this dark attribute anomaly can't be dealt with like an ordinary anomaly, right? Why did only the two of you come? We're your teammates. Number 81 replied, about that, 5 Cents seems to be seriously ill. He used to hide it from his family when he went on missions, but now he's been kept at home, so of course he couldn't come. Uncle also seems to have another, more difficult mission, and as for our other friends, we aren't together all the time either. Lin, he said apologetically, yes. This time, I underestimated the enemy. I thought that since I had broken through to the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, there definitely wouldn't be any problem. He stood there staring intently at the two girls, silent in thought. Fani thought to himself, now that I think about it, these teammates all have their own ideas. It looks like this team won't last much longer. Then get out. I will absolutely never abandon my teammates. This number 81 was dissatisfied with her teammates before, yet now she's standing up to preserve their dignity in front of an outsider. She really is someone who values loyalty, and my cousin has always been smart. I'm afraid she sensed it long ago too. He spoke up. Cousin, actually I think that since you and your friend already know my identity, and I trust you both, how about? Fani continued, we form a team. What do you think? But you two must not reveal this to anyone. Lin, he fell silent in thought, while number 81 was extremely excited. Can we really? Boss, that's great. My mouth is sealed tight. Wow, I really benefited from E this time. The girl shed tears and thought to herself, that's right. A powerful forerunner like my cousin must have realized long ago that I am also a forerunner, and he quietly protected me. So it turns out that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a reliable relative wholeheartedly help and accompany you is actually such a happy thing. Deeply moved, Lenny bit her lip tightly as her tears continued to fall. The girl smiled and said, all right, thank you, cousin. Tonight, I'll fry 2 extra eggs for you. At the park, Lenny looked at her phone and said, Sister Jialan just issued a new mission. The girl focused on the phone screen and read her message. Jialan, mission notice, Extreme Inland. Proceed to the Extreme Inland and collect mission items related to the Dark Attribute. Think carefully before signing up. Fani spoke up. So it's the Dark Attribute? This Extreme Inland, do you know about it? The girl replied, The Extreme Inland is located in a Dark Attribute border region that Xia country strictly prohibits entry into. Because the Dark Attribute inside is extremely powerful, Forerunners all avoid that area and take detours when carrying out missions. Lin E continued, also, most of the anomalies currently in the city slipped out from that region. The authorities have never explored deeply into this restricted area either. I heard that very serious accidents happen inside before. Fani said, I see. Then we have to give it a try. Ask her about the specific mission details. Will she reply? Number 81 replied, no. Sister Jialan is very mysterious. She never says more than a few words. He thought to himself, the Extreme Inland is inside a restricted zone strictly controlled by Xia country, and there have already been quite a few casualties. Yet Jialan can still issue missions related to the Extreme Inland to Forerunners. Either she's a bold troublemaker daring to oppose the authorities, or her identity is unusual, or perhaps she is a high-ranking member of the military or the council to begin with. I lean more toward the latter. A message appeared on the computer screen. 1-1 wind rises under the maple. Sister Jialan, I want to sign up. What exactly do we need to do? Jialan, the content of this mission is to collect 7 decay flowers. Jialan, a reminder. The reward for this mission is more generous than usual, but all dangers in the Extreme Inland belong to the Dark Attribute. The danger level of the anomalies there is also higher than anything you have encountered before. Therefore, everyone must form teams before signing up to participate. Number 81 said in surprise, "Oh my God, what's going on?" Why did Sister Jelan reply in so much detail? Lin, he held the phone in her hand, deep in thought. She continued messaging. Jelan, this mission may involve an S-rank anomaly, and the fatality rate is extremely high. Everyone should think carefully before acting. If you have a powerful and trustworthy forerunner to team up with, it won't be too late to sign up afterward. As she walked, she replied, "Then let's leave it at that. We'll just see whether that person agrees or not." Fangyi spoke up. If you have a powerful and trustworthy forerunner. Lin Yi thought to herself, that's way too direct. She's only short of saying, "I know you. I know a forerunner like you will be interested. Do you dare come?" He continued, "Cousin, it looks like this is aimed at me." Amid the deep water, a patch of black stood upright, and a white streak like a fong flickered faintly. Fangyi spoke up. "Interesting. The extreme inland. Now I really do want to make a trip there." The computer screen displayed the messages between Lin, Yi, and Jialan. Someone spoke up. "Sister Lan, there's squad over here." She said it's fine. If he is a forerunner worthy of Xia country's trust, he will come. The other person continued, "But if he doesn't come, then won't this batch of foreigners?" Jialan interrupted, "If he doesn't come, that only proves the time has not yet come." She spoke up. "Do you two think the mission to collect 7 decay flowers is deliberately sending powerful foreigners to their deaths?" The other person stammered, "Sister Lanwei." She placed a bouquet on the table and said, "A 9 deaths 1 life mission like picking 7 decay flowers has a core purpose completely opposite to what it appears to be." Jialan continued, "This is the necessary path to accumulate strength for Xia country. Only by picking 7 decay flowers can we save even more foreigners, who will be the core strength of Xia country in the future." In the quiet train carriage, a little boy pointed at Fang Yi, who stood among the pillars carrying a long weapon, and showed him to his mother. 3 girls stood before Jialan's teacher's sickbed, and one person spoke up. "Where the top core combat forces will continue falling one after another, their fates unknown." She gripped his hand tightly and said, "No matter what, we must pick more 7 decay flowers. Teacher, as Xia country's only forerunner to have reached the Diamond Realm, must be treated and awakened with 7 decay flowers. The existence of a Diamond Realm powerhouse, after spiritual energy recovers, will be no less valuable than today's nuclear weapons. That is our greatest backing in negotiations with other countries before and after spiritual energy recovers. Therefore, even if a few Jialans, a few armies, or even more forerunners must be sacrificed, it will all be worth it." The old man's eyes were tightly shut, red blood vessels spreading in tangled patterns beneath his oxygen mask. Golden lightning wove into a halo like a wreath, and the figure only had time to cover their face before staggering. The other person spoke up. "The mission is important, but your health is just as important." She was silent, her face hard and filled with killing intent. Jialan bit her lip tightly and said, "My health is important?" She shouted angrily, "That's right, it truly is important because my life was brought back by my teammates." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Jialan fell silent, her eyes thoughtful. She said regretfully, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you." The other person said, "Sister Lan, I was the one who spoke out of turn. Is your headache acting up again?" Jialan spoke up. "It's fine. It's not time to take medicine yet." As she thought of her teammates, she said, "I only wanted to. That's all in the past now." She recalled the scenes of fighting life and death alongside everyone. "Sword Bearer Squad, please retreat immediately. The extreme Een Zone truly is an astonishing place. Little Lan, the mission to pick the 7 decay flowers can only be entrusted to you. For teacher, for Xia country, for everyone." Jialan shouted, "No, I'm not leaving, Captain." He used the last of his strength to protect her. "Our attributes. We hope you can make use of them. You must survive and return." Jialan said sorrowfully, "They transferred their spiritual power to me, but they didn't know that if the 7 decay flowers were tainted by blood or not picked completely, they would become useless." 1 hour and 45 minutes later, across the cold gray grassland, 3 people walked before a towering mountain range that stretched to the horizon. Number 81 asked wearily, "How many more kilometers do we have to walk?" She asked, "Hey, I'm saying, boss, you people are already so strong. Can't you fly for part of the way?" Lin Yi replied, "When spiritual energy still isn't abundant enough for the human body to fly freely, even forerunners can't do it." Fang Yi's sharp, cold red eyes showed that he was vigilantly observing the surrounding situation. Suddenly, Fong Yi spoke up. Is that the extreme Yin zone up ahead? He thought to himself, covered by the dark attribute. Even with layer upon layer of barriers blocking it, I can still sense that unpleasant smell. Number 81 spoke up. This terrible stench is 100 times more frightening than the anomalous creature we encountered last night. No, 1,000 times. Linny added, calm down. We're already here. Fong Yi said, not bad. Look ahead. I didn't expect there to be quite a few forerunners here. On the open ground, several people stood talking, while someone in armor sat cross-legged on the roof of a car, observing. Lin Yi spoke up. That's right. I don't think it's only because of the so-called generous reward. It's also like what 81 and I encountered. The dark attribute is very hard to deal with, bloodthirsty, and full of hostility toward humans. The girl continued, but now, abnormal riots involving the dark attribute have occurred in the city more than once. He said, that's right. I've directly faced 2 dark attribute anomalies before. One was a mutated rabbit, but rather than a wild rabbit, it resembled a large rodent more. Fong Yi continued. There was also a giant snake lurking in a factory at night. Their intelligence had developed to a higher level than that mutated rabbit's. They were able to cooperate and set a trap, nearly wiping out the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association's people. Most importantly, just as E said, these anomalies are extremely cunning. They seem to be deliberately avoiding the military defenses on the city border. The water reflected blue light onto the rows of steel pillars. Several technicians were inspecting a cluster of pipes near the edge of the deck. Fong Yi spoke up. Although I don't know what method they used, anomalies are now appearing in the city more and more frequently, to the point that it is becoming difficult to prevent them. A black bird spread its wings wide over a ruined district, while below, flames rose high and swallowed an entire building. He continued, that is why we absolutely must make this trip. The steel station stood close to the energy gate, and the crowd waited silently for the supervisor's hand signal. Qing Wang stared intently ahead, as if she had discovered something, then unconsciously fell silent in thought. Qing Wang blurted out when she saw Fong. What the hell? He came too? And he even brought 2 girls with him. Little Qing looked at her and called softly, boss, boss. Qing Wang clasped her hands and prayed inwardly, Amit Ba. Great Buddha, please don't let him notice me. Don't let him notice me. As if he had noticed, he asked, hey, that person over there, is that Captain Su? Little Qing looked at Fong Yi and said, oh, it's you. You're also going to the extreme dark zone? Then that's great. Qing Wang raised a hand to scratch her head and said nothing. Fong Yi's information had long since been synchronized by the military. Great expert. Number 81 asked, who is this girl? Could she be Yi's sister-in-law? Lin Yi was just as surprised. Huh, cousin? Qing Wang waved her hands and explained, oh my God, that's a huge misunderstanding. He spoke up, of course not. This is someone who runs errands for me. Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. She said, what I feel like that sounds even harsher. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. The whole group turned around. A bunch of shameless brats boasting without knowing their limits. Old Dang spoke up. Foreigners these days are getting younger one after another, with not a bit of manners. Never mind not greeting your elders when you meet them. You're even arguing and making noise. Don't you even look at what kind of place this is? This old man truly hopes that once you're in the extreme dark zone, you'll still be able to trust one another like this. Number 81 shouted angrily, my temper is acting up again. Do you know who these people are? Linny reached out and stopped her. Number 81 looked over and saw Fong Yi shake his head slightly, so she stopped. She pointed at the man and said, Uncle, worry about yourself. We still don't know who's going to be scared to death later. Old Dang glanced sideways into the distance and fell silent. He looked at her and said, the vehicle is here. Then let's go take a look. As soon as the vehicle door opened, Jialan stepped out to the astonishment of many people. Someone spoke up. That's Sister Jialan. She appeared with a face as cold as ice. Someone else said, it really is her. Jialan strode forward, her cloak fluttering, her eyes cold, and her aura towering. Number 81 looked at her and exclaimed, just what kind of identity does she have? What a grand entrance. Fong Yi spoke up. Perhaps she's the person who came to open the door for us. She turned back, her blue eyes flashing as lightning gathered behind her. Jialan stood before the wall of lightning, opening a path that drew power from the blue abyss. She gripped the glowing blue seal tightly, spiritual energy bursting between her fingers. Jialan's gaze was ice cold. She raised her arm, forming a blue vortex abyss that swallowed the surrounding space. She cast out the seal and said, "You have arrived in sufficient number." The crimson space before them split wide open, and the gate appeared. Jialan turned back with a dignified bearing and said, "You may enter now. A special reminder. The 7 decay flowers you collect must be intact and unstained by human blood. If they do not meet the requirements, you will not receive the reward. If there are no questions, you may begin." Feng Yi and the others stood silently, staring ahead. The groups entered one after another. Old Deng spoke up. "She isn't going in herself, but she's making us risk our lives. There isn't even compensation if we die. What kind of attitude is that?" A young man said, "Old Deng, say a little less. If we die, they can only report us as missing. If the government paid your family a huge sum for no reason, wouldn't that prove they were the ones that got you killed?" Old Deng fell silent with a pensive expression as if lost in thought. Qing Wang turned to Feng Yi and said, "That middle-aged man is probably like you, a 1-star spirit creation realm cultivator." Besides him, among those who said nothing, there seemed to be several experts too, but they may have withdrawn their spiritual energy auras, so they're not easy to judge. The others are also forerunners with solid cultivation, ranging from 2-star to 3-star Ghost Talisman realm. The strength of each team is roughly similar. Feng Yi said thoughtfully, Looks like this mission is rather difficult. I didn't expect them to find so many skilled forerunner teams." He thought to himself, "That person just now is also in the spirit creation realm. Why do I feel his spiritual energy level isn't necessarily that high?" The secretary said, "Sister Lan, the personnel count has been completed. In this extreme dark zone, there are 37 people at 2-star Ghost Talisman realm, 12 at 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, and 3 at 1-star Spirit Creation realm. The difficulty level of this mission ranges from Class B to Class S." Jialan replied, "All of you, go to the monitoring equipment first. I've already finished all the preparations. Don't worry." Lead gray fog poured into the valley. Charred trees stretched their black, twisted branches over the cracked earth. The group entered the wasteland, dark energy coiling around them like an invisible boundary. Suddenly, number 81 let out a soft groan. Feng Yi turned back and said, "Stay close. The dark attribute here will take over your vision. If we don't keep close and move together, we'll be separated before long. It's easy to lose your sense of direction." Number 81 sat down on the stony ground and said, "Sorry, I'm so nauseous I can't hold it in." Lin Yi looked at her anxiously. Qing Wang placed a hand on number 81's shoulder and said, "It's all right. This is the smell of rotting corpses mixed with brain and spinal fluid. You're not the only one who feels sick. It's very normal." Number 81 raised a hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, her pale face still twisted with discomfort. Qing Wang looked ahead and said, "See, that group up ahead is around the same realm as you, and are throwing up too." She continued, "The dark attribute naturally suppresses forerunners. You can understand it as a kind of contamination. The abnormal existences in the extreme dark zone are extremely complex." Feng Yi said, "Based on the abnormal existences people currently know of, Class B abnormalities are similar to forerunners in the Ghost Talisman realm. The range of damage they cause can be controlled." He continued, "Class A abnormalities are similar to the Spirit Creation realm. They are commonly found in places where spiritual energy runs riot or gathers, such as this extreme dark zone. Class S abnormalities are comparable to the Diamond realm, or even higher. They are practically at the level of a major catastrophe. However, it must be emphasized that dark attribute abnormalities inside the extreme dark zone will be enhanced. An abnormality originally classified as Class B can rise by at least 1 rank here." Number 81 said, "There's such a thing? This is the first time I've heard of it." "I understand. Then what about Captain Su? Are you all fine?" Linny also asked. "That's right. Aren't you contaminated?" Qing Wang replied, "You're overthinking it. My teammates and I often deal with similar abnormalities, so we're not afraid of the stench. Captain Su has already broken through to 3-star Ghost Talisman realm." She continued, "Moreover, recently she has been strict about improving herself, and her water attribute has mutated into the ice attribute." Number 81 said, "Our levels are the same, Captain Sue. I wonder if you feel the same as I do. As soon as I entered this dense fog, my spiritual energy began to drop. It's worse than what I encountered in the last mission. Qing Wang replied, Many experts have died here before. Among them were military elites above one-star spirit creation realm. So we have to be even more careful. Let's go quickly. The mission is important. Lin, he added, we can't see the people ahead anymore. Let's move closer together. From now on, I'll speak less to conserve my breath. Everyone should also focus their spiritual energy. Don't let this fog take advantage of any openings. Fang Yi thought to himself. After coming in, my body doesn't seem to be suffering that badly. Looks like the Yang attribute and the enhanced enchanted version of the lightning attribute both work to dispel the dark attribute. Or perhaps after I advanced to the spirit creation realm, the effect of my spiritual energy became stronger. Elsewhere, a young man shot into the air, raised a glowing blade high, and chopped straight down at the ghostly shadow before him. He said, abnormalities in the extreme dark zone are only this much. Old Deng laughed and said, brothers, the 7 decay flowers will definitely be gathered by us. Let those young people see what true strength is. Another person said, well done, brother. Charge. After number 81, it was Lin Yi's turn to frown and cough softly, her lips pressed tight as she held back her churning stomach. Vinquang kurid outvordiedly. Yi. Fang Yi turned to look at the girl and thought, in the end, she's still just a child. He touched her back with a glowing hand, instantly easing Lin Yi's discomfort. The girl said in surprise, cousin. Her whole body glowed brightly. Lin Yi said, this feeling, the nausea, and the gloomy corrosion have both disappeared. It's as warm as basking in the winter sun. Qing Wang said, as expected of the power of the spirit creation realm. The girl said, the fire attribute is really warm. As expected of a rare high-level attribute. Only after advancing to 3-star ghost talisman realm did I come into deeper contact with attributes. My wood attribute specializes in absorbing spiritual energy, dew, and plant essence between heaven and earth. Captain Su's water attribute, mutating into the ice attribute, is also very rare. Fang Yi said, it isn't the fire attribute, it's the yang attribute. I just never explained it clearly to you. I was the one who dealt with the fire at the North Gate and the training ground at Qingxing University. He continued, but those two abnormalities were different. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute are also somewhat different. Qing Wang asked, you're just admitting it like that? Then does that mean you now have 3 rare high-level attributes? Fang Yi thought to himself, actually, there's also the desolation attribute, but a tall tree catches the wind. I should keep that in reserve. He continued, something like that. Oh, and number 81. She trembled as she said, I haven't broken through to 3-star ghost talisman realm yet, so I can't clearly sense attributes, but I'm probably on the path of the metal attribute. Great God, cousin, I promise that after we get out, I'll never bother you again. Your young attribute, warm me up a little. Fang Yi looked at number 81 and smiled. He said, sure, I'll warm you up for a day. As he spoke, Fang Yi slapped her hard on the back and transferred spiritual energy into her. Number 81 grimaced and screamed. Little Qing asked, what are you all slapping each other for? It's so warm. Number 81 did not answer, her eyes shut tight as if enjoying it. Phew, so warm. Fang Yi looked at Qing Wang and asked, Captain Su, how about your team? Get to turn 2. She smiled and replied, it feels not bad. Little Qing said excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Her teammate also spoke up, please, great God. All 3 of them enjoyed the warmth from his spiritual energy and felt extremely comfortable. The feet of a monstrous beast with long claws landed heavily on the cold ground. Fang Yi lowered his head and swept his gaze sideways, his red pupils flashing as if sensing an abnormality. He said, careful, an abnormality is coming. Qing Wang shot a beam of blue light straight ahead while asking, what is that thing? Captain Su shouted, 81, it's right in front of you. Number 81 was startled in terror. She looked up at the enormous ghostly shadow, descending like a mountain of rot, and cursed. Damn it! The black beast, burning with purple flames, glared with blood-red eyes. It bared its fangs and roared, thickening the air. Someone shouted, careful, it's a Class A abnormality. Qing Wang gathered power in her hand. Blue light erupted like a spear tearing through the night. She shouted, leave it to me. Qing Wang fired a blue beam straight at the red-eyed beast rising before them. She condensed blue crystals into sharp fragments and said, "This level of difficulty," Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. It disappeared. The undead closed in very near behind Fong Yi. His eyes blazed red, as if he had sensed something. Encircled by corpses, the group stood back to back, their gazes lowered to the ground because dark energy was crawling toward them. Fong Yi said, "Watch your feet." He reached out, drew his blazing sword, and shouted, "Move!" Fong Yi's eyes burned with golden light, revealing killing intent and power about to be unleashed. He knelt and struck out with an immensely powerful palm, causing flames to erupt violently and engulf an entire corner of the sky. Fong Yi stood amid the exploding sea of fire, his presence suppressing every enemy. A scream rang out from within, "Hot, hot! Don't burn me!" He rested the sword on his shoulder and said, "It's temporarily safe. These abnormalities have dispersed. They look like they had many eyes, but in truth, there were only two of them." Fong Yi turned to Qing Huang and said, "I just didn't expect the abnormalities here to have evolved to imitate human language." She said cheerfully, "Maybe they learned it because they ate so many people." He continued, "Even the weakest of these abnormalities has been nourished by the extreme dark zone into Class A. Unless one is in the spirit creation realm, it's impossible to fight them head-on." Jialan appeared, gathering purple energy into her palm amid the sea of flames surging across the ground. Jialan thought to herself, "He destroyed two Class A illusion form exotic beasts with one strike. Even I would have had to exchange at least a few moves with them." Lin Yi said, "If it's as Captain Su says, then we need to be even more united. Otherwise, I think there's a high chance the abnormalities will disguise themselves and blend in among us, then attack while our guard is down." Number 81 sat there, looking up in silence. Suddenly, Fong Yi said, 81, hurry and stand up." She looked at him and thought, what a terrifying suppressive aura. It's even stronger than the cat demon and the zombie. Even touching it a little might burn me to death. Is this the suppression of realm? I feel like I can hardly breathe. Fong Yi suddenly turned back to look as if he had discovered something unusual. Lin Yi stepped closer to him and said, "Everyone listen. Is it the sound of ocean waves up ahead?" Fong Yi remained silent, his eyes thoughtful. Everyone was startled at once when they noticed the abnormal situation unfolding before them. Suddenly, two people fled in terror after realizing the situation had gone beyond control. One of them shouted, "Run! Stop fighting! This thing is too evil." The other cried out, "Save me! We've run into a ghost." Fong Yi and his companions stared intently ahead. His icy gaze focused as he thought. Everyone fled in panic. Someone asked, "Is this the thing that even the legendary army would suffer heavy losses against if they encountered it?" Old Deng replied, "It's the Dark Tide." Old Deng's group ran while shouting help. He created a blue defensive barrier and confidently declared, "This so-called Dark Tide, just because the regular army can't beat it, does that mean I can't beat it either? Idiots. Everything here will end up in my pocket." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Deng turned back and charged straight toward the Dark Tide. But when the darkness wrapped around him, he finally realized in panic, no, something's wrong here. Black, sunken hands appeared, all with different shapes, as if trying to devour Old Deng. His voice weakened. "It isn't just Class A, and it isn't Class S either. It's even beyond that. We can't let it catch up." He was dragged into a magical trap, his scream resounding through the air. Everyone fled in panic, and someone asked, "The dark aura is so dense. Are they beyond saving? Can we still run?" Fong Yi asked, "Captain Su, what is the Dark Tide?" She replied, "The Dark Tide is the extreme limit of the dark attribute, a kind of decay that can devour everything, including the abnormalities inside it." The plan this time clearly avoided the Tide Day. Oh no, did all the people up ahead really die? Fong Yi remained silent, staring ahead. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, "So this is the Dark Tide? I've only heard about it on the forums. People said it's a power capable of destroying an entire city-state. Cousin, why don't we avoid this place? Is there still time?" Fong Yi activated the hidden power inside his body and did not answer. He stirred his spiritual energy, forming a halo that enveloped the entire group. Fong Yi said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. This barrier can suppress the dark attribute. When necessary, gather your strength to maintain this spiritual energy barrier and protect everyone through the tide's impact. Qing Huang said, "What are you trying to do? The dark tide is the condensed state of the dark attribute. With our strength, there's no way we can withstand it." That uncle in the spirit creation realm just now was swallowed instantly. Fang Yi summoned the power of both ice and fire attributes and said, "So what if it's condensed? I'll go destroy it." Lin, he called out anxiously when she saw him shoot into the air. "Cousin." Qing Huang looked up after him and said, "Did I hear that wrong? What is he planning to do? Destroy the dark tide?" After summoning ice and fire, Fang Yi charged straight into the tide with overwhelming momentum. Sword in hand, he flew like an arrow of light, his entire body erupting with a radiant golden glow. Sinister fireballs floated in midair as Fang Yi calmly confirmed the situation. "So that's how it is." Standing among the monsters with his whole body shining brightly, he said, "These abnormalities, rather than saying their class A abnormalities controlled and evolved by the dark attribute, it would be better to say they are an upgraded, fused version." Fang Yi thought to himself, from class B to class A, from class A to class S, and the level of the abnormality formed by this dark tide, calling it class SSS wouldn't be excessive. No wonder it can so easily devour spirit creation realm forerunners, elites among humanity. He suddenly created a sphere of ice in his hand. Fang Yi launched that icy current straight ahead, tearing through the monster's body in an instant. The monster opened its mouth and roared violently, creating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surrounding space. Fang Yi charged forward with red-burning eyes, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through his opponent. His eyes blazed with brilliant golden light as he released his power. Flames erupted and engulfed everything violently. He thought to himself, the power of the spirit creation realm combined with an enhanced weapon. Originally, I still had to fight a battle against that Class B bamboo field giant serpent. Now I can easily destroy a fused Class A abnormality inside the dark tide. Surprise flashed in his red eyes when Fang Yi suddenly discovered something. He looked ahead and thought, he looks familiar. Is this the person from earlier? Hey, are you still alive? The man was shrouded in eerie red smoke. His body convulsed violently, and he let out faint, desperate groans as he was about to be devoured. Fang Yi continued thinking, there's still a reaction. It seems this person's spiritual energy hasn't been completely eaten away by the dark attribute yet. Even if his spiritual energy foundation in the spirit creation realm isn't as stable as mine, he's still a true spirit creation realm cultivator. There's still a sliver of hope. A hand rose high in the blazing space, blue lightning gathering as Fang Yi summoned. Divine thunder. Thunder rumbled down from the sky. The punishment of divine thunder tore open the earth, making space tremble within dazzling blue-white light. He shouted, 100 refinements. Old Deng despaired as his body was swallowed by darkness, and he could not resist. Fang Yi stood before him with his sword in hand and said, as expected, there's still a little hope of saving him, but not much. He held the flaming sword and stood in thought. Fang irradiated a golden light around him and said, infinite growth? Could this be what makes abnormalities above Class S special? Fang Yi said, then try this. Spiritual energy protection, release. Amid the crimson fury, he was the only golden point of light holding the line. The system announced, extremely powerful dark attribute detected. The power of this attribute is very special. Extraction is temporarily impossible. Fang Yi thought to himself, even after reaching the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute. As expected, the dark attribute is somewhat more special than the other attributes. He smiled smugly, as if he had found solution. Standing before the abnormalities, Fang Yi thought, since I can't destroy it completely, and I can't directly absorb it either, I can only switch to another method. He radiated golden light and charged straight at the beast, thinking, what a pity I didn't bring my little white flower. Otherwise, I could have used desolate power to test myself against this dark attribute. Is there anything else? Flames burst right before his eyes, yet Fang Yi's red eyes remained calm, cold, and sharp as knives. He thought, I know. Don't I already have it? As Qing Huang was creating a barrier, number 81 asked, Captain Su, may I ask if you've ever encountered a situation like this before? Qing Huang replied, my knowledge is limited. I've never seen anything like this. Everyone stood still inside the barrier and looked ahead. Someone said, "The dark tide can actually stand still." Lin Yi said shakily, "What is with this shield? It's so strange. I've encountered ghost vines before, but I've never felt this uneasy. Yet in this bizarre environment, cousin has been in there for so long. What if something happened to him?" Qing Wang held the girl's hand and comforted her. "Isn't his spiritual energy shield still there? It only flickered a little. We can reinforce it together with our spiritual energy. Besides, if something can happen to someone of his strength, then our only ending would be to be buried along with him." She continued, "He possesses several extraordinary attributes of the spirit creation realm. I even suspect his true strength has already reached the 3-star spirit creation realm. It isn't our turn, small fry in the 3-star ghost talisman realm, to save him." Both girls fell silent. Lin Yi burst out laughing. "Captain Su, you really do have a sense of humor." Qing Wang asked, "Is that so?" "My teammates say that too. Do you feel a little better now?" Strands of red-black energy shot wildly through the air, blasted away by the golden radiation until the space shook violently. The whole group was shocked and still had no idea what had happened. Fang Yi unleashed the 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing art. Golden flames coiled like vicious dragons, swallowing an entire area. He shouted, "Rise!" 2 streams of energy erupted at the same time. A golden pillar of fire and blue energy shot straight upward. Number 81 cried out excitedly, That's your cousin." The girl widened her eyes and said, "That move is way too cool." Fang Yi circulated his firepower. A fire dragon appeared, roaring as it coiled in a circle before crashing straight down onto the pitch-black ground. Jialan said, "Heavenly fire attribute, sealing." She looked ahead and thought, "Has he sealed the dark tide?" Fang Yi clenched his hand. Blue lightning shattered around his arm, and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He fused the blue lightning with the golden fire, creating a blazing vortex that swept away the black energy. Fang Yi shouted, "9-dragon edict." Blue lightning surged into waves, supporting the golden flames pressing down from above. He shouted, "Seal." A seal formed beneath his feet. Fire energy spiraled, swallowing white thunder before gathering into a golden storm. Fang Yi compressed the power. Interwoven streams of fire formed a radiant golden sphere. He controlled the golden sphere and lowered it, while residual waves of flame spread outward and swept the ground clean. Fang Yi said, "It's safe for now." An unexpected gain. We picked up a person. How should we deal with this? Lin Yi happily came over to him and said, "Cousin, you're fine? That's wonderful." Qing Wang said, "Leave that person to my team members, big shot." She looked at him and asked, "You sealed a high-level dark attribute. Why don't you look happy?" Fang Yi pondered with his arms crossed. He had said he wanted to eliminate the dark tide, and he really had done it. This person truly was. He continued, "Because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is far too abundant. We have to leave quickly, but while the seal is still effective, we should hurry and gather the 7 decay flowers." Qing Wang replied, "Understood. We'll bring this person back to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association for treatment." She asked, "What about the people up ahead?" "Not a single one could escape," Fang Yi replied. "I didn't see even a scrap of clothing or a bone. Aside from this person, they were probably all devoured by the dark attribute, no matter what realm they were in." Number 81 said they were living, breathing people just now, and yet they've all disappeared. Maybe I'm cold-blooded, but what I'm thinking right now is that at least I didn't witness their deaths with my own eyes. Everyone fell silent again. He turned back and said, 81, you two and Captain Su go in front. The most dangerous thing right now is actually still this black pool, so it makes more sense for me to cover the rear." The girl replied, "Okay." Fang Yi stood tall on the rocky outcrop, one hand gripping his sword hilt, his eyes fixed ahead. The system panel announced, "Beginning detection of intense dark attribute compatibility waves." From the black rocky outcrop, he waved his hand, and purple netherlight rose around his feet. The system announced that detection had succeeded. Fang Yi hovered in the night sky, spreading both arms straight out as pillars of purple netherlight rose around him. The system reported, "Activating ultimate computational power." Compiling. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Purple demonic patterns crawled over his skin, and his aura surged like a tide. Compilation successful. Fang Yi opened his eyes. Purple flames burned along his eyelashes, and his icy gaze tore through the darkness. The system continued. You have obtained a dark attribute cultivation method, Boundless Dark Realm. Effect: condenses a sealed mist space. Within this space, spiritual energy will be corroded by the dark attribute, and existing spiritual energy will be greatly reduced. Purple nether light branched out like circuitry. Fong Yi raised his hand, and the formation's light sphere gathered in the center. He asked, Dark Realm, a special domain? He continued, in other words, as long as I use Boundless Dark Realm when facing an enemy, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute can wear down the opponent's spiritual power, and their spiritual energy will gradually decrease. If I combine it with my other attribute cultivation methods, won't I be able to stack even stronger weakening effects? In that case, even if an abnormality stranger than the dark tide appears, I'll be able to fight above my level and destroy it. Qing Wang said, Big shot, do you feel as if this mist is? Her eyes widened in shock as she thought, this spiritual energy fluctuation, why has he broken through again? There weren't even any changes in heaven and earth just now. Qing Wang looked at him and continued thinking, no, could he have absorbed the power of the dark tide, which the government rated as Class S? But that is far too absurd. She continued thinking. During the Omen stage, when spiritual energy revived, all Forerunners knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying. It was a power condensed from the negative emotions deep within living beings and their latent malice. Because of that, absorbing the dark attribute was strictly forbidden by the government. Qing Wang thought, in the past, the government also tried to research ways to cleanse and refine the dark attribute. A doubt arose in her mind, but they paid a tragic price. It was precisely because of this that abnormalities bearing the dark attribute were listed separately. Qing Wang thought further. Although their grades also range from Class D to Class S, even a Class D is enough to make a Forerunner newly stepped into the Ghost Talisman realm suffer every kind of torment, let alone the Dark Tide, a Class S abnormality. Forget one Spirit Creation Realm expert. Even 10 Spirit Creation Realm experts could be swallowed at will. She continued pondering. Back when the dark attribute had not yet been forbidden, there were also Forerunners who tried to absorb dark attribute abilities. However, that 3-star Ghost Talisman Realm man only absorbed a trace of dark attribute left behind by a Class C dark abnormality, and he suffered a crazed backlash. His skin rotted, his mind went insane, and to this day, he is still in a psychiatric hospital. He stood in thought for a long while. Fong Yi opened his eyes and said, Come out. You've been watching us for a long time. Jialan said, If I'm not mistaken, Fong Yi, you sealed the dark tide with your own hands. Qing Wang said in confusion, Jialan. She came over to him and asked, Also, what were you doing just now? Absorbing the dark attribute. Fong Yi replied, That's right. Qing Wang thought he admitted it. Jialan silently and slowly put her hand into her trouser pocket, as though she was about to take something out. She pointed a gun straight at him, her posture cold and unwavering. Number 81 shouted in horror, Sister Jialan, what are you doing? Lin Yi's face turned pale, and the corners of her lips trembled slightly as tension surged. Jialan continued, If I remember correctly, Fong Yi is the highest priority target your military wants to recruit, isn't he? In the past, when our Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association wanted him, you people snatched him away first. What do you mean by this? Fong Yi placed a hand on Qing Huang's shoulder and asked, Strange. Wasn't our mission to find the 7 decay flowers? Miss, you were clearly in a great hurry to complete the mission, but looking at you now, it seems you're unhappy that we didn't die here. With an icy gaze, she pointed the gun barrel at him and remained silent. Number 81 said, Sister Jialan, we've always trusted you. But since you came here, why didn't you act earlier? If it weren't for Big Shot Fong Yi, we would all have been wiped out. Forget me, but he is still just a child, yet you only stood by and watched. And now you want to make things difficult for the Big Shot. Jialan smiled and said, Just kidding. It looks like you're very loved by your teammates. Congratulations on passing the test. Number 81 continued, Loved? What are you talking about? Qing Wang chimed in exactly. Fong Yi looked at Jialan and asked, So your purpose in coming here was to test me? She replied, Something like that. Because you have this kind of talent and strength, I didn't want to read those cold documents. I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of person you really are. Jialan continued. Also, to answer the question of why I didn't act earlier. Number 81 stared at her in a shocked silence. She continued, because Forerunners can only obey the rules of Forerunners in this world of revived spiritual energy. We're all the same. This is fate, the life, death, fortune, disaster, and dizzying changes of Forerunners. Jalan continued, but you children are very lucky. You have someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you. Her voice echoed. Haven't you noticed? Up until now, no abnormalities have come to attack you because they were terrified by Feng Yi's power that sealed the dark tide. She turned to look at him and continued. The dark tide is just that realistic. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Let me lead everyone to find the 7 decay flowers. I'm more familiar with this place than all of you. He thought to himself, this woman. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with her mind? Qing Wang said softly. Her team also encountered the dark tide in the past, but in the end, she was the only one who survived and escaped. Fani thought, so that's it. Because of her identity, she absolutely obeys missions and rules and is indifferent to them. At the same time, there's a kind of conviction helping her continue to hold on. It's just that after seeing me seal the dark tide, she couldn't restrain herself anymore. Feng, he said, forget it. 81. Little Sue, let's be understanding toward this injured patient. She asked, she's injured? He replied, her spiritual energy shield is seriously deficient. At the very least, she has the ability of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, but her spiritual energy shield can be said to have fallen by 2 levels. Feng, he continued, that proves she has suffered no minor injury. Jialan lifted the tip of her shoe forward, then stepped down onto the cold ground. She said, thank you, but my injury is nothing. In the extreme dark zone, at the mass grave, the cold wasteland was filled with jagged stone tablets, standing amid shattered skulls. The group advanced through the gray, frigid wasteland, Feng Yi walking beside his teammates, his sword at his waist. His red eyes narrowed slightly, as though he had discovered something ominous. This is, he blurted out when he saw the skeleton and the old, rotted clothing. Jialan said, we're here. This place is the mass grave. Someone cried out, look, those are 7 decay flowers. Feng, he fixed his gaze on Jialan. She lowered her head in silence, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Jialan walked toward the 7 decay flowers. Red-edged, ghostly shadows drifted and circled around her. She raised her hand and said, at last, I've seen you again. Feng Yi frowned, his red eyes turning ice cold when he sensed something was wrong. He thought, not right. Hey. As Feng Yi spoke, he opened his palm, and swirling flames gathered. Snap out of it. As he spoke, he threw the fireball toward her. The pressure of the attack startled Jialan. So strong. This is an extremely rare yang attribute. She reacted swiftly and immediately blocked the attack. Yet with only a casual move from Feng Yi, the flames were completely extinguished. That made Jialan suspicious. Did I still not prepare thoroughly enough? Lin Yi stepped forward and asked with concern, Sister Jialan, are you all right? Qing Wang reminded them. She may have been affected by the dark attribute. We should all stay here together. The girl handed all responsibility to Feng Yi. As for the 7 decay flowers, it's enough to leave them to him. To avoid wasting time, he immediately moved off to search. At that very moment, a glowing flower appeared before Feng Yi. In the blink of an eye, it shrank back underground. The very next second, it transformed into a gigantic demon tiger. It opened its huge mouth. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Feng Yi remained calm and then unleashed the power of divine thunder. He decisively controlled the abundant power and sent it into the demon tiger. However, it opened its mouth and sucked in all that power. Feng Yi wondered, just how many abnormalities has this demon tiger devoured to become like this? Is it another class S? So Feng Yi switched to another move. He had to deal with it quickly, pick the 7 decay flowers, and return. The time left on the seal over the dark tide was running out. As for those behind him, in that case, I'll use you to test my skill. This time, he unleashed a super move. Boundless Dark Realm, deploy. The demon tiger was instantly trapped inside a magical sphere. Not only that, several cords also wrapped tightly around it, making the demon tiger roar thunderously. At the same time, the system announced, affected by the special dark attribute within Boundless Dark Realm, the Class S abnormality, half-rotted demon tiger, has been reduced to Class B. Feng Yi assessed, dropped 2 classes in a row. Looks like the cultivation foundation of Class S abnormalities in the extreme dark zone isn't very solid after all. Right then, he drew out a sword blazing with crimson flames. Then he slashed, as if burning through space itself. It was over. At the same time, Qinghuang's attention was drawn by a strange power. What is this now? This black energy is the dark attribute, but it feels a little different. Xiaolan agreed. That's right. I don't sense that oppressive, gloomy, cold, disgusting aura. She had realized it, because this is Feng Yi's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and, through self-study, created his own domain. And Xiaolan knew very well that using spiritual power to create a domain was extremely difficult. In the past, the only person who could use attribute spiritual power to create an individual domain space was her teacher. Aside from her teacher, at most 3 people in the entire world possessed this ability. The identities of the other 2 were unknown, but it was known that they were in Country M. At that, she recalled that back then, when they predicted the capital was about to face an overwhelming catastrophe, her teacher deployed a domain to suppress it, but the result was, in no time, Feng Yi had already moved back outside. He's out, Lin Yi exclaimed, that fast. Feng Yi smiled brightly, as though nothing had happened. All right, there probably won't be any more trouble in the mass grave behind us. The glowing flower from earlier grew out again. This time, Feng Yi successfully touched it, so there probably was no problem anymore. Only when he plucked the flower and placed it in his palm did he dare to let out a breath of relief. Xiaolan had been standing motionless the entire time. She took the flower in a daze. This is a 7-decay flower? Such a tiny flower. Feng Yi quickly reminded them. The mission is complete. We have to withdraw immediately. The dark tide is unlike ordinary dark attribute abnormalities. It can cause trouble at any moment. He immediately thought of the difficult problem before them. Besides, we still have a burden with us. Xiaolan did not forget to express her gratitude. All right, thank you, Feng Yi. Without you turning the situation around, this mission could not have succeeded. Thank you as well, everyone. Let's get out of here. After that, they all left the place together. Xiaolan spoke again. Feng Yi, truly, thank you very much. She explained that Old Wu, the only Diamond Realm venerable of Han Country, was currently in a critical condition. The 7-decay flower was the only life-saving medicine for him. Feng Yi had saved his life. Feng Yi unconsciously read that name in his mind. Diamond Realm. As soon as they saw the exit, number 81 could not hide their joy. We finally see the light. We made it back alive. Lin Yi was no less excited. That's right. We can finally see the sun. When the people outside saw them, they all shouted, the 7-decay flower. They really picked the 7-decay flower. Sister Xiaolan said they picked the 7-decay flower. We almost couldn't believe it. Everyone was puzzled. Exactly. Who was the one who picked the 7-decay flower? Number 81 looked at the scene outside in surprise. So many people were waiting. Something caught Lin Yi's attention. She discovered, is it that the vehicle of the Spirit War Zone, the famous absolute strategy known throughout Xia Country? Number 81 was amazed once again. So Sister Xiaolan is a high-level manager of the Spirit War Zone. Oh my God, I was even mocking her earlier. The Spirit War Zone was the foremost of Xia Country's 19 major war zones in the era of peaceful development. It was where the nation's most renowned elites, top-tier forces, and brilliant talents gathered. After spiritual energy revived, they possessed advantages blessed by heaven. Not only did they have abundant resources, but the forbidden zone they guarded was also a cultivation treasure land that could only be encountered by chance, not sought by effort. The 7-decay flowers had been carefully placed inside a bottle. Han Li solemnly accepted the precious item. He and his teammates did not forget to express their gratitude and saluted. Han Li assured her, I'll deliver the 7-decay flowers to the hospital immediately. Please rest assured. Xiaolan added, I'll go too. As soon as she finished speaking, they quickly got into the vehicle and left. Feng Yi was also puzzled. Are you from a Spirit War Zone? Xiaolan said, your strength and performance have probably already spread throughout our war zone. Before long, you'll be famous. She praised him generously. However, I have to admit that your strength alone can overwhelm the strongest squad in the war zone. In addition, your potential is enormous. I still haven't seen your limits. Because of that, Xiaolan extended an invitation. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You can receive the best cultivation resources. Oh, right. For this mission, your reward, your teammates' rewards, and even Ning Xia's squad's rewards will all be doubled. But Feng Yi refused. I'll thank you in advance for the reward. Although I know you are the strongest in Xia Country, I have my own cultivation method and pace, so I'll pass on joining. At this point, Jialan reminded him seriously, Feng Yi, now that heaven and earth are changing, what the nation values most or fears most are dark attribute abnormalities. The number of abnormalities is increasing at a terrifying speed. In the future, the situation will become even more severe. She emphasized the seriousness of the matter. Their range of influence will also continue expanding, like malignant tumors. At any time, they may cause catastrophic consequences. That is why we have no choice but to devote all our strength to building forbidden zones to block them. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association is also keeping strict watch everywhere. Jialan said firmly, I'm telling you this not because I want to restrain you or morally bind you. I simply feel that an outstanding forerunner like you now has the qualifications to know these circumstances. Feng Yi gave his assurance. Understand, if I encounter an abnormality in the future, even if it involves strangers, I won't just stand by and do nothing. You can rest assured about that. Hearing this, Jialan smiled in relief. I'm very glad to have met you, Feng Yi. She handed him an item. I hope you'll accept this token. Then she explained, with this token, you can freely enter and leave any forbidden zone to cultivate. The Spirit War Zone will also be open to you at any time. There's one more thing. Would you like to visit Old Wu? Feng Yi confirmed in confusion. You mean that Diamond Realm Venerable? Jialan said, He's my honored teacher. I think you should meet him. I don't know whether you'll agree. This is only my personal thought. I want to become friends with you. Feng Yi did not reply immediately, but his hand put the token into his trouser pocket. In the end, he agreed. All right, one more friend means one more path. I'll go with you this time. Then consider this a gift between friends. Seeing the power radiating from him, Jialan could not help wondering, what is this? Feng Yi said, I think I can clear away the residual poison in your body caused by dark attribute contamination. The moment that power entered her body, Jialan clearly felt it. The lightning attribute actually has a healing effect too. Right now, I only feel them all over. The place that was originally cold and painful has become warm, and the discomfort has disappeared. Part of her body was recovering. The wound eroded by the black bone was healing. Her damaged internal organs seemed to have recovered as before, and the blood vessels in her body were being reorganized and purified. Jialan was truly astonished. All the toxins in my body have actually been completely removed by this rare lightning attribute. This is too incredible. It feels like being reborn. Once it was done, Feng Yi asked with concern, how do you feel now? Jialan said, very good. All the remaining dark attribute in my body has been completely removed. No, more accurately, it was shattered. At the same time, the doctors were treating Old Deng. He's only at the first level of the spirit creation realm, yet he's this badly injured. Can he still be saved? Xinguang walked over and spoke to them. You two still haven't left? Wait, why do I feel that Jialan's injuries? Jialan gently confirmed, that's right. Pure lightning attribute completely cleared away the residual dark attribute in my body. Xinguang became interested and teased. So this is the tyrant of the lightning attribute, huh? It can both destroy enemies and save people. Feng Yi instinctively raised his hand to cover himself. Hey, what are you looking at? Then Xinguang excitedly waved and called out, everyone, hurry over here. She put on a puppy-like expression. I want to ask you, can we cooperate with you a little? Feng, you still had not figured out what was going on. What do you mean? Xinguang explained, combining your spiritual power with the medical equipment should be able to save more forerunners being troubled by the dark attribute. She bowed deeply. Please show it again. Feng Yi agreed and began releasing energy. Is this all right? A doctor could not help being stunned. It seems it really works. Such pure, high-grade lightning attribute truly can shatter the dark attribute. Jialan then shared. Just now, Feng Yi directly transmitted it to me, and the dark attribute on my body was shattered. So, as long as Feng Yi holds hands with the injured foreigners, it should work, right? I remember there's someone unconscious who is also in the spirit creation realm. Xinguang scratched her head and denied it. No. Not every spirit creation realm cultivator can endure spiritual power like this. The doctor spoke up to explain. That's right, Officer Jialan. Although your injuries were serious, according to our assessment, they were still on the lighter side. For the injured person just now, to treat him, the lightning spiritual power required is estimated to be 10 times what you needed. He added more about Meng Yan's condition. Moreover, saving his life and waking him up would already be good enough. A complete recovery is impossible. Fong, you wanted to know? All right, it's like a blood transfusion, right? Then how should I transmit spiritual power to everyone? You'll store it for later use, right? The doctor instructed him solemnly, please come this way. Then he guided him. Put your hand in here, then just release your spiritual power. Fong replied, all right. Lin, he was truly delighted. I never expected Sister Jialan to be a high-ranking member of the Spirit War Zone, and Cousin actually made the famous Spirit War Zone offer him special preferential treatment. The girl had witnessed everything. The cold Sister Jialan even took the initiative to befriend Cousin. Just now, I saw Sister Jialan directly give him her own token. Fong Yi clearly sensed Lin Yi's gaze, so he subconsciously turned his head. He asked with concern, how are you two? Lin Yi said, Cousin, we've both made arrangements. The girl had her own plan. Next, number 81, and I want to go train a bit more and take on some missions. We can't always rely on you, Cousin. Otherwise, we won't improve at all. Lin Yi reminded herself inwardly, I can't keep slowing him down. I have to catch up with Cousin's footsteps as soon as possible. Fong Yi smiled and reminded them, all right, be careful. He felt somewhat happy. My cousin has grown up. After everything was completed, Qing Wang also waved goodbye. Then we'll leave first. You too, if fate allows, we'll meet again on the next mission. Jialan quickly left. Let's go. We'll visit Old Wu. Inside the vehicle, someone was cursing loudly. So much for being cold. So much for not coming to the scene. Qing Wang was extremely upset. Now look what happened. The Spirit War Zone took him away. All my hard work over the past few days was completely wasted. The girl behind her had to comfort her. Captain Su, calm down, calm down. Qing Wang knew very well that the organizational structure of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association was still far too chaotic. At headquarters and the branches, many managers were even more hypocritical than the high-ranking military officers. Not only that, but there were also some issues with this incident. The top elite teams were scattered like loose sand. Setting aside whether they were willing to lower themselves and befriend Fong, it was already lucky that some stubborn people did not come and cause trouble. In the most advanced ward of the Spirit War Zone's medical base, Fong Yi spoke. So this is Old Wu. Jialan also had to admit it. It's rather strange, isn't it? A Diamond Realm expert is actually such a skinny old man. She shared more. His complexion was even worse before. He looked like a corpse. We even used the 7 decay flowers, but he still hasn't woken up. Fong, he wanted to understand more deeply. What exactly happened to him? So Jialan explained everything clearly. A dark attribute heavenly disaster descended upon the capital. The celestial phenomena became abnormal, and the sky was torn open by darkness. To prevent the dark attribute abnormal phenomenon from affecting the capital, my teacher used his own body to forcibly seal away the remnants. She explained what they had done at the time. All of us used a special method to transmit spiritual power to my teacher beforehand. Jialan became gloomy as she mentioned the truth. We assessed this abnormal heavenly disaster as above Class S. Although the dark tide we encountered was already a terrifying Class S, the destructive power of this heavenly disaster was several times stronger than the dark tide. The more she thought about it, the more detached she became. Once it appeared, it could destroy the entire capital. Even the surrounding cities would be infected and destroyed. The capital has an especially extraordinary significance. Once it was destroyed, the entire nation would fall into chaos. Jialan truly did not dare imagine it. My teacher used his domain to forcibly seal the Class S abnormality. But unexpectedly, even the combined strength of all of us was needed to deal with this enormous heavenly disaster. It was far more terrifying than our assessment. She remembered the scene at that time clearly. My teacher was swallowed by the dark attribute. If he hadn't been a Diamond Realm venerable, he would have turned to ash right then, and might even have become nourishment for the dark attribute abnormal phenomenon. Fong Yi commented sincerely. He stopped the capital from being destroyed? Then he truly is a great forerunner. Fong Yi was already familiar with situations like this. Back then, there had also been many forerunners standing in front of him like this, allowing him to become the human who survived until the very end. Perhaps in my previous life, at this time, he had already sacrificed himself. Seeing Fong Yi's movement, Jialan shouted, "What are you trying to do to my teacher?" Fang Yi reassured her, "Don't be nervous. The 7 decay flowers have already taken effect, but I still want to try and see whether I can erase some of the tyrannical, stubborn, dark attribute in his body. That way, he can wake up sooner." Jialan wanted to emphasize, "Fang Yi, this is a class as heavenly disaster." The image of Fang Yi obtaining the 7 decay flowers flashed through her mind. As if gaining a little more confidence, Jialan agreed. "Fine, try it." She was very hopeful. "Perhaps you really are a miracle, but you must be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the one in the dark tide. Otherwise, my teacher wouldn't still be recovering so slowly after using the 7 decay flowers." Fang Yi said in a deep voice, "I know. I can sense just how powerful the darkness here is." Then he added, "Even though it has been restrained and weakened by the purifying power of the 7 decay flowers, it can still give people a tremendous sense of pressure." Hearing that, Jialan's expression darkened at once. She hurriedly shouted, "Fang Yi, be careful and focus your mind. It's starting to affect you." Fang Yi released the power within his body to steady himself. He opened his eyes, which were filled with energy. The scene before Fang Yi's eyes was more familiar than ever. It had dragged his spirit back into the past. The strange demon opened in the sky and issued a threatening question. "Who are you?" Fang Yi thought to himself. Just touching a bit of the dark attribute in old Wu's long sick body contaminated my spirit and created an illusion. He spoke up. "That isn't important. I'm just someone who came to eliminate you." Fang Yi thought inwardly. "Looks like this abnormality isn't powerful enough to do anything and everything." It suddenly attacked him. Fang Yi cried out in shock. "What the hell is this?" His eyes emitted a powerful light, showing intense focus. Its speed was terrifying. Fang Yi dodged the attack in an instant. He said, "The lightning of this strange demon is no weaker than the divine thunder I absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak before." Fang Yi continued, "There are also many insect-shaped abnormalities carrying the dark attribute. I have to admit, although this is only an illusion, every single one is as strong as the abnormalities in the dark tide." He thought inwardly, "And there are thousands upon tens of thousands of them here." Flames surrounded his arm, and destructive power began to gather. Holding his weapon, Fang Yi spoke. "Then I'll just have to exterminate the pests." His eyes burned red as he shouted. The flaming sword tore across the air. "Rise!" Fang Yi unleashed a crimson power that ripped apart the night. The flaming sword blazed brightly, and he was ready to charge toward the mysterious enemy ahead. Fang Yi thought inwardly, "It's an aggregate of Class S abnormalities, but perhaps because this is an illusion, or perhaps because of the effect of the 7 decay flowers, it has weakened considerably." A great power burst forth, and 2 streams of light rapidly spread across the battlefield. Looking at the astonished strange demon, he thought, approximately Class A. These things are what old Wu is facing. Did he have to eliminate the disaster of abnormalities throughout the entire city? No, I'm afraid it wasn't just that. Fang Yi spoke. Boundless dark realm. A black vortex gathered in his hand. Fang Yi raised his hand, facing the massive black vortex that was devouring the sky. It spoke in terror. "You are not human." The enormous, strange demon watched as the black-purple vortex sucked everything in. He curled his lips. His crimson eyes were full of defiance, and black hair fell across his forehead. Fang Yi roared with determination. "Open!" The sphere of darkness spun, devouring everything into the void. It vanished and left behind a message. "We will return very soon." Standing within the sphere of darkness, Fang Yi thought, "This is probably the consciousness left behind by the power of the dark attribute abnormality. It just said we could still have companions? Will other heavenly disasters descend again?" Fang Yi looked straight ahead, his crimson eyes fearless before the evil power. He said, "Let's get out first and think about it afterward." His crimson eyes opened wide, staring at something extremely important. Emerald green power erupted, shocking Jialan behind him. Powerful lightning spiraled around the dark sphere, producing a terrifying force. Fang Yi shouted, "See, 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing art." Jialan said, "This is the dark attribute inside old Wu's body." Fang Yi said, "The dark attribute inside Senior Old Wu's body is probably the remnant of the heavenly disaster." Fang Yi continued, "Although it still has very powerful dark energy, under the depletion caused by the 7 decay, flowers, and Old Wu's seal, its influence is no longer too great." He continued, Old Wu truly deserves to be called Xia country's #1 forerunner. All this time, he has been using his own body as a consumable vessel to suppress the power of the dark attribute. If it were anyone else, who knows how many times they would have died already. She said, You really saved his life. Fang Yi said modestly, It wasn't entirely my ability. Without the 7 decay flowers, I wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute inside him either. Jialan said, The 7 decay flowers kept him alive, but your ability also gave him the possibility of a complete recovery. His hand clenched, and powerful emerald lightning erupted as he poured in all his strength. Fang Yi continued, All right, it should be completely useless now. He went on, However, there's still something I want to tell you. Just now, in the spiritual illusion, the dark attribute of the heavenly disaster's remnant seemed to be warning that it will come again. We have to be prepared at any time. When that time comes, we can't let an elderly man who has just recovered from a serious illness take the front line again. She said, I understand. I've heard about that rumor. Fang Yi asked in surprise. Rumor? The monitoring departments of the military and the association would periodically compile the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuation phenomena collected by both sides. Data on these phenomena was recorded in files and strictly managed to prevent leaks to the outside. Jialan said, Rumor has it that those speculative data sets show that with Xia country's current reserves of strength, I'm afraid it won't survive the first year of spiritual energy revival. Of course, no one believes it. He said, monitoring data on abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations sounds fairly authoritative. Do you also think this rumor is true? Fang Yi thought inwardly. Could the future also be changing because of my rebirth? I still remember that I seem to have lived until 3 years after the revival of spiritual energy, although by then, the entire blue planet had nearly been burned to ashes. He placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Don't overthink it. Perhaps Old Wu will wake up soon. Fang Yi continued, Don't worry. If the heavenly disaster descends again, I will advance and retreat together with all of you. He thought to himself, this battle against the heavenly disaster will break out sooner or later. This time, I have to change everything. The full moon shone upon the large building in the night. As Fang Yi circulated his energy, he thought to himself, after fighting Class S abnormalities twice, I feel like I'm about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He continued thinking, the recovery of spiritual energy has already been put on the agenda. Although I now have the ability of the dark attribute, it still isn't enough. That abnormality in the illusion, despite having its power weakened, still couldn't conceal its true might. Fang Yi focused on the white potted flower, his expression intent. He pointed at it and said, Not bringing you along to play last time was my loss. It was because you weren't convenient to carry with me. Fang Yi happily held it in his hand and said, All right, I only regret that I didn't have the chance to let you show off your ability to climb ranks. He said aloud, Let's take you out for a walk. At night, behind a mountain, he walked while saying, The United Plant Research Institute is still quite capable. Although in the early stage of spiritual energy recovery, nature's self-regulating ability has become extremely powerful. In just this short time, the trees that were originally burned down have recovered quite a bit, and there are also a whole batch of newly grafted saplings. Fang Yi took the plant out of the pot and said, I'll have to thank little Sue's team tomorrow. As he tended to it, he said, Absorb a little from time to time. You can't be too reckless or with your appetite. All the forests on Blue Star wouldn't be enough for you to eat. The plant gave off a green light, easily stretching outward as if absorbing food. Fang Yi folded his arms and calmly watched the power of nature erupt. He looked ahead and thought to himself, this should be about enough. Fang Yi pulled it up and said, All right, let's change places and absorb somewhere else. He looked at it and asked, Among evolved life forms of the plant system, or perhaps the wood system, I wonder what rank you could reach. A desolation attribute abnormality should at least count as Class A. As Fang Yi walked, he continued, There used to be quite a few animals in this mountain, but today I haven't seen a single one. Is it because they're afraid of the desolation power on you? Crimson eyes stared straight ahead, and Fang Yi revealed a look of surprise at the echoing sound. He stared ahead and said, That sound is wolves. He continued, The wolf pack is about to evolve. Fang Yi raised his face and looked at the ferocious wolf before him, wondering, this must be the Wolf King, right? It seems to have nearly completed its evolution. It answered him with a terrifying growl. In an instant, the Wolf King completed its evolution, its pupils turning a blazing green. Slightly startled, he hugged the flower pot close to his body and wondered, this spiritual energy, could it be about to become a Class A abnormality? Fong Yi quickly retreated as he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. He analyzed inwardly. After advancing, the Wolf King abnormality evolved from the wood attribute of a forest animal into a strongly corrosive poison attribute. This attribute must have evolved because it absorbed the dark attribute. Fong Yi observed the spiritual power radiating from it and judged, looks like dark attribute activity is becoming more and more frequent. It has reached the point where the Wolf King suddenly upgraded into dual attributes. He pressed his lips together and told himself, but it's still only the power of a Class A abnormality. Once he decided, Fong Yi moved. He plucked the glowing flower from the pot and muttered, now we'll deal with them. He dropped to one knee and planted the flower's roots into the ground while assessing the situation. Although it was only a Class A abnormality, the trouble was that there were too many wolves. Moreover, beyond the mountain was an urban area. If they charged into the city, the consequences would be severe. Then Fong Yi slammed his palm down, pouring in a source of golden energy. Then let's begin. The Wolf King seemed to receive a signal and charged forward at the same time. Before long, a blue primordial spirit shot straight into the sky. At the same time, he said to himself, I want to see how great the damage will be if I don't use any other ability and rely only on desolation. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, several people had already looked up at that strange source of energy. Xiao Hang stared at it and asked, the Wolf King has successfully evolved. It's so powerful. What's the contamination level? The other person looked down at his hand and replied, 90%. When he and the other members heard that number, their faces turned pale. They turned their heads and repeated, 90%? The captain of the saboteur squad pressed the red button on his wristband and added, not only that, it's still rising. The wood attribute Wolf King has at least the strength of the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, and it may even be at the 1-star Spirit Creation realm. How can there be so many? The other wolves range from the 2-star to 3-star Ghost Talisman realm. Xiao Hang cut him off in panic. But judging from this, we don't have enough manpower. We can't beat them. Even you only just broke through to the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, right? The crowd all looked toward the raging green vortex at the same time and shouted, it's the dark attribute. The dark attribute has appeared again. How could this be? No wonder the contamination level is so high. The captain of the saboteur squad suddenly raised his voice and continued, I understand now. The reason the contamination level is so high is because the Wolf King evolved into dual attributes. This kind of thing is extremely rare among abnormalities. The number had now reached 100, leaving everyone alarmed. He hurriedly said through the communicator, but even if we can't defeat them, we have to stop them. Once this pack of fierce beasts successfully evolves, the area at the foot of the mountain will be devastated. Fierce beasts are brutal by nature, and now that they've gained evolved spiritual power, they'll become even more terrifying. I have to notify the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association immediately and request support. Suddenly, the ground began shaking violently, making everyone cry out. Wait, can everyone feel the mountainside shaking? Is an earthquake? How could the evolution of a wolf pack cause an earthquake? No, that's not right. Another abnormality has appeared. It was only 100 just now, but in an instant, it shot up to 1,000. They immediately retreated, standing frozen as they watched that green source of energy shoot out in all directions, then exclaimed, my God, it's the power of desolation. Why is there the power of desolation here? The moment those primordial spirits descended, the crowd began scrambling to flee. Run! No matter what, we have to retreat to a safe zone. Could it be the vines that disappeared before? No, there was no warning at all. The captain of the saboteur squad took action. Hurry! Evacuate all nearby residents immediately. One member turned back and asked in confusion, wait, Captain, if the power of desolation isn't coming toward us, then what is this? Hearing this, he also glanced back to observe. Everyone froze as green tendrils spread everywhere across the mountain cliffs, and all of them were filled with curiosity. Has the power of desolation hidden itself deep inside the mountain? That's right. How strange. The sense of danger has disappeared. Do we still need to report it? The roots grew longer and longer, sprouting shoots on the rugged stone surface. White flowers also bloomed atop those tangled roots. One person looked at the spiritual power it was emitting and asked in confusion, "Are these flowers?" The scene shifted to Fong Yi, standing alone amid the sea of flowers. In front of him was the ferocious Wolf King. He raised his face, frowned, and said, "This spiritual sea of flowers will multiply and grow without end until it drains all the energy of the pack." Fong Yi looked at the wolves entangled by the roots, then at the Wolf King confronting him, and continued, "At least you still have protective spiritual energy to struggle with. But what about them?" One wolf was bound tightly, its entire body trembling, unable to even howl. A few seconds later, the roots released it, and all that remained was a dried skeleton. He still calmly kept both hands in his trouser pockets, watching the red flowers gradually grow. The Wolf King could no longer hold back. It opened its mouth and fired its spiritual energy. A vivid green streak of light rapidly shot toward where Fong Yi stood. He was immediately covered by roots, his tone openly contemptuous toward his opponent. "It's useless. Haven't you realized? The desolation attribute of the spirit flower has already taken root deep in the ground beneath this mountain forest." The roots rose higher and higher, and a crimson flower appeared at the top. Fong Yi stood on it, looking down at the Wolf King, and warned, "The sea of flowers fills the sky, taking from the mountain and using it for the mountain." It was briefly frightened when it heard Fong Yi's next words. "Even if you were lucky enough to advance and awaken intelligence, you probably still don't know the saying, 'Wild grass cannot be burned away. When the wind blows, it grows again,' do you?" Even so, the Wolf King still decided to charge. Seeing its figure, Fong Yi said softly, "Not bad. You can even see where the flower is." He turned to the bright red flower and whispered, "Little flower, it has discovered you. What should we do?" The Wolf King surged forward with imposing momentum, not forgetting to let out a few majestic growls. At its master's words, the flower immediately blocked Fong Yi. The atmosphere became extremely tense as the Wolf King opened its mouth wide, as if about to swallow the flower whole. Without hesitation, it bit down hard on the flower. It seemed as if the Wolf King would destroy it, but unexpectedly, the petals tightened around the monster's neck. He was also rather surprised as the Wolf King's spiritual power gradually began to radiate outward. Fong Yi frowned in thought. "Are you really just letting the dark attribute erode your body?" The red flowers connecting strands intertwined with one another, forming countless cords that looped around the Wolf King's body and made it scream in agony. In only a moment, the Wolf King gradually vanished into the flower's stamen, its body continuously buried beneath the petals. As the petals closed, a question weighed heavily in Fong Yi's mind. The power of desolation is truly domineering. What kind of ability is it? I never expected that after I implanted the desolation attribute into this spirit flower, it would form its own technique without needing me to make any further modifications. He looked at the swaying flower and confirmed, "Once trapped within this boundless sea of flowers, no abnormality can escape." After corroding away the Wolf King's flesh, it spat out a massive skeleton in front of Fong Yi, making him even more certain. Even if the spirit flowers are destroyed again and again, they can still regenerate, using endless desolation power to turn everything into white bones. Fong Yi reached out and gently touched a petal, murmuring, "It shall be called the Endless Spirit Sea." As the flower bloomed under the full moon, the system announced, "The spirit flower has successfully been implanted with the desolation attribute, Endless Spirit Sea." Before long, the petals slowly opened, revealing a golden stamen. Fong Yi was unconsciously drawn to it and narrowed his eyes as he looked down. The spirit flower rose higher and higher, draining the blood-red petals from the sea of flowers, making him realize immediately, "Little flower, you're about to evolve." The scene shifted to the control room. Someone looked at the crimson color on the screen and shouted in panic, "Class A mutation contamination detected." Everyone look! Two completely different streams of spiritual power have appeared in the contaminated area. The Wolf King's rank up produced the dark attribute, but there is also a stream of desolation attribute power that appeared with no warning at all. Xinguang stood there, somewhat worried. The association president frowned and questioned, "Specific location?" Section Chief Jiu pointed at the map with his hand and indicated the location. "The low mountain here is where Captain Su was previously in charge." Hearing this, the president looked puzzled. Didn't the saboteur squad already go to stop the wolf pack. Suddenly, a voice came from the communicator, making the association president pause and listen intently. It turned out to be the captain of the saboteur squad reporting from outside. This is the saboteur squad. At the location of the mutated wolf pack, a powerful desolation force has suddenly erupted. We have detected concentrations exceeding standard limits. This desolation force has eliminated the mutated class A wolf pack abnormality. But the desolation power is not targeting us. It has burrowed into the mountain. At present, a large-scale abnormal phenomenon of mountain flowers blooming has appeared within the mountain. He looked at the countless petals flying before him and continued, "We can't get close. We don't know whether this desolation power will affect the surrounding area next." The captain hurriedly said, "It is predicted that once this unknown abnormality erupts, its range of influence will far surpass the aerial trajectory that appeared before. Should we send people here as reinforcements? If something unexpected happens, all the Forerunners present here, combined, may not be able to fight it." The association president was alarmed. He adjusted the communicator slightly and said, "In that case, we will deploy 2 elite squads." Little Sue, a bead of sweat began to roll down Qing Huang's face. Thinking of Feng Yi's figure, she inwardly suspected, "That's right, it's the back mountain. I've always had a feeling that this time, it's him again." She suddenly raised a finger and said, "Wait, I think the person emitting this desolation power this time may be Feng Yi. His home is in this location." Qing Huang thought of him within that golden spiritual power and said with certainty, "He will protect everyone here." The scene shifted to the back mountain, where the gloomy mountain was covered by red petals continuously falling. Feng Yi was still calmly raising his face, looking at the spirit flower in confusion. As expected, after eating this wolf king, you'll be the same as it was and are about to evolve a second attribute. The flower radiated an increasingly mysterious power, blazing with burning flames. He had to raise one hand to shield his face and asked excitedly, "Is it the fire attribute? That's a little unexpected." Feng Yi then reached forward and retrieved the spirit flower, muttering, "As long as you devour, you can evolve. Your method of cultivation and advancement is so easy it defies the heavens." The moment it shrank and lay neatly in his palm, the system announced, "The spirit flower has devoured the wolf pack and the mutated wolf king. Spirit flower evolution complete. Desolate fire spirit flower. Class A abnormality. Fire attribute. Fire attribute." After evolving, the desolate fire spirit flower will possess an extremely strong desire to absorb spiritual energy. It can be placed within the boundless dark realm for nurturing. Feng Yi was instantly surprised and repeated the 4 words, "Boundless dark realm." He quickly summoned a pitch-black circle and whispered, "Why didn't I think of that? I didn't expect the spirit flower could be placed inside the boundless dark realm." It began to draw the spirit flower inside, and Feng Yi confirmed, "Within the boundless dark realm are numerous dark attribute abnormalities and a suitable soil environment. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it may evolve the dark attribute." Suddenly, dark clouds surged in, producing bolts of lightning that struck down and drew his attention. Feng Yi raised his face and wondered, "Am I about to break through?" 2-star spirit creation realm. After that, 2 golden arms formed. 2 fingers pressed together and slowly lifted him up. Feng Yi entered a meditative posture and began to sense it. "I can feel it. Driving my abilities has become easier. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is naturally fusing with my body, as if they were born as one." At that moment, Jiang Lu stood in a small cave and witnessed the scene, then snapped, "Found you. So you were here." He curled his lip into a smile and muttered, "The legendary Heavenly Fire 1 Saber, 2-star spirit creation realm. How exciting." Jiang Lu unleashed his energy and put on an arrogant air. "I am a fire attribute forerunner. In that case, I'll have to wear down your spirit. I want everyone to know that I am the #1 fire attribute forerunner." Hearing this, Feng Yi immediately sensed him from his side and loudly questioned, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing flame rushed toward him, making Feng Yi suspect. "Is it a fire attribute forerunner?" He quickly swung his hand behind him, summoning his pitch-black circle back. Feng Yi calmly pushed it forward, blocking the blazing flame, thinking to himself, "Has he finally appeared?" He tilted his face and reproached, "Where were you hiding before? There was no trace of your spiritual energy at all." Fong Yi observed the other man's feet as they landed on the ground, then remarked, "A wild forerunner who broke through to the spirit creation realm without affiliation, without organization, with only a craving for battle and brawling." Jiang Lu leisurely walked forward and mocked him. "Interesting. Very interesting. I can sense a powerful spiritual pressure on you. Just now, how did you avoid my flowing flying flame?" Fong Yi pressed his lips together at those arrogant words and looked him over. Jiang Lu pressed his advantage, curling his lip into a sneer as he continued, "I forgot to introduce myself." He gathered momentum and charged toward Fong Yi with spiritual power, spinning around while shouting, "My name is Jiang Lu. You'll remember my name soon enough." Fong Yi quickly pressed two fingers together, raised them into the air, and called out, "Divine Thunder." Jiang Lu remained smug, his eyes shining as he flew forward. The instant Fong Yi finished speaking, a blue streak of light appeared across the vast sky. A bolt of lightning immediately shot toward Jiang Lu, making him freeze and think, "What is this?" His face began to twist, one eye shut and the other open as he faced it. But Fong Yi's divine thunder had already struck Jiang Lu directly, making his entire body light up. A few seconds later, it vanished, leaving countless bruises and scratches all over Jiang Lu's body. His knees buckled, and his entire body seemed to be restrained. Jiang Lu lowered his face to the ground, trembling non-stop as he wondered, what just happened? Isn't he also a fire attribute forerunner? At that moment, Fong Yi had already walked up to Jiang Lu with bloodshot eyes. He reached out and touched the hair at the back of Jiang Lu's neck. Without saying a word, Fong Yi pressed Jiang Lu's head down onto the ground, making his entire body slam down with a thud. He stared daggers at Jiang Lu and asked, "I didn't hear clearly just now. What did you say your name was?" Jiang Lu was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth and endured it, glaring upward. Countless questions still surfaced in his mind. How is this possible? How could this happen? I'm a dignified one-star spirit creation realm expert. I've always been the fastest cultivator among the forerunners, not to mention my ultimate move. He recalled the days when everyone admired him. It was one of the rarest high-level attributes, the fire attribute, with immense power and the strength of the spirit creation realm. He was clearly an expert among experts. Everyone had to submit to him and curry favor with him before he would grant them benefits during the era of spiritual energy awakening. Back in reality, seeing Jiang Lu remain silent, Fong Yi clicked his tongue again. He used his own power to channel divine thunder into Jiang Lu's body, making Jiang Lu scream in agony. "It hurts." Jiang Lu looked at one of Fong Yi's pupils, which glowed with an icy blue light, and thought to himself, "Isn't he a fire attribute? Why does he also have a lightning attribute? He actually extinguished my flames, and even made me unable to stand up." Fong Yi paused for a moment and said, "I thought you were supposed to be strong." Fong Yi curled his lips into a sneer. "Is that all? Kids these days really are too confident." Jiang Lu clenched his teeth in fear. However, this person clearly had not broken through to the two-star spirit creation realm. Why did he feel that Fong Yi's pressure and spiritual power surpassed his by 2 realms? No, by 3 realms. He was terrified by Fong Yi's murderous expression. "I'm going to die. Jiang Lu, am really about to lose my life here." Jiang Lu hurriedly raised his head and begged, "Don't kill me." Fong Yi paused for a moment when he heard that. He suddenly lifted his hand and said, "I'll give you one piece of advice. A forerunner's abilities aren't something you can casually use against other people." Fong Yi put his hand into his pants pocket and advised, "If you have time, you'd be better off cleaning up the abnormalities causing trouble." Seeing that, Jiang Lu hurriedly stammered. Fong Yi gazed into the distance and clicked his tongue in boredom. Jiang Lu sat up, watching Fong Yi's back as he thought, what exactly does this guy mean? How can he have such powerful spiritual energy? His eyes widened as he wondered, is his ability too heaven-defying, or am I just too weak? The scene shifted to a luxurious city. Night had already fallen, and countless lights had been lit. Jiang Lu, his clothes in tatters, walked into the room alone. He frowned, still pondering something nonstop. Seeing him like that, his friends mocked him. "You're back? That new hairstyle looks pretty good." Jiang Shi said, "I told you, there's no benefit in provoking other people." Li Shen pointed at him and advised, "Even if you lose your temper, I still have to say it again. You can't keep going on like this. Spiritual energy hasn't officially revived yet, and we're as insignificant as dust. Yet you keep going everywhere, making enemies." enemies. Isn't that too risky? Jiang Lu said nothing. He silently walked to the sofa amid Li Shun's scolding. Being so combative and not distinguishing friend from foe will only bring disaster on yourself. San Huang saw this and cut in. How strange. You've said so much today, but he still hasn't gotten angry. The two of them looked bewildered as Jiang Lu sat down dejectedly. He asked in confusion, what happened? San Huang hurried over, put an arm around Jiang Lu's shoulders, and teased. What happened? Did someone possess you? Are you still the same Jiang Lu who loves stirring up trouble, wants to attack the moment he sees someone, and is ready to explode at any time? Li Shun walked over and asked softly, didn't you go challenge that heavenly fire 1/ today? What exactly happened? Jiang Lu announced gloomily. I was defeated instantly. San Huang was startled and shouted. What do you mean defeated instantly? Explain clearly. Jiang Lu's whole body trembled as he said tearfully, I was defeated instantly. He raised his hands to hold his head, blaming himself. At that time, I should have realized something was wrong. If I'd stopped in time back then, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. Li Shun was doubtful. Is this 1/ really that strong? You're a high-grade fire-type genius. You awakened less than a month ago and already broke through to the spirit creation realm. Looking across several provinces and cities, there are rarely people like you. Jiang Lu recalled the divine thunder and turned pale with fear as he described it. It only took an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. My proudest move, flowing fire flying flame, was scattered by his lightning. San Huang interrupted. Could you have found the wrong opponent? After all, your fire attribute is so pure it shocks people. Unless it's someone from a high-level war zone, normally, who could fight you evenly. Not to mention you've already advanced to the spirit creation realm. Li Shun rubbed his chin and pondered. You awakened late. Not long after awakening, you defeated 2 wild forerunners of the same element as you, and they were even 3-star ghost talisman realm. So is it possible that the heavenly fire 1/ you ran into wasn't actually a forerunner at all? Back then, we also speculated that his strength wasn't stronger than yours. Jiang Lu grabbed his arm and shouted while crying. How could I be mistaken? That place was exactly where heavenly fire 1/ appeared. It was definitely his territory. If you didn't experience it yourselves, you'll never understand. He thought of the moment he was struck by the divine thunder, then recounted in panic. He really is a monster. That lightning power of his was as if all the heavenly thunder had gathered beside my ears. My head almost exploded on the spot. The two of them froze in place when they heard Jiang Lu's certainty. My intuition tells me it was him. Jiang Lu thought of Feng Yi's imposing figure and said firmly, he is a supreme grade dual fire and lightning attribute forerunner in the spirit creation realm. His lightning ability is far stronger than my flames by who knows how many times. He must have been hiding his true strength. At the very least, he has to be a 3-star spirit creation realm expert. Li Shun still did not believe it. A wild 3-star spirit creation realm forerunner? How is that possible? San Huang judged. If your senses are right, then this person will become a nightmare for all forerunners. He crossed his arms and commented, such terrifying attributes and talent truly make people only able to look up at him, never reach him. Jiang Lu murmured, he crushed me with a single move. Suddenly, he clenched his palm and asked, do you all think I should secretly learn from him? Hearing this, the other two were dumbfounded and let out a confused, huh. The scene shifted to Feng Yi. While cultivating, he wondered himself strange. I was clearly about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm just now. Why does it feel like that opportunity has disappeared now? Feng, he closed his eyes tightly to search for the reason. It wasn't because of himself. He exhaled, then opened his eyes, revealing his golden pupils as he murmured, it must be due to an external cause. After that, Feng Yi pushed open the door and went outside, saying to himself, for some reason, the current spiritual energy can't gather into resonance, preventing me from condensing a celestial phenomenon to create an environment for advancement. Could it be? He thought of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association and the Supervision Department. They would compile the spiritual energy fluctuation phenomena collected by both sides. These data would be recorded and strictly managed to prevent external incidents. Rumor had it that the inferred data showed that, with Xia country's current reserves, they might not be able to make it through the first year of the spiritual energy awakening era. Seeing several bolts of lightning descend nearby, Fang Yi wondered, could something major really be about to happen? Is the spiritual energy revival about to happen early in the city where I am? He sat down on the sofa, picked up his phone, and contacted Jialan to see what the military situation was like. But the operator announced, "The subscriber you have dialed is currently unavailable." Fang Yi looked down at the screen and judged, unavailable. Could the military have already gone to the front line? No. If there were a major incident, the military would definitely have contacted me. The worst possibility is that they were forced to cut off communications. Suddenly, a call came in. The name that appeared surprised him, Su Qingwang. As soon as Fang Yi answered, her urgent voice came through. "Fang Yi, the situation has changed. Please provide support." He glanced behind him at a creature slamming into the glass door and said, "The signal isn't very good. Are a lot of abnormalities appearing in the city?" "Qingwang está mal. No, the problem is very serious. I'm in the city." Then the phone disconnected on its own, making Fang Yi ask helplessly, "Hello?" He then looked toward the bat from earlier. He stared daggers at it, as if challenging it, and the bat quickly shattered the glass door and rushed inside. Fang Yi still sat there calmly and murmured, "Overestimating yourself." He pressed 2 fingers together, forming a strip of blue light. Fang Yi quickly leapt up, swung his hand, and shot that spiritual energy straight into the bat. Just then, Lin Yi pushed open the room door and shouted, "Cousin, an abnormal bat." Suddenly, she froze, looking at the shattered section of the glass door in confusion. Did something happen? Lin Yi stepped forward, looked through the hole, and continued. Abnormalities only appeared occasionally before, but now they're openly appearing right inside the house. Not to mention there's more than one. Fang Yi agreed. It's very possible. If the situation is still within a stable range, then it's still under my control." He looked up at the sky and murmured, "The worst-case scenario is that an enormous change will happen here, like the natural disasters we've seen on the news." Fang Yi frowned and explained, 2-star ghost talisman realm abnormalities usually only hide in the shadows. They don't run rampant in busy urban districts, not to mention being drawn straight to a forerunner's doorstep. He concluded, "Next, we're going to have a tough battle. I just don't know what exactly it will be. Call every forerunner you can contact over to the house." Lin Yi obediently followed his instructions. "Yes." Fang Yi turned around and asked, "You're about to reach the threshold of the spirit creation realm, right? Then I'll leave protecting the house to you for now. Guard this glass tightly. Don't let abnormalities rush in." "Do you all have any problems with that?" "No." The scene shifted to the roof of a tall building. Someone's voice rang out. "Our signal has been affected. Fang Yi can't hear our exact location clearly." Qing Wang said worriedly, "If such a massive mutation and disaster really happen, then we'll have to act on our own." Another member suddenly cut in. "Could it be an equipment malfunction?" "Actually, Captain, I really can't imagine what an unpredictable abnormality is like." She adjusted her walkie-talkie and continued, "I also hope this is just a false alarm." Qing Wang quickly reported, "What is the patrol status of each team?" "Area A, Contamination Concentration 4. Everyone, stay on high alert and report the contamination fluctuation data in your respective areas." Suddenly, something fell from above, making her squad look up in confusion. A swarm of abnormal bats was now diving toward them. Qing Wang announced loudly, "Abnormality cluster discovered." Bolts of lightning kept striking down. News reports sounded everywhere. This city is about to face the largest storm in half a century. Red alerts have been issued in many areas. Due to the rainstorm, the entire city will take 1 day off. Citizens, please stay at home and do not go outside. Everyone immediately returned home, discussing anxiously among themselves. It feels like the sky is about to change drastically. How terrifying. Something won't really happen, will it? What exactly has been going on with the world lately? The people riding motorcycles outside also cheered one after another. There really is something wrong with the sky. We can't be that unlucky, right? At the same time, Li Shun, driving behind them, said, "Go or stay. Jiang Lu, you decide." Suddenly, several bats lunged toward him unexpectedly. Jiang Lu raised his palm, forming crimson spiritual energy, and shouted, "You're courting death." He quickly launched the energy at them. They moved in a perfectly straight line, making him wonder what's wrong with these abnormalities. With Jiang Lu's fire attribute here, wouldn't minor abnormalities usually take a detour? In an instant, the bat stood within the spiritual energy and let out a cry, leaving everyone confused. The bat wasn't destroyed. Jiang Lu panicked, sweat streaming down as he denied it. No, it's not that they weren't destroyed. They revived again. It's bad enough that the people here have monstrous strength, but even the abnormalities are this terrifying. Go home. Hurry, go home. The scene shifted to a few hours earlier. Qing Wang looked at everyone through the screen and said, "Therefore, we should immediately invite the highest-ranking personnel of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association and Feng Yi to conduct close communication." Just as she turned toward the association president, she received bad news. A person appeared on the screen and announced, "Special abnormality warning. A Class A abnormality is about to arrive in the city center area. Estimated time, within 24 hours. At present, a large number of abnormal bats have gathered in the outskirts." Someone cried out in shock, "A Class A abnormality." Qing Wang quickly ordered, "Dispatch teams immediately." "I'll go too." The person, standing before the pursuit of the bats, emphasized, "Class S." The latest forecast shows that the approaching abnormality is Class S, with no upper limit. Immediately afterward, an abnormal bat with blood-red pupils swooped down toward him. The scene shifted to inside the military district. The place was deserted, without a single person in sight. Above the rooftops, a swarm of bats was competing to destroy the area. Jialan swung out her two familiar weapons, ready to fight them. Her gaze gradually became dangerous, and her face darkened. A few seconds later, Jialan unleashed dense slashes through the air. After finishing, she closed her eyes and looked ahead. The information displayed Jialan's ability, abnormal spiritual power, high-grade, mutated metal attribute. She can transform spiritual power into any shape and strengthen it, unleashing 200% of its power. Jialan turned her face to look at He Tian as he descended, thinking to herself, "These dark attribute abnormal bats keep multiplying endlessly. No matter how many we kill, they never stop, as if they're trying to hold us back." He raised his head and said, "Officer Jialan, it looks like your injuries have healed. Your power has recovered." He Tian stepped forward, looked up at the sky, and judged, "But right now, the situation doesn't look good. In the entire military district, only high-level administrators like the two of us are holding the line. Please give a next order." Jialan said in a low voice, "The signal in my district has been disrupted by abnormalities. The anti-interference position has failed. We can't contact the military district personnel working outside or the other military districts. I believe the other military districts are in the same situation." She threw out her weapons, looked at the swarm of bats in front of her, and stressed, "What we have to do now is..." Jialan loudly ordered, "Team 1, Team 2, stay behind and defend this place. Don't let them break into the restricted zone. Everyone else, come with me. Break through the encirclement and regroup with the breakout squads from the other military districts." Immediately after, everyone charged forward with blazing momentum. More and more bats arrived, enveloping the entire city, making one person realize the abnormality's final target isn't the restricted zone. It's the city. At that moment, two people were taking shelter from the rain at a bus stop. Someone was running quickly and shouting, "Run! It's raining!" A streamer turned her stream back on, raised her phone, and said happily, "What heavy rain. I'll get a raincoat and keep filming. This crazy weather is really captivating." She turned to the person beside her and said, "Just like last time, I had to risk getting covered in injuries before I managed to film a viral video." Suddenly, his whole body began trembling violently. Seeing this scene, her face instantly turned pale. The streamer screamed in panic when she saw that his entire body was covered in blood. She hurriedly ran away as abnormal bats grabbed the people nearby. "Where is the gunfire coming from? There are so many bats. The bats are biting people. They're even sucking blood. Save me." Not long after, one of them grabbed her collar and lifted the streamer into the air. In that dangerous moment, a blue arrow suddenly shot through, forcing the bat to drop her. It fell heavily to the ground, making her look up in shock at the person in front of her. Qing Wang stretched out her palm and said, "My teammates will take you home." she quickly ordered. "You two, escort her home safely." Her subordinate interrupted in confusion. "Boss, there are more and more Class C abnormal bats, and they're even showing signs of evolution." Qing Wang urged them in a stern voice, "Since we already know they use human flesh and blood as food to evolve, hurry and get the people to a safe place." She raised her head and continued, "After that, come back here and regroup with me. This is the concentrated area with the highest level of abnormal pollution." The other two immediately shouted in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Fong Yi was holding his sword as he leaped across the high-rise buildings. He landed on a nearby rooftop and looked at the giant bat before him. Fong Yi carefully stepped back and judged. These bats have all evolved to nearly the level of a 3-star Ghost Talisman Realm ability. He raised his weapon close to his face, then swung his arm down with force, sending a stream of golden energy sweeping through the night. But something was wrong, causing Fong Yi to pause for a moment. He looked at the bats and thought to himself, "This abnormality is completely different. The bat colony keeps multiplying and changing. They seem dead, yet still show signs of life. It's hard to eradicate them completely. Moreover, as long as there was an area in the city where civilians were gathered, abnormalities would flock together there, with an extremely high concentration of dark attribute energy." Fong Yi's expression turned grim as he thought of that dark energy. It's as if countless identical pollution zones have appeared at the same time. They may form a disaster. So, if I want to find where the people from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association are, it will still take some time. In that case, I can only deal with things one by one. He immediately raised his hand high and shouted, "Boundless dark realm, become nourishment for my spirit flower." Fong Yi thought of the other faces and said to himself, "But I have to hurry." Those forerunners had already formed teams earlier. Basically, everyone who could be called over has already been called to the house. With my cousin's ability, plus those forerunners and the house's shelter, protecting themselves shouldn't be a problem. But if this continues, that dream will become reality. If they want to survive, it will be very difficult. 10 minutes later, Qing Wang stood amid the swarm of bats and cursed. "Damn it, no matter how many I kill, there's no end to them." She was extremely anxious. "My spiritual power isn't recovering fast enough. At this rate, my spiritual power will be exhausted. I wonder if those two unlucky teammates of mine have run into trouble." Suddenly, cries and calls for help came from behind her. "Save me." Qing Wang quickly rushed over to save them, while not forgetting to roar, "Damn it, these abnormalities are still getting stronger. Their energy is about to reach the spirit creation realm. Our manpower is spread out rescuing people, but it's still not enough. They've already begun attacking people inside the buildings on a large scale." It was exactly like the feverish situation that had occurred in the capital before. She hurriedly released beams of blue light, stabbing them down into the abnormal bats. Although Qing Wang was powerful, in the next second she was still surrounded by the others. Her eyes suddenly widened as she thought to herself, "If I keep saving people like this." Qing Wang looked at the tornado of abnormal bats before her and muttered inwardly, "A king of abnormalities is about to